Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. She knew just how miserable that time of the month could be. With that, any lingering doubts in her mind disappeared. Given her personality, it's unlikely she'd fake period pain just to deceive someone. It's probably just a coincidence that they ran into each other at noon. Yukino let go of the matter. But that relief didn't last long. While Haru was out buying water for the club members, Yukino happened to see Hashimoto and the others huddled together with Megami, whispering about something. She didn't think much of it until Hashimoto suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, what? Senpai was supposed to have lunch with you?" Megami nodded honestly. "Yeah, since we're both playing the heroine, we've been keeping in touch a lot lately. Today, she was the one who invited me to lunch. But she suddenly changed her mind and didn't go with you. Doesn't that mean she only decided not to go after she saw Amamiya-san?" It was as if the girls had channeled their inner detectives, instantly piecing the puzzle together. Yui had the same thought but kept quiet because she noticed that Yukino's expression had subtly changed. Megami remained silent this time. But Yukino didn't need her to confirm anything. Her grip on the book tightened, fingers clenching with increasing force. I almost fell for it. She was furious. If Megami hadn't accidentally let that slip, she would have truly believed that their meeting at noon had been a coincidence. After all, period pain was a private matter. Most girls wouldn't even discuss it among themselves, let alone with a guy. When Haru returned with the water, he immediately noticed the shift in Yukino's mood. He was about to ask, but Yukino spoke first. "Didn't you promise to teach Kazekage-senpai how to bake a cake? Perfect timing, I can assess your pastry-making skills today." Haru gave her a puzzled look. "Did you take the wrong medicine or something?" Yukino's expression remained indifferent. "Why do you ask? I figured there was no way you'd let me tutor her. Besides, when it comes to baking, you're the real expert. So, in your mind, I'm just a petty person. Don't change the subject, I still don't believe you." Yukino closed her book and spoke calmly. "Why not? Baking is part of the school's home economics curriculum. You'll be teaching her the theory here, and she can practice it herself in class." "Oh, so that's why you agreed. You planned this from the start." Haru understood now. "Unless you prefer another teaching method? Like a one-on-one private lesson?" Yukino gave him a knowing smirk. Haru wasn't about to walk into that trap. He immediately laughed and said, "I never said that." Only then did Yukino look away. It wasn't until everyone had gone home that she suddenly realized Haru hadn't gone to the karate club today. When she casually asked him about it, he put on a mysterious expression and said, "Gotta let senpai rest for a day. If we sparred at full intensity every day, he wouldn't survive." Yukino assumed he was joking and didn't bother questioning further. But Haru was telling the truth. With his steel body level 1, even Senior Oyama couldn't land a hit that would break through his defenses. If they sparred at full power, the impact of Haru's reflect damage effect might actually break the guy's arms. And if he kept dominating the matches like that, it would probably crush Oyama's confidence too. "I should go out more often to farm some wild experience points." Haru made up his mind. On the way home, they stopped by Yukino's place to pick up a box of cookies, originally a gift from her sister, Haruno. Since there were 2 boxes, she decided to give one to Haru. When they arrived at his apartment, just as he was about to pull out his keys, the door to the neighboring unit swung open. A well-dressed woman stepped out, holding the hand of a little girl. "Mrs. Naga, oh, you're back from the countryside." Haru greeted her first. She was his neighbor. Nice people. Yukino also recognized them from previous visits to play with the cats. "Haru Oni-chan, I brought you a present this time. And since Yukino Oni-chan is here too, you can share it together." The little girl, who still had some baby fat on her cheeks, eagerly let go of her mother's hand and ran back inside. She returned moments later, holding a bag of apples with a proud look on her face. "My uncle grew these. I even helped water them. But my own apple tree hasn't grown big yet." Haru didn't take the apples right away. He first glanced at the woman. She smiled and nodded. "It's a gift for you. Please accept it." After thanking her, Haru turned to the little girl and praised, "That's amazing. So one day, I'll get to eat an apple from your very own tree? Of course. My apples will be the tastiest. I believe it. Haru then lifted the cookie box. Your Yukino Onichan brought cookies. Want to join us? The little girl instinctively looked up at her mother. Are you sure we won't be intruding? The woman hesitated. The girl nodded solemnly. Yeah. Haru Onichan, it's rare for you to bring your girlfriend home. I shouldn't disturb you. Haru chuckled. Yukino smiled gently. It's no trouble. This brand of cookies is delicious, you should try them, Sakura-chan. And so, the little girl was successfully bribed with food. The mother and daughter's plan for an outing was postponed. These cookies are so good. In the living room, Yukino watched as the little girl happily munched on cookies, her gaze softening. You didn't even correct her. I guess Sakura's cuteness got to you. Haru teased while reaching for another cookie. I do like cute things whether people or animals. Yukino replied calmly, taking a bite. Haru smirked. So in other words, you think I'm cute? Yukino nearly choked. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Sakura watching her intently. What's wrong, Sakura? The little girl said seriously, I'm waiting for you to return the favor. Return the favor? Yep. Haru Onichan fed you a cookie, so now it's your turn to feed him. Yukino. Meanwhile, Haru burst into laughter. Yukino sighed, picked up a cookie, and held it out. But just as Haru bit into it, he also bit down on her fingers. Yukino's cheeks turned crimson. Across from them, Sakura clasped her hands together and sighed, so romantic. Yukino thought she might explode. Yukino quickly pulled her hand back, calmly wiped her fingers with a napkin, and asked, You're only in elementary school, and you already know what romance is? The little girl puffed up her cheeks in protest. Of course. A boy in my class even confessed to me, but I turned him down. I'll only start dating when I grow up to be as beautiful as Yukino. Yukino, who had been slightly embarrassed just moments ago, instantly felt a wave of happiness wash over her. A compliment from a cute child carried far more weight than flattery from her peers or even adults. Her smile brightened. Feeling pleased, she not only let go of the minor incident of Haru sucking on her fingers but even fed him 2 more times. She decided to keep the girl for dinner and put her best cooking skills to the test. Later, from the kitchen, she overheard, Haru Onichan, I did well, right? You said that if Yukino Onichan came over, I should praise her a lot. You did amazing. Here, your Gojo Satoru figure as promised. Yay. Thank you, Haru Onichan. Yukino stood there, expressionless. He actually bribed an elementary schooler? Chapter 46, Yukino, you're pretty sensitive, you are cooking. Cooking, EXP plus 73, you are cooking. Cooking, EXP plus 91, in the kitchen, Haru was, as usual, assisting Yukino with the meal prep. Their coordination had grown increasingly seamless over time. The system notifications kept popping up, but Haru paid them no mind for now. The little girl stood at the kitchen entrance, clutching an orange cat in her arms. She peeked inside curiously, clearly wanting to come in and watch. To prevent her from getting splattered by hot oil or encountering any other kitchen hazards, Haru kept a close eye on her. Fortunately, nothing went wrong in the end. The 3 of them enjoyed a happy dinner together. Yukino took on the role of babysitter, while Haru received a text message. He informed Yukino briefly before heading downstairs. The message was from his driver, 2 police officers are here. Do you need me to contact Attorney Takebayashi? Haru replied, no need. He already had a good guess as to why the police had come. Upon arriving downstairs, he spotted the 2 figures, a senior police officer accompanied by a younger one, a classic mentor and rookie pairing. After exchanging greetings, Haru took the initiative to lead them to a nearby cafe. The officers weren't in a hurry either. They waited until he helped them order drinks before exchanging glances, and then the younger officer asked, Amamiya-san, have you been trained in professional combat techniques since childhood? Like boxing or karate? Haru put on a surprised expression. How did you know? Have I been investigated? The 2 officers quickly waved their hands. No. It's just our speculation. They couldn't afford to investigate a minor without permission. If the media found out, it would be a huge mess. Haru nodded. Just a guess, huh? I'm not entirely sure why you're asking, but I have nothing to hide. I've been training since I was a kid. Leaning back with a hint of pride, he continued, I've studied mixed martial arts and boxing footwork. Oh, and recently, I've been taking karate seriously. The 2 officers exchanged knowing looks. The younger officer continued the conversation, bringing up anime, video games, and superhero movies. It felt casual, almost like small talk. Finally, he pulled out his phone and showed a photo. It was a picture of Haru from that night dressed in his unique outfit while roaming the streets. This person is you, right? Yes. Haru admitted it without hesitation. The younger officer chuckled. Looks like my guess was right. The older officer smiled as well. That night, you got into a conflict with a group of young men, didn't you? Before that, surveillance footage caught you wandering around aimlessly. That couldn't have been a coincidence, could it? Haru remained straightforward. Yeah, I was looking for someone. Hearing this, the officer's suspicions were fully confirmed. They briefly introduced the gang he had encountered. Some of them had been arrested multiple times before, and street fights were practically routine for them. If I'm not mistaken. The older officer continued, you were patrolling the streets voluntarily that night, weren't you? I recognize that outfit you wore. To be honest, your intentions are admirable, but this kind of thing is too dangerous for a student like you. The officer's tone was patient and sincere. Haru naturally played along, bowing his head slightly. Sorry, I got a little carried away. The younger officer waved a hand and laughed. No need to apologize, you did a good thing. Speaking of which, you've gained quite a bit of attention online. Have you checked your phone? No. Haru shook his head. He could already guess what kind of buzz there was on the internet, so he hadn't bothered looking it up. The officer pulled up a news video and handed his phone over. The headline read, Guy and Akaya join forces in a midnight street brawl against gang members. Haru blinked. That title alone was ridiculous. The officers chuckled. What do you think? Haru deadpanned, a textbook example of sensational journalism. Ha. That's a sharp take. Then, the younger officer showed him the trending discussions about the incident. Because of his eye-catching outfit, the comment section was already in chaos. Guy and Obito, the ultimate fiery combo attack. Never in my life did I expect these two characters to team up. I bet this will be a popular cosplay mashup at the next convention. Who's volunteering to play the tattooed thugs? Forget the convention, people are already live-streaming themselves in the same outfit while collecting Cullen and Diamond fragments. I've seen 4 guys and Obitos today alone. Haru was at a loss for words. The officer put away his phone with a smile. Now that you see your popularity, you understand, right? Your intentions were good, but don't put yourself in danger again. If you run into a real fugitive, you'll be in serious trouble. A fugitive? Haru's eyes lit up. Seeing his reaction, both officers instantly panicked. Hey, Amamiya-san. What's with that look? Don't get excited just because you heard the word fugitive. No, it's nothing. Just curious. After sending the officers off, Haru called his lawyer and asked him to investigate any wanted criminals. The more dangerous, the better. Fighting fugitives would surely give him more experience points than a mere school senior. After all, those guys were playing for keeps. Although the lawyer was a bit puzzled, he agreed to hire private investigators for the job. Unlike in Detective Anime, real private investigators operated in legal gray areas. But precisely because of that, they were highly efficient at finding people. By the time Haru returned home, the little girl was gone. Yukino was the only one in the living room, scrolling through her phone. Hearing the door open, she glanced up briefly before returning her attention to the screen. Haru was about to ask what she was watching when he suddenly heard music playing, under the street lights. A K-pop song. He blinked. Images of various characters performing ridiculous dances popped into his mind. Stepping closer, he saw that Yukino was watching a video uploaded by Kazekage and his streamer friends. She frowned as she watched, her expression full of disapproval. I really can't accept this kind of culture. Just watch for fun. But what got you interested in this? Haru asked as he sat down. Yukino muted the video. I was just curious about what you taught them. I wasn't expecting this. She glanced at him with obvious disdain before pointing at the screen. The video featured a group of people dancing in exaggerated, comical ways: Mozart, Mona Lisa, Keanu Reeves. And someone she didn't recognize. Frowning slightly, she asked, I know the other 3, but who's the one in overalls? Haru's expression turned strange. A long-lost friend. That night, after Yukino finished her bath, Haru helped dry her hair. As they settled on the couch, she immediately noticed his intense gaze. After a brief pause, she sighed. You're thinking about it again, aren't you? I am. I really am. Haru nodded enthusiastically. Boldly meeting her exasperated expression, he asked, Can I? Blushing, Yukino didn't answer just like before. But when he gently guided her to lay sideways and placed her smooth, fair legs onto his lap, she whispered in embarrassment, No funny business. Of course. Haru agreed instantly. And then he got right to work. Before long, Yukino was gasping for breath, slumped weakly on the couch. Grinning, he teased, Yukino, you're pretty sensitive. Idiot. She muttered, closing her eyes, surrendering to his touch. Chapter 47, I want to improve the next afternoon, at the karate club. Instead of their usual sparring session, Haru and his senior, Oyama, stood on the sidelines, observing. In the center of the training area, two newcomers were paired up for a practice match. According to Oyama, these two had only joined the club 2.5 days ago. So today, they were given a chance to test their skills through live sparring. Haru only needed to watch for a few seconds to confirm what he already suspected: they were complete beginners. The kind that had only learned how to stand in the basic stance but had no clue what to do when an actual fight broke out. As soon as they started, the match quickly devolved into a wild, uncoordinated brawl. At this point, both of them had tumbled to the ground, grappling each other in what could only be described as a messy entanglement. Haru glanced at the calm-looking Oyama beside him. You're not stopping them. Let's wait a little longer. Newcomers tend to have strong egos. If I call it off too soon, they might feel embarrassed. Besides, ground fighting is part of jiu-jitsu too. Haru raised an eyebrow. So, you're the gentle type, huh, senpai? Hey, don't make it sound weird. We're both guys here. The two continued chatting as the fight on the ground got even more chaotic. The two newcomers on the ground had already lost their composure and were fighting chaotically on the soft ground. One of them reached his hand behind the crotch of the other and started to do something random on the spot, causing the other to scream in pain. Haru turned to Oyama in silence before finally asking, this is part of jiu-jitsu too? That move must be something he picked up from a video game. Oyama mused. It's called pressure point grab. If executed correctly, there's a chance to trigger a magic effect on the next hit. Haru let out a short laugh. Wow, you actually tried to justify that. Honestly, he wouldn't have been surprised if Oyama claimed the guy was a rock climber and just had an instinct for gripping onto, well, anything. Realizing he couldn't keep making excuses, Oyama quickly stepped in and called off the match before things got any weirder. Then, it was time for Haru and Oyama's own sparring session. As Oyama strapped on his protective gear, Haru casually suggested, Senpai, maybe you should wear gloves this time. Please, I'm a karate practitioner. Wearing gloves would be ridiculous. Oyama scoffed, full of confidence. 3 minutes later, someone get me a pair of gloves. This guy's body feels like it's made of steel. Oyama groaned, flexing his sore hands. After wrapping up his training and earning some valuable experience points from the session, Haru returned to his own club room. It was unusually quiet. Yutaha was there. But unlike usual, she didn't greet him or throw out a sarcastic remark. Instead, she was fully focused on her book, jotting down notes as she read. That was new. Haru's lips curled slightly. Did Yukino say something that got to her? After greeting Yukino, Haru sat down. Beside him, the ever-observant Megami Kato whispered, Yukinoshita-san has decided to start filming on Thursday. You guys can make the decisions. I'll just play the role of a supervisor this time. Megami hesitated for a moment, as if wanting to say something. Noticing her rare expression, Haru, wanting to avoid disturbing others, took out his notebook and wrote, What's wrong? Megami, seemingly amused by this new form of communication, picked up a pen and replied, I just feel like this is more of a film club than a photography club. Haru chuckled and wrote back, You're not wrong. Photography is a fundamental part of filmmaking, after all. Megami gave a small nod, not refuting his words. Curious about Yutaha's unusual behavior today, Haru wrote, What happened before I got here? Megami answered without hesitation, Yukinoshita-san talked with Yutaha-senpai for a while outside. After she came back, she's been reading and taking notes non-stop. Their conversation must have been important. So she actually knows all this, huh? Haru couldn't help but glance at Megami's pale, delicate face. Her quiet presence turned out to be her greatest asset. It made gathering information effortless. A true intelligence officer, Kato Megami. After club activities ended, Haru walked home with Yukino as usual. But this time, Yutaha followed along. Yukinoshita-san, you've decided to start filming on Thursday, right? Her tone was more serious than usual. Yukino nodded lightly before adding, If you think more preparation time is needed, I can extend the schedule. No, I just wanted to confirm. Yutaha shook her head. Seeing that she wasn't leaving, Yukino asked, Senpai, is there something else you'd like to say? Yutaha turned to Haru instead. Can I talk to him alone for a moment? Yukino simply stared at her without answering. Haru, intrigued, asked, What do you want to talk about? It's about a novel. Oh? Have you already written it? Almost. I have a clear direction now, but I plan to start writing after the filming ends this week. Hearing this, Yukino seemed to understand something. Senpai, you're planning to write a novel? Yutaha gave a small, seemingly casual smile. Yes. My life is already fulfilling as it is, but I also have a goal I want to pursue. You want to become even better, don't you? Yukino exposed her without hesitation. Yutaha simply smiled without denying it. This time, Yukino didn't press further. She turned to Haru and said, I'll be waiting at the convenience store up ahead. Don't take too long. With that, she actually left. Haru was surprised. What exactly did you and her talk about? Yukino isn't usually this cooperative. The difficult to talk to you're referring to. Yutaha looked at him meaningfully. You mean just towards me, right? Haru didn't deny it. I see you're not even going to argue. But that's not the point. Yutaha paused for a moment before changing the subject in a relaxed tone. Can I use you as the model for the male lead in my new novel? Haru smirked. If I get a share of the royalties, I have no objections. Yutaha stared at him for 2 seconds before suddenly looking away. In a softer voice, she said, most of our conversation was about the photography club's short film. Yukinoshita-san thinks my acting isn't quite there yet. That's all. So that was the main topic. What about the side topics? Haru played along. Yutaha's eyes shimmered with amusement as she laughed. You're just asking out of curiosity, aren't you? Of course. It doesn't cost anything to ask, so why not? Fair point. In that case, I won't answer. Wouldn't want to be at a loss. Haru could tell she was hiding something but didn't push further. Then, her gaze shifted to the bustling street, her tone subtly changing. I ran into Sawamura-san today. She heard that I joined the photography club, so we casually chatted. But then she accidentally let something slip. Haru remained silent, patiently waiting. Yutaha spoke slowly. She mentioned that you attended a banquet with Yukinoshita-san. And she also told me that according to her mother, even professional directors are impressed with your skills in filmmaking. Haru froze for a moment before realizing it must have been that Ninagawa lady. Yutaha turned to face him. Her beautiful features were unreadable. Yukinoshita also told me that you've been talented since childhood. Not just in directing, you've secretly written a lot of scripts too, haven't you? Her long lashes fluttered slightly, like a startled butterfly beating its wings. Haru understood what she meant. And he saw through her feelings in that moment. She was feeling insecure. The ever-proud girl, for the first time, was experiencing self-doubt. Perhaps she was afraid that Haru would notice. Or maybe she simply didn't want to dwell on it. Either way, Yutaha quickly put on a bright smile. I want to improve. What do you think? Chapter 48, She's on Fire. Yutaha was changing the subject. And it was very obvious. Haru noticed something off about her mood, so he played along, pretending to think deeply. If you really want to improve, you should focus on the path that suits you best. Oh? Care to elaborate? There's not much to elaborate on. It's just a suggestion. If you take the wrong path, then it's pointless effort. Yutaha finished his sentence with a smirk. Haru shook his head. Actually, according to physics textbooks, when achieving a goal, any unnecessary effort beyond the required work is called extra work. If you round it up, extra work is approximately pointless effort. So, technically, you were wrong. Approximately? Yutaha looked at him like he was an idiot, her expression clearly saying, how do I even know someone like you? Yes, approximately. Haru remained unfazed. Yutaha rolled her eyes, but her smile remained. Now that the atmosphere had lightened, Haru got back to the real topic. Doctors have their own skills, and so do you. Filmmaking is just a club activity. Don't forget where your true talents lie. Yutaha froze for a moment, then grinned. I didn't expect this from you. Are you actually the gentle type? She playfully clasped her hands behind her back. The way you were talking just now, it'd really suit a guy with a guitar, singing while strumming. That'd be quite the scene. I do know a bit of guitar. Haru admitted. But I'm actually better at another instrument. Oh? What instrument? Who? Who? Yutaha blinked in confusion. Seeing her puzzled expression, Haru pulled up a video on his phone. It was an old recording from his mother's birthday a few years ago. She had been so overjoyed by his performance that she made sure everyone in the family got a copy, even Yukino had one. Yutaha's eyes widened. The video showed the younger Haru sitting confidently in the middle of a crowd. He crossed his legs, raised his rahu, and played. Despite his youthful appearance, the sound that flowed from the instrument painted vivid imagery like an ancient moonlit bridge, a quiet pavilion by the water. It was the kind of melancholy often found in TV dramas. The video ended. Yutaha turned to him, still in a daze. Impressive, huh? Haru smirked. Very impressive. She nodded repeatedly, her usual sharp demeanor replaced with something softer. Maybe she was still lost in the music. The ever-sultry, ever-witty Yutaha was now just smiling absent-mindedly. So cute. I kind of want to wait, no. Haru caught himself slipping for a second. This was a side of Utaha he had never seen before. I think Yukino's patience is running out, Utaha suddenly said, bringing the moment to an end. Without giving Haru a chance to respond, she stepped forward with a light bounce in her step. Thanks for showing me that video. Now I feel even more motivated. Take care on your way home. Haru waved. She turned back and flashed him a dazzling smile. When Haru finally caught up to Yukino, he casually remarked, looks like Senpai was pretty shaken up by you. Yukino kept a serious expression, as if deep in thought. After a couple of seconds, she finally said, she has her own pride. I just see her as someone equally excellent as myself. I was curious to see how she'd react if she got serious. Then, she suddenly stared at Haru's face without saying a word. He raised an eyebrow. What? Yukino shook her head. She's actually feeling insecure because of you. That was what she had wanted to say. She had sensed it earlier when they spoke privately in the afternoon. That was also why she had slightly changed her opinion of Utaha. A girl who knew her limits, had a sense of dignity, and carried her own pride yet still felt self-conscious because the boy she liked was just too exceptional. If she ever gets to know Haru even better, she's in for an even bigger shock. The composed grace of a rightful queen at that moment, it was fully embodied in Yukino. Meanwhile, Utaha arrived home. Her parents were in the living room watching TV. She glanced at the screen. It was a music competition show. After greeting them, she idly watched the band performing on screen. Her mother, seeing her interest, teased, "Oh? Did they catch your eye? This is the band I'm rooting for." Her father, sitting beside her, looked less enthusiastic. Clearly, he had been forced to watch. Utaha chuckled. Not really. It's just, compared to guitar, I think I'd rather watch another instrument being played. Oh? What instrument? I'll tell you later. Utaha left them hanging. Her parents exchanged puzzled glances. She headed to her room, shut the door, and opened her laptop. Her outline and character designs were already complete. Just like what she had said to Haru before, the character of the male protagonist is that guy. The way he plays the Rahu is way cooler than any band on TV. A rare, girlish smile appeared on her face. Then, she dazedly sat in front of her computer. Yukinoshita-san, so you and I are the same kind of person. She murmured to herself. The inferiority she felt because of the boy she liked, she couldn't deny it. But at the same time, she had uncovered Yukino's secret. Growing up beside that boy, pushing herself to become even better, working so hard it was almost terrifying to imagine. Was it really just Yukino's pride at play? Probably not. The only difference was she had been found out. But Yukino was doing everything she could to bury it deep inside. Utaha chuckled. She still had a chance to win. She recalled what Haru had said about talent. She understood what he meant. He was telling her not to overdo it. That she didn't have to juggle both the film club and her novel at full throttle, because it might take a toll on her body. But she wanted to show him. I'm not inferior to Yukino. Right now Utaha was on fire. In the following days, everyone in the photography club noticed something different about her. Normally, she would chat with people or go to Haru for advice. But now, it was like she had locked in, grinding her way to improvement. She was even willing to ask Yukino for guidance. Her sheer determination was undeniable. But compared to her usual dazzling presence, her complexion seemed noticeably tired. Yukino eventually spoke up, her tone as cold as ever. I don't know how late you've been staying up, but if you show up to the shoot looking like this, I will reject you. I think I'll be fine. Utaha smiled. Composed and unwavering. For once, it was Yukino who frowned. Then, on Thursday, Haru overheard something from his classmates. Utaha had called in sick. A top student, a near-perfect attendance record, a high-profile beauty suddenly missing school. Of course, the gossip spread fast. As Haru walked through the halls, passing by students whispering about it, his gaze darkened. How stupid. He sighed. Chapter 49, Stupid Woman. So, Senpai really did take a day off? I heard about it from a classmate this morning, but I thought they were just joking. After school, in the photography club, Yua spoke with a surprised expression, just like most of the other students who had heard the news. Since Haru was still at the karate club, training as usual, it was up to Yukino to take charge. She smoothed her brow, looking slightly displeased. It seems our shooting schedule will have to be postponed for a day. Then, she glanced at Megumi Kato. The quiet girl gave a slight nod. I'm ready for it. That lifted Yukino's mood a little. At least, their lead actress wasn't slacking off. Yua, however, tilted her head. Why do you two look so uninterested in why Senpai took a day off? No way. We're super curious. Hashimoto and the others raised their hands eagerly. Yua pouted. I meant you two, Yukino and Kato. Yukino didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at Megumi, who was sitting quietly as always. You figured it out too? Megumi nodded gently, her voice calm as ever. Senpai has been pushing herself too hard. Yukino hummed in agreement. Overworking herself now, that was something she had plenty of experience with. She had done the same in the past, chasing after Haru's footsteps until she made herself sick. That was also the first time she had ever seen Haru genuinely angry at her. Since then, she had never made the same mistake again. Because Haru made sure to keep an eye on her. Right now, Kazekage-senpai was in the same situation. The only difference was that she didn't have someone to supervise or stop her. Yukino sighed, feeling a headache coming on. She wasn't too worried about the shooting schedule, but if senpai kept pushing herself like this, it was only a matter of time before she collapsed. Just like that idiot Aoyama. An image of Aoyama Nanami's bright and sincere smile popped into her mind. When Amamiya Haru returned, Yukino brought it up first. You've probably heard about it by now, haven't you? Yeah. Haru sighed. Looks like she took quite the hit. And on top of that, she's convinced she can handle everything on her own. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Yukino. Reminds me of a certain fool from the past. Yukino's expression stiffened slightly. She couldn't exactly deny it, she had made the same foolish mistake before. Not wanting to expose herself further, she quickly changed the subject. I'll check on her tomorrow. If she's really in no condition to continue, we'll delay the shoot another day. It's fine. With that, the matter was settled for now. That evening, after club activities ended, Haru went home, took a shower, then grabbed his phone and headed out again. Carrying a bag of fruit as a small gift, he pondered as he walked. Kazekage-senpai's address was listed on the club application form, so he knew where she lived. But if a male student showed up at her house unannounced, her parents would definitely find it suspicious. I need a decoy. It didn't take him long to think of one. 10 minutes later. Standing in front of him, Aoyama Nanami blinked in shock. Wait, you're giving me a day off? And I still get paid? Then, she waved her hands frantically. No way, that's not fair. You've already helped me so much. I need your help with something. Haru cut in seriously. Nanami hesitated for a moment before nodding. So? It's something really important? Yes. Seeing the seriousness in his face, she didn't argue any further. Instead, she ran back into the store to inform her manager. Her manager, who had long since recognized Haru, agreed with a smile. As they walked, Nanami looked both excited and nervous. So, Haru. What is this important thing? You'll find out when we get there. He replied casually. For now, just treat it as a short break. Don't push yourself too hard just because I've helped you. You should take care of your own health too. Nanami blinked, then laughed sheepishly. How do you even know that? I literally saw it with my own eyes. Haru didn't bother explaining. To ease the awkwardness, Nanami quickly changed the topic. Oh, right. Something crazy happened to me recently. What happened? You've seen the hooded vigilante trending online, right? The hooded vigilante? Haru looked dumbfounded. Nanami nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. There's a bunch of videos of him beating up thugs at night. The police even released a statement most of the guys he took down had criminal records and didn't have jobs or go to school. Just loitering around and causing trouble. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It's like something straight out of a manga. And the cops haven't even tried to arrest him. I think it's because they secretly approve of what he's doing. Everyone's calling him hooded hero now. No, that's just because the cops think I'm some wannabe superhero with a hero complex. Haru held back a laugh. Seeing how into it she was, he casually said, actually, that guy is me. Nanami snorted. Yeah, right. I'm serious. Sure you are. You, the hooded hero, she burst into laughter. That nickname doesn't suit you at all. You're more of the cool and collected type. Watching her double over with laughter, Haru smiled but didn't argue. After a while, she suddenly straightened up, her expression serious. Alright, let me tell you a secret, I've actually met the hooded hero before. Haru, keeping a straight face, played along. And then? He stole my trash bag. Huh? Nanami sighed dramatically. Now that I think about it, he might actually be a homeless guy who picks up garbage to eat. Maybe he just fights crime as a hobby. What? She continued, unaware of his speechless expression. There's so much bacteria in trash bags. If he eats something bad and gets sick, I'd feel so guilty. Haru blinked. Wait, so you think I'm just a homeless guy who eats garbage? By the time they arrived at a residential area, Nanami was still completely clueless. She watched as Haru rang the doorbell and gestured for her to stay quiet. Her confusion only deepened. Wait. What am I even doing here? And what does he want me to do? Her thoughts were cut off when the door opened. A graceful woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Utaha, stood before them. Yes. Who might you be? She looked at them with mild curiosity. Haru spoke up first. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Amamiya Haru, the president of the photography club. This is Aoyama Nanami. Oh, the photography club. The woman's face brightened instantly. Utaha's been talking about it a lot lately. She says she's learning a lot from it. Her warm smile put them at ease. Haru continued smoothly, lifting the bag of fruit. Kazekage-senpai hasn't been looking well lately, and she was absent today, so I was a little concerned. I brought these as a small gift. My, how polite of you. She laughed, initially hesitating to accept the gift, but after some insistence from Haru, she took it with a grateful smile. Her smile grew even warmer than before. Because there was something she hadn't said out loud. So this is the Amamiya-kun that Utaha keeps talking about? What a handsome and polite young man. He and my daughter really do make a great match. As a mother, she knew better than anyone how her daughter had changed lately. And as someone who had been young once, she understood perfectly well when a girl keeps bringing up a boy in conversation, things are never that simple. Inviting Haru and Nanami into the house with enthusiasm, she discreetly observed the boy, growing more and more satisfied the longer she looked. As expected of my daughter. She has excellent taste. With a contented heart, she brought tea and snacks into the living room after they were seated. Utaha should still be asleep. She said with a sigh. I don't know what she's been so busy with lately, but she looks worse by the day. And no matter how many times we ask, she refuses to tell us anything. By the time she finished speaking, her expression had softened into one of motherly concern. She let out another sigh. I'll go wake her up. It's not every day she has a classmate who cares enough to visit. I can't just let her sleep the whole time. Haru raised a hand to stop her. There's no need to rush. Nonsense. I can't just let my guests sit here and wait. Smiling, she turned and walked toward her daughter's bedroom. As soon as she was out of earshot, Nanami, who had been sitting stiffly this whole time, finally spoke in a small voice. Amamiya-san. Is this the very important thing you mentioned? Yes. Haru nodded. Nanami puffed up her cheeks. So I was just a decoy, huh? You figured it out? This wasn't exactly hard to guess. Nanami let out a hopeless laugh. A boy visiting a girl's house alone? Of course her parents would misunderstand. Which means my job was just to be your decoy. My bad. I'll make it up to you. How about 3 meals on me? This isn't about food. Not now. Haru cut in suddenly. Our senpai is coming out. I don't even know who she is. Nanami muttered under her breath. She wasn't actually mad. After everything Haru had done for her, helping him out was the least she could do. She just wished she understood what she was helping with. Mom, where's the classmate you mentioned? A sleepy voice sounded from the hallway. Haru and Nanami both turned their heads. Utaha stood in the doorway, dressed in light-colored pajamas, her long hair disheveled from sleep. Her usually flawless, elegant beauty was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she looked like a girl who had just woken up messy, a little unkempt, but still undeniably stunning. The moment her wine-red eyes landed on Haru, she froze. Then, the next second her gaze lit up with unconcealed joy. As for Aoyama Nanami? Sorry, never seen her before. Right now, she only had eyes for him. But just as Utaha's heart was about to burst with happiness, she saw Haru's lips move. 2 silent words. Stupid woman. She blinked. And then she laughed. A real, beautiful, heartfelt laugh. Yeah, I'm stupid. Stupid enough for you to come see me. Chapter 50, Yukino's visit. Haru's unexpected visit took Utaha by surprise. It was completely beyond her expectations. Just like last time, when she and Kato Megumi were about to have lunch and suddenly ran into Haru. She had wanted to seize the opportunity to chat with him a little longer only to be hit by an unexpectedly severe wave of period cramps. In the end, Haru had escorted her to the infirmary. And on the way there, she had felt safe. This time, she had made up her mind to go all in, whether it was club activities, her novel, or her studies. She was determined to give it her all. But pushing herself recklessly had taken its toll on her body, forcing her to take a day off today. What she hadn't expected was for Haru to come and check on her. That made her even happier than seeing her own progress. She didn't recognize the girl sitting beside him, but she was quick-witted enough to figure it out. He probably didn't want to come alone and risk my parents' misunderstanding, so he brought a girl with him. That makes the most sense. Senpai, are you feeling better? Haru, having just mouthed something at her, spoke with perfect composure, as if nothing had happened. Playing along, Aoyama Nanami stood up and added, You still look a little pale. You should make sure to rest properly. Yutaha's mother had no doubts. She assumed these two were just her daughter's club friends. Thanks for your concern. I just haven't had enough sleep for the past 2 days. I'll be fine after resting today. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get changed. Humming cheerfully, Yutaha headed back to her room. As Haru sat back down, he discreetly gave Nanami a thumbs up. Nice teamwork. Nanami almost laughed. I still have so many questions. Can't you at least give me a little more context? Yutaha's mother chatted with them for a while before excusing herself to prepare dinner, leaving the two alone. By the time Yutaha returned, she had changed into fresh clothes and was drying her long, glossy hair. After briefly introducing herself to Nanami, she turned to Haru with a small smile. Thank you for coming to see me. I just didn't expect someone as exceptional as you to make such a rookie mistake. Haru spoke sincerely, then gestured toward Nanami, who was busy sampling the snacks. The last girl I saw pushing herself this hard almost ended up in the hospital. Nanami's hand froze midair. Yutaha raised an eyebrow. Nanami-san, you too. I've learned my lesson. I'm only working one part-time job now. Nanami forced a sheepish smile. She knew she had been pretty reckless before. Yutaha caught on quickly. Wait. Only one? Meaning you used to work 2 at the same time? Nanami averted her eyes. Yutaha's eyes widened. 3? What are you, a superwoman? That's all in the past, no need to bring it up. Haru interrupted with a chuckle, smoothly changing the subject. Nanami let out a relieved sigh and went back to stealthily munching on cookies. Yutaha, however, glanced at her with admiration. Just thinking about it made her sure I could never do that. Actually, the reason I came today was to remind you not to overdo it again. Haru's tone turned serious. Yutaha had been expecting this. She lowered her voice. I just want to improve. See? You're rushing again. Haru sighed. Progress comes one step at a time. If you push yourself to the point of exhaustion, your parents will worry, and we won't be happy either. We? Yeah. Yukino's annoyed because your absence delayed the club's filming. Liar. She laughed softly. Haru let out an exaggerated sigh. Why is everyone around me so sharp? How am I supposed to maintain my authority as club president at this rate? Yutaha didn't respond, just looked at him, her eyes bright with amusement. Beside them, Nanami sipped her tea at a leisurely pace. This tea is good. The cookies too. But seriously, what's up with these two? Since dinner was approaching, Haru didn't intend to stay much longer. Yutaha's mother had invited them to eat, but he politely declined. After all, staying for dinner on his first visit would have a different implication. At the door, Yutaha spoke earnestly, I'll report to the club as usual tomorrow. Haru, however, shook his head. Knowing Yukino, she's going to delay it by a day just to monitor your condition. This was my mistake. Taking a deep breath, Yutaha admitted it seriously. Trying to handle everything perfectly had clearly been too much for her right now. And deep down, she knew the reason. She just wanted him to see her improve. Leaving the Kazekage residence, Haru turned to Nanami and thanked her. She simply grinned. If you ever need my help again, I'd be more than happy to lend a hand. Haru, knowing she disliked owing favors, smiled and accepted her offer. After parting ways, he walked home, lost in thought. Being a transmigrator, having studied so many things over the years, it wasn't hard for him to see through Yutaha's situation. She had driven herself to this point simply because of her feelings for him. If he hadn't said those things about talent before, she probably wouldn't have made up her mind so quickly. By the time he reached his front door, his thoughts had settled. And then he saw a familiar, delicate figure standing there. Yukinoshita Yukino. She was talking to a little girl from the neighbor's house. Sakura. You're here? Haru glanced at his phone. No unread messages. Yukino ruffled the little girl's hair before looking up at him. As club president, seeing a member suddenly take a sick day, I knew you'd go check on her. It's in your nature. She paused for a beat before adding, her voice laced with deeper meaning, but more importantly she has quite the affection for you. With how well they understood each other, Haru immediately caught her unspoken message. I'm here to check up on you. After Sakura said goodbye and ran inside to watch TV, Yukino finally asked, how is she? As I expected. She pushed herself too hard, but it's not serious. She'll recover in a day. Yukino didn't look surprised. Then we'll delay the shoot by another day. I'll check on her condition tomorrow. Haru took out his key and unlocked the door, glancing at Yukino with curiosity. You came all the way here just to tell me that? With her personality, if this was all she had to say, she could have just called. After all, in this day and age, people date online, have their fortunes read online. Surely, Yukino could check in on him online too. Of course, that's not the only reason. She stepped closer and lowered her voice. My sister just called me. She said our families are having dinner together tomorrow. Chapter 51, The Unrivaled Second Miss Yukinoshita Morning, Amamiya. The moment Haru arrived at his seat, before he even had a chance to sit down, Furukawa and another male classmate leaned in, their faces full of curiosity. Morning. What's with those looks? Haru chose to get straight to the point. The two exchanged glances before Furukawa lowered his voice and asked, we heard your photography club is making a short film? Yeah. Haru didn't bother asking how they knew. After all, he never told Yukino or the others to keep it a secret. It was only natural for the news to spread. So it's true? But aren't you guys a photography club? Shouldn't you be working on photography projects? How did you skip straight to filmmaking? The two classmates were visibly shocked. Haru shrugged. Because when I originally applied to start a film club, the school rejected it. That's quite a simple reason. The two laughed as they commented. Haru also smiled. It really is that simple. After chatting casually for a bit, Furukawa lowered his voice and asked, even if it's just an experimental short film, wouldn't that still require a lot of funding? Is the school actually willing to provide the budget? Of course not. It's all self-funded. Haru didn't hide the truth. The two exchanged glances, looking as if they had expected this answer. Then, they offered, if you're having financial difficulties, we can help you figure something out. Haru was taken aback. Why would you do that? The two looked a little awkward but laughed. Back when school first started, you were the only one willing to talk to us. The moment other classmates heard we were obsessed with certain games, they immediately distanced themselves from us. Their expressions then grew serious. We don't have much allowance, but if you need help, we're willing to support you. Thanks. I'm honestly a little overwhelmed that you trust me this much. Haru felt warmth in his heart. Back then, they had also wanted to help him gather enough members to establish the photography club. However, they were quickly discouraged after realizing how complicated photography could be. Thanks again. Haru repeated sincerely. Furukawa grinned. No need to thank us. A friend who takes finishing rants seriously is obviously a good person. Haru wanted to point out how flawed their logic was, but he held back. Regardless, these two truly saw him as a friend. After school that afternoon, the photography club members noticed something odd. Their club president, Amamiya Haru, was suddenly overflowing with enthusiasm. No matter who had a question, he would rush to help them before they even finished tasking. And if no one had any questions, he would make a point to ask them something almost as if he was creating problems just to solve them. What's up with you today? Yukino finally had enough and called out to him. The shoot is about to begin. As club president, it's my job to support everyone. Haru replied with utmost seriousness. Yukino narrowed her eyes at him. I get the feeling you're not being entirely honest. Is there something wrong with me being enthusiastic? Not exactly wrong, but you're too enthusiastic today. You're just overthinking it. Haru brushed off her suspicions. Of course, the real reason was to gain experience. Ever since his physical fitness skill evolved into steel body, the problem he had anticipated finally arrived. He had to cut back on his sparring sessions with the karate club. Earlier today, even with full protective gear and padded gloves, his upperclassman was effortlessly crushed by him. Haru had even considered not fighting back at all. But even when he held back, his opponent's gloves ended up splitting open from repeatedly hitting his body. Though he hadn't gained much experience today, it was a wake-up call. Since his teaching skill was already at level 9, he figured he might as well max it out and see what it evolved into. Naturally, this wasn't something he could explain to Yukino. Fortunately, Utaha had just returned from her revival match, diverting much of Yukino's attention. Yukino dutifully interrogated Utaha to confirm she was truly back to normal before simply remarking, "Please don't do anything foolish again, senpai." Utaha could only nod awkwardly. After the club activities ended, Utaha approached Kato Megumi. It wasn't until they stepped out of the school gates that Utaha finally spoke. "I've been thinking these past 2 days. I was wrong to stand you up last time. I should have given you a heads up." Megumi shook her head. "It's fine. It wasn't a big deal." Then, noticing Utaha seemed to be in a particularly good mood, Megumi asked casually, "Did something good happen?" "I suppose you could say that." A smile crept onto Utaha's face unconsciously. Megumi's voice was light as she remarked, "Seems like it has something to do with Amamiya-san." Utaha chuckled but didn't reply. "I do feel much better now. Even though I made a fool of myself before, at least now, I have hope." Megumi opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately stayed silent. Does she really have a chance? Megumi didn't think so. After spending these days in the photography club, She had already realized that Yukino had an advantage no one else could compete with. She was always by Haru's side. More importantly, Yukino was an exceptionally capable girl. Proud, sharp, intelligent, and merciless when she saw an opportunity. In the photography club, Yukinoshita is unbeatable. Megami had wanted to tell Yutaha this. But the older girl was clearly riding a wave of excitement. Megami had seen similar situations in books and TV shows before. When someone was in such a state, it was nearly impossible to make them listen to contrary advice. What's wrong? Yutaha noticed Megami's silence and slight change in expression. Megami answered calmly, your confidence is impressive, senpai. Huh? Yutaha didn't quite understand. Megami didn't elaborate. Yes, her confidence was impressive. But that was all it was. Meanwhile, after school, Haru and Yukino changed out of their uniforms and met up again in the city. Haruno had called earlier, saying she would pick them up for dinner. Senpai seemed to be in a good mood today. Yukino commented as she casually observed the passing pedestrians. Haru nodded. She probably won't make the same mistake again anytime soon. That's thanks to you. Yukino's tone seemed slightly odd as she said this. Haru was about to respond when she continued nonchalantly, Senpai seems to have misunderstood me. She thinks I'm an excellent and proud girl, so she assumes we're the same type of person. Did you two have another secret conversation? Haru teased. Yukino shot him a look before continuing, before you arrived, I checked on her. She actually started talking to me first. So, how did that go? I feel both pleased and disappointed. Can you put it more simply? With your brain, you should be able to understand. Yukino glanced at him. Haru met her gaze, pretending not to understand. Seeing him play dumb, Yukino sighed. Honestly. Fine. To put it simply, I'm pleased because she isn't as formidable as I thought. I'm disappointed because she misjudged me. And because you visited her, she's now under the illusion that she has a chance of beating me. She rested a delicate finger against her chin, her smile dazzling. I haven't even gotten serious yet. Haru, ever the flatterer, declared, the second Miss Yukinoshita is unrivaled. Chapter 52, Too Despicable, Yukinoshita. Haru stepped inside and handed her a pair of slippers. Are we required to be there? Yes. What a hassle. I have to face both Haruno and that lady? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. As he grumbled, Yukino suddenly smiled. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you Auntie sent me a message earlier. I was heading out at the time, and she asked me to call her back when I was free. Haru looked at her charming smile and his heart skipped a beat. Which auntie? Yukino's smile turned a little playful. What do you think? Feigning ignorance, Haru shrugged. Sounds like someone I don't know. Your mother, Amamiya Tsugumi. She dropped the bomb without hesitation. Haru's expression changed instantly. My dear and lovely Miss Yukinoshita, could I trouble you to say a few good words on my behalf? I will owe you a great favor. Yukino chuckled. I'll think about it. And with that, she redialed the number. Haru moved closer, catching a faint whiff of her scent as he peered at her phone screen. Yukino turned her face slightly, his breath tickled her neck. The call connected quickly. Yukino made no effort to avoid him, so he could hear his mother's voice clearly. She was just exchanging pleasantries, talking about tomorrow's gathering and how much she looked forward to meeting Yukino again. That put Haru at ease. Then, his mother suddenly asked, Haru hasn't been bullying you, has he? He's always been full of tricks since he was a kid, and you're such a well-behaved girl. If he gives you trouble, just tell me, I'll set him straight. Haru immediately shot Yukino a pleading look. Help me. Yukino blinked innocently, her expression saying, weren't we supposed to be competing in wit and strategy? With a sweet, gentle voice, she responded, he does bully me. Before his mother could erupt in anger, Yukino added softly, but it's just little things, I can handle it. Then, Haru heard his mother's voice shoot up several octaves. Put that brat on the phone. Haru, too despicable, Yukinoshita. There was no escape. Haru obediently took the call and endured a thorough lecture from his mother. Throughout, he kept his tone patient and gentle, answering every question with care. Yukino watched from the side, smiling serenely. She quite liked the way he was with his family. No matter what the situation, he was always composed and considerate. After hanging up, Haru sighed dramatically. You really got me this time. How do you plan to make it up to me? Yukino, of course, refused to fall for his trick. She picked up the orange cat from the sofa, stroking its fur with a satisfied look. I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow's gathering. No surprise there. You're the cunning mastermind behind it all. Is this the first time you've realized how cunning I am? That night, Haru helped Yukino with her studies in the living room. Your teaching skill has leveled up. Teaching level 9, 13 out of 100,000, Haru's thoughts wandered. If reaching level 10 in physical fitness had such an absurd effect, what about teaching? Would it be like something out of a martial arts novel, where knowledge could be transferred in an instant? His imagination ran wild. Glancing at the girl beside him, focused and attentive, his mind automatically supplied a voice. Your Bluetooth is connected. You're thinking something weird again, aren't you? Yukino, as if equipped with an automatic detection system, immediately sensed his odd gaze. If I say no, will you believe me? No. Then I won't say anything. You're an idiot. Now that's just hurtful. Idiot. She insulted him again, completely unfazed. Haru thought to himself, there will be plenty of time to get back at you later. Once their study session ended, Haru stood up to grab his clothes for a shower. Just as he was leaving, Yukino spoke up. I've put together a shooting plan. Want to take a look? Sure, I'll check it after my shower. The document is quite long. Should I send it to your phone? Yeah, go ahead. My phone is in the living room, just unlock it yourself. The password is 0721. With that, Haru headed to the bathroom. He had no concerns about Yukino handling his phone. If nothing else, he knew her well enough, she was too well-mannered to snoop. And, true to his expectations, Yukino simply unlocked his phone, sent the document, and set it down without touching anything else. This kind of trust had existed between them for years. Lying on the sofa, one hand petting the cat, Yukino felt warmth bloom in her chest. By the time Haru finished his shower and walked back out, he was met with a mesmerizing sight. Yukino was curled up on the sofa, holding the orange cat in her arms. The television volume was turned low, and her eyes were gently closed as if she were dozing. Her loose, pale nightdress draped over her slender frame, concealing her curves, yet under the soft glow of the ceiling light, she exuded an elegant charm. Her long hair fanned out over the cushions, and her entire posture was one of utter relaxation. Her bare legs, free from the usual thigh-high stockings, were smooth and delicate, her feet resting lightly against the couch. Her dainty toes curled slightly, leading up to her shapely calves and the soft curve of her thighs. Perhaps sensing his presence, she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked. She instantly noticed the way his eyes traced over her, his stare deliberate yet restrained. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Shifting slightly, she hugged the cat closer, placing her feet on the floor as if regaining composure. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she met his gaze. What are you looking at? You. Yukino had expected that. Aunt? You're beautiful. Thank you. I know that already. She accepted the compliment without hesitation. Or at least, she tried to. Her reddening face betrayed her. She could usually meet his gaze without issue, but tonight, she found it difficult. Her heart was racing. Fortunately, Haru didn't press the matter and instead invited her to a game. Only as she reached for the controller did she realize his gaze had finally left her. And yet, the image of his piercing stare lingered in her mind. It was the kind of look someone has when they want to devour something. Her heart pounded erratically. The more she recalled it, the more convinced she became. Then sorry. Snapped back to reality, Yukino looked at the screen. Her cute little squirrel character had once again been picked up and used as Haru's personal shield. Is this a challenge? She narrowed her eyes. Then I accept. And just like that, their battle resumed. Yet that night, as she lay in bed, she found herself unable to sleep. That look in his eyes, was it the same admiration as before? Or something else? Chapter 53, It's Love, Isn't It? Haru and Yukino didn't have to wait long. With the sharp sound of a car horn ringing in their ears, a sleek black Toyota pulled up in front of them. The car window rolled down, revealing the beautiful face of Yukinoshita. Haruno. Get in. On the way to the restaurant, Haruno, as usual, tried to tease the two of them for her own amusement. Haru had known her for years and was more than capable of countering her jabs with ease. Yukino, while not as skilled as her sister, was too preoccupied with thoughts of Haru's parents to engage, leaving Haruno somewhat disappointed. At least, that's what her expression suggested. You two aren't as cute as you used to be. Time really is merciless. She sighed dramatically in the front passenger seat while the driver dutifully focused on the road without saying a word. Time is indeed merciless. I remember when Haruno was willing to go river fishing with me. If I invited you now, you probably wouldn't agree, would you? Haru said lightly. Haruno turned back, a mischievous glint in her eyes. That might not be true. If you were the one inviting me, I just might say yes. That's a lie. Yukino interjected coldly. Haruno blinked in surprise before laughing behind her hand. What's this? Are you two a husband and wife mixed doubles team? How unfair, ganging up on your dear sister like this. At the mention of the word husband and wife, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Yukino's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. Haru, on the other hand, remained unfazed. The chosen restaurant was an upscale establishment. Judging by the elegant atmosphere, Haru was sure it had been booked by Mrs. Yukinoshita. A waiter led the three of them to a private dining room where both the Yukinoshita and Amamiya parents were already engaged in conversation. Their arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Yukino Haru's mother was the happiest of all. She barely glanced at her own son before warmly approaching Yukino. "Auntie, uncle." Yukino had just greeted them when Haru's mother took hold of her shoulders, looking her over with an affectionate gaze. "You're so beautiful. No matter how many times I see you, I still think you're far better looking than our Haru." Yukino's cheeks tinged with pink under the warm praise. She didn't dislike it, in fact, she was quite pleased, but her personality made it difficult for her to handle such enthusiasm. Even after knowing Haru's mother for years, she still wasn't entirely used to it. She instinctively glanced at Haru for help, only to find that he had already started chatting with her parents. With a silent sigh, she kept her thoughts to herself. "Yukino, you mentioned on the phone that Haru bullied you. Did he play pranks on you like he used to when you were kids?" Mrs. Amamiya asked as soon as she sat down beside Yukino. Haru, sitting nearby, sighed helplessly. "Mom, don't you think you should confirm that with your son first?" "No need. I can just ask Yukino. You're too good with words, and your father and I have never been able to win an argument with you since you were little." Mrs. Amamiya shot him a look. Mr. and Mrs. Yukinoshita and Haruno all smiled knowingly. Haru turned to his father, silently pleading for help with his eyes. His father, as usual, remained silent. Noticing his son's gaze, he simply took a sip of tea, pretending he hadn't seen anything. "So this is my place in the family hierarchy, huh?" Haru sighed. Every time his parents saw Yukino, his status in the family plummeted instantly. But who could blame them? His parents adored Yukino. After some casual conversation, Haru gave Yukino a subtle look. There was another table nearby. "Shall we sit there?" Yukino gave a slight nod. Since dinner hadn't started yet, she didn't want to sit at the adults' table. If possible, she'd rather sit at the kids' table. The two excused themselves and moved past the partition to the adjacent table. "They get along so well," Mrs. Amamiya remarked cheerfully. Mrs. Yukinoshita smiled. "Yes, they've been close since they were little." Mrs. Amamiya's interest was piqued, and the two women began chatting about the topic enthusiastically, with Haruno occasionally chiming in. Meanwhile, Mr. Yukinoshita and Mr. Amamiya sipped their tea in silence. At the next table, Haru took a glance around. The small decorative items on the nearby tea table all looked expensive. Yukino also noticed. She was clearly knowledgeable. These teapots and hand warmers are likely replicas. Makes sense. If they were authentic, they would have been collected long ago. Haru agreed. Lowering her voice, Yukino suddenly asked, "Has Koji been in contact with you recently?" "Yeah, he messaged me last night about discussing the revenue split for his live streams. I originally joined just for fun, but since they're taking it seriously, I plan to have lawyer Takebayashi handle the negotiations." Hearing this, Yukino's eyes showed approval. That's the best approach. It's always better to settle financial matters early to avoid future disputes over profits. She pondered for a moment before adding, "My suggestion? Have the lawyer draft a formal contract. Since they're willing to discuss things professionally, you should do the same." Haru chuckled. "As expected of you. You always find the best solution." Yukino accepted the praise without hesitation. "How about becoming my personal assistant?" he teased. Yukino gave him a half smile. "You mean you want to keep me all to yourself?" "Can't I?" "You could, but I doubt your intentions are pure. When is keeping a beauty to oneself ever about purity?" Haru's confident retort turned him a glare from Yukino. A moment later, a voluptuous and beautiful waitress entered to refill their tea. As she approached, Haru instinctively glanced her way, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pressure on his foot under the table. He looked up. Yukino remained perfectly composed. Only after the waitress left did she coolly remark, "Your gaze just now reminded me of the poster hanging in your room." Haru laughed. "You're getting jealous surprisingly easily today." A slight flush crept up Yukino's face, but she couldn't refute him. His mother's enthusiasm earlier, combined with how everyone looked at them, had made her overthink things. The word compatible lingered in her mind, leading to other thoughts. Seeing Haru's amused expression, she attempted to stomp on his foot again. But this time, his reaction was faster than she expected. Without even looking under the table, he instinctively reached down and caught her slender leg in his hand. Yukino instantly froze, her face turning red. She bit her lip. "Let go. You attacked first. Why can't I counter?" Haru smirked, refusing to release her. Just then, Haruno emerged from behind the partition. "The food is being served. You two should come over." "Huh?" She trailed off, eyes widening in surprise. Due to the short tablecloth, the view beneath the table wasn't entirely concealed. From her angle, she could see everything clearly. Her younger sister, face flushed, had her leg in Haru's grasp while he grinned mischievously. As Haruno stared, Yukino's face grew hotter. Haru calmly released her leg. "Got it, we're coming." Haruno smirked. "Did I interrupt something?" "Not at all. Let's go eat," Yukino said quickly, standing up in a hurry, desperate to end the topic. Haruno didn't press further but gave her a knowing look, one that said, "Do you think I believe that?" That gaze made Yukino's heart pound. She nearly lost her composure. Thankfully, once they joined the elders at the main table, Haruno refrained from teasing her. Dinner was pleasant. Their families often gathered for meals, so most of the conversation was between the adults. After the meal, Haru accompanied his parents outside, with a Yukinoshita couple following. Yukino was about to leave when Haruno pulled her aside. "I need to ask you something." Curious but compliant, Yukino stayed behind. They stood in the restaurant's spacious hallway. Once the waiters had walked away, Haruno smiled playfully. "So, how far have you two gone?" Expressionless, Yukino replied, "If this is all you wanted to ask, I'm leaving." But Haruno's next word stopped her in her tracks. "So, you're still the same as before, huh?" Yukino frowned. "What do you mean?" Haruno studied her for a moment, then chuckled, shaking her head. "You're smart and capable, yet in some things, you remain utterly clueless." She glanced down at the parking lot, laughing softly. "You know you're beautiful, right? Then you must also realize that he really likes you." Yukino flushed but remained composed. "What are you getting at?" Haruno spoke lazily. "You've worked hard all your life, trying to match his pace, hoping to stand beside him with confidence. But have you ever thought about what he's been thinking all these years?" She turned to her stunned sister with a sly smile. "He's been waiting for you. Because you wanted to grow and prove yourself, he respected that, so he never made a move." Her smile turned teasing. "But trust me, teenage boys are full of energy. He's been holding back a lot." Yukino was speechless. Yukino took a deep breath and whispered, "I'm leaving, sis." Heart pounding, she rushed off. "How foolish I've been. I should have realized it long ago. But I was always so focused on improving myself, on trying to catch up to him, that I kept overlooking the most important thing. I love him. That's why I've been working so hard, striving to stand by his side. That's why he's always been waiting for me, respecting my choices." Yukino's eyes grew more anxious. For the first time in her life, she was losing control of herself. But right now, she didn't care about that. She had to find him. Haruno watched her go, stretching lazily. Maybe I should have let her figure it out herself. Watching would have been more fun. Chapter 54, Let's Date Hotel Parking Lot. The Yukinoshita couple stood on the right, while Haru was pulled to the left by his mother. His father, meanwhile, had taken the car keys and gone to fetch the car. "How are things progressing with Yukino?" The moment his mother spoke, she echoed the exact words Haruno had said just moments ago. The only difference was that Haruno had delivered the line with a leisurely, knowing smirk, as if she had seen through his every move. His mother, on the other hand, looked at him with pure curiosity and anticipation. "We're just good friends, Mom." "You already knew that, didn't you?" Haru responded with a smile. "Just good friends? Otherwise? What else would you think? You're usually so smart, how are you acting like an idiot now?" "Come on, Mom, don't be like this. If I really turned into an idiot, that'd be genetic." Mother dearest, could you tone down that look in your eyes? It's kinda scary." Haru's tone suddenly changed as he skillfully played the role of a lowly underling. "You brat." His mother had originally planned to pinch him a few times, but seeing how quickly he surrendered, she was both amused and exasperated. Glancing at the Yukinoshita couple chatting quietly in the distance, she lowered her voice and asked, "You two were so close as kids, why hasn't anything progressed all this time?" Haru responded naturally, "Yukino is working hard toward her goals, and as her good friend, I'm helping her." "That's not what I meant." His mother shot him a glare. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to her, she looked at him in surprise. "Wait a minute, don't tell me you've fallen for someone else?" Haru was speechless. His mother was still as prone to wild speculation as ever. And realistically speaking, with how sharp and perceptive Yukino was, how could he possibly have feelings for anyone else? "Is it that Kazekage-senpai of yours?" Her words were a direct hit. Haru blinked in surprise. "Mom, you know her?" "I don't, but don't forget I was the one who drove you and Yukino to school on the first day. That school of yours has a rather famous girl, right? Kazekage Utaha. I heard a lot of people talking about her, so I looked her up later." "Wow, you really have time to spare." Ignoring her son's sarcasm, she continued, That Kazekage girl is indeed beautiful, and she's got a great figure too. But since I've never interacted with her, I still think you and Yukino are the best match. Yeah, I know. You're the president of Yukino's fan club. Watch your mouth, kid. She playfully smacked him before her gaze flickered toward the restaurant's entrance. There, a slender figure came running out. The girl anxiously scanned her surroundings. The moment her eyes landed on them, her tense expression softened instantly. His mother giggled. Looks like Yukino came looking for you. Did you see how worried she looked just now? And you still say you're just friends? This time, Haru didn't refute her. Because he had seen it too. That brief moment when Yukino's gaze shifted from worry to relief, it struck his heart with pinpoint accuracy. Once again, he thought of all the years she had spent persevering and working so hard. Good evening, Auntie. By now, Yukino had walked over, still slightly breathless as she tried to steady her breathing. Haru's mother responded with a smile, then turned to look at her son with an amused expression. He had no choice but to speak up. What were you talking about with Haruno? Yukino said nothing. She simply locked eyes with him, her gaze burning with intensity. What's with that look? Did Haruno teach you some new foolproof strategy to win? Wait. So you and your sister are finally revealing your true ambitions, teaming up to take down the final boss, me? Haru, watch your mouth. His mother scolded him with a glare. Yukino, seeing Haru obediently nod and act like a meek underling again, couldn't help but laugh. I would never team up with my sister. Besides, she'd never come up with such a plan. Don't be so sure, watch out for karma. Haru countered. Yet isn't your statement just as confident? Yukino responded smoothly. Oh, using my own words against me now. So you really do have a plan with Haruno? If she pranks me, won't you feel bad for me? Yukino gave him a stunning smile. I'd feel bad. You heartless woman. Haru didn't believe her one bit. He'd heard those exact words before, only for the person saying them to turn around and do the opposite. Turning to his mother, whose grin was now stretching wider than an X-recoil, he groaned, Mom, can you stop laughing? She shook her head, eyes twinkling with amusement. No. Watching this play out from the front row was far too entertaining to pass up. Then she turned to Yukino with a warm smile. I knew I had good taste. Yukino, you're absolutely adorable. A faint blush dusted Yukino's cheeks, but she remained as poised and confident as before. Andy, Haru has said the same thing before, he also thinks I'm very cute. His mother's smile deepened into a classic era. Just then, the car arrived. She waved to her husband and turned back to the two young ones. I won't be giving you a ride. Young people like you enjoy nightlife, right? Us older folks will leave you to it. Haru reached out. This place is pretty far from home, you sure you're not giving us a ride? His mother simply got in the car, ignoring him completely. Yukino politely bid them farewell. As the car passed by, Haru turned to his father in the driver's seat. Dad, open the door. I want to get in. His father gave him a flat glance. Go entertain yourself. Haru. Yukino chuckled beside him. Soon, her own parents came over to say goodbye as well. Neither of them mentioned giving her a ride home. Clearly, they trusted the situation. You're still laughing? Now we have to walk back. Haru shot Yukino a glare. But she just kept smiling. A smile that felt different from before, a smile with a teasing, seductive charm. He chose not to go looking for Haruno. Knowing her, the moment she found out he'd been ditched by his parents, she'd rush over just to mock him. Instead, he called his driver. Once the call ended, he and Yukino waited outside as the city came to life around them. The streetlights flickered on, shop signs lit up, and the bustling night scene transformed into a glittering tapestry of colors. Haru absent-mindedly took in the view, but deep down, he was pondering something else. Yukino's mood felt off. Only someone who had grown up with her could sense the subtle emotions she was hiding. He was watching the city lights. She was watching him. The car arrived quickly. They both got in the back seat, and Haru asked, Are we dropping you off at home, or? Let me think about it. Surprisingly, Yukino didn't give a straight answer. Definitely feels off. Haru nodded and gestured for the driver to start driving. Yukino pulled out her phone, seemingly checking something. Assuming she was looking up study materials, Haru didn't interrupt her. About 10 minutes later, she put her phone down. How about we go to the aquarium? She suggested softly. A question mark slowly appeared in Haru's mind. Yukino, however, looked completely at ease. You're not objecting, so that means you agree. Ikigami-san, please take us to the aquarium nearby, the only one still open at this hour. Ikigami, the driver, nodded. Understood, Ms. Yukinoshita. The car turned around as the navigation system recalibrated for a new route. Yukino turned back to look at Haru, Noticing his skeptical gaze. With a composed expression, she asked, "What is it? You're acting strange today." Haru decided to confront her directly. Yukino remained unfazed. "You figured it out already? So you're admitting it?" "Yes, but admitting it doesn't mean I have to explain it to you." "Oh, great, playing mind games with me now." Eventually, the car pulled up in front of the aquarium. Yukino stepped out first, glancing toward the small shops near the entrance. "I'll go buy the tickets. Do you want anything to eat or drink?" She gestured toward the vendors selling ice cream, drinks, and even balloons. "Just water." Haru had mostly cut out sugary drinks. Yukino nodded and walked off. As Haru unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car, he caught sight of the driver hesitating as if he had something to say. "If there's something on your mind, just say it," Haru said with a smile. "No need to hold back between us." The driver was silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "Boss, haven't you realized yet?" "Realized what?" "The aquarium. It's the perfect place for a date." "Who said that?" "My wife." It was rare for the driver to talk this much. Seeing that Haru was open to the conversation, he continued, "My wife says that an aquarium date is ideal because it's unaffected by the weather, rain or shine, it doesn't matter. Unlike a movie theater, you don't have to worry about whether both people are interested in the same film. Plus, there are tons of adorable sea creatures, so there's always something that appeals to a girl's tastes." Haru gave him a thumbs up. "Respect." "Respect? What does that mean?" "It's the highest form of admiration." "Then, on behalf of my wife, thank you." Haru walked up to the entrance of the aquarium, where Yukino was already waiting with the tickets in hand. Her presence alone drew the attention of several men passing by. And when Haru approached, those gazes shifted, becoming noticeably less friendly. "Here you go," she said, handing him a ticket. Yukino handed him a bottle of water. "Thanks." Taking it, Haru walked past the ticket gate with her. Then, suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, putting on a contemplative expression. Yukino looked at him, puzzled. Haru solemnly declared, "An aquarium is the best place in the world for a date." Yukino was momentarily stunned. Haru had perfectly inherited the copy ninja Kakashi's technique, repeating the driver's words for words. Yukino seriously considered his statement. "I never knew aquariums had such deep knowledge behind them." Seizing the opportunity, Haru probed, "Didn't you just look this up on your phone?" Yukino's beautiful eyes reflected his face as she replied, "No, I only searched for good date spots." This time, it was Haru's turn to freeze. Crap. His casual attack had triggered her ultimate move. And this kind of direct hit packed serious damage higher than the fiercest boss attack. His HP continued to drop. Yukino tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinged with red. Her smile, however, was breathtaking. "Let's go inside." With half his HP gone, Haru reached out a hand. Yukino blinked, hesitated for a moment, then, blushing even more, took his hand. And then their fingers intertwined. Once inside, everything unfolded just as the driver's wife had predicted. There were plenty of adorable sea creatures, many of which perfectly matched Yukino's aesthetic preferences. With each passing exhibit, her mood visibly brightened. Meanwhile, Haru spent most of his time watching her. He couldn't help it. Right now, she was glowing. Some women were like flowers that bloomed for anyone who paid attention. But Yukino, reserved and proud, was only blooming for him. "What do you want to see next?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Haru tore his gaze away from an octopus in front of him. Yukino held a small guidebook, flipping through it. "Dolphins and penguins. I'm interested in those too." So, they went to see the penguins first. Yukino's eyes sparkled with joy. She looked completely satisfied. Haru, on the other hand, stared at the waddling penguins and muttered, "Tengtsai, since you've seen me as a member of Zainayu, why don't you kneel?" Yukino heard him. She turned her head helplessly. What do these two Chinese words, Zainayu member and Tengtsai, mean? It basically means I'm a Kamen Rider. Just as she was about to scold him, a young boy nearby, holding his parents' hands, suddenly mimicked Haru's pose, leaning against the railing and mumbling, "Since you've encountered me, a Kamen Rider, why aren't you kneeling?" Haru's eyes lit up. "Which Kamen Rider are you?" The kid puffed up his chest. "Kamen Rider 555 inches, great taste." The two shook hands firmly. The boy's parents smiled helplessly before turning to Yukino. "Your boyfriend's pretty handsome." Yukino didn't correct them. Instead, she simply responded politely, "Thank you. Your son is adorable." As they were about to leave the aquarium, a staff member stopped them. "We're currently running a promotion," she said cheerfully. "All paying customers can receive a free souvenir." She gestured to a display box filled with delicate charms featuring various designs. Seeing Yukino's clear interest, Haru asked, "Can we pick whatever we want?" "Of course. You two seem like a couple, so I'd recommend these whale charms." The staff member held up two chibi-style whale pendants. Each whale had a small, pink heart on its head, one upright, the other inverted, forming a perfect pair. Haru glanced at the other charms in the box. They were all in a similar cutesy style with different patterns. Instinctively, he asked, if couples and spouses get these heart-themed ones, what about friendships? "Of course, we have those too. Even solo visitors get a special design." The staff member pointed to a box on the right. Haru was stunned. "Whoa, a mech penguin?" Yukino cut in. "Are you going to pick the mech one?" "Of course not. I'm taking the whales." Without hesitation, Haru took the whale pendants from the staff member. Yukino's lips curled into a satisfied smile. After leaving the aquarium, they headed home, Haru's home. Later, while Yukino was in the shower, Haru sat on the couch, stroking his chubby cat. "Her emotions have been all over the place today. You think I don't need to hold back anymore?" Meow. The orange cat let out a soft purr, curling up comfortably on his lap. "I'm talking to you. You eat my food, sleep in my bed, and now, when I need advice, you've got nothing." Meow, meow, meow. Soon, Yukino finished showering. Haru ended up drying her hair for her. By 9:30 p.m. they were sitting in the living room, one playing with the cat, the other absent-mindedly watching TV. "For tomorrow's shoot, you just need to supervise. If I make a mistake, then you can step in." Yukino lazily stroked the cat's head as she spoke. Haru nodded. He had already expected her to say that. "Hopefully, they're in good form. That way, my job will be easier," she added, referring to Kazekage and the others. Haru chuckled. "Even in your downtime, you refuse to relax. If you can't even take a break now, how will you ever unwind in the future?" Yukino paused, pressing her lips together. "You have a point. Let's not talk about work anymore." Haru stared at the TV screen. "You know, I'm really looking forward to seeing your future. If you ever become a director, your movies will be the perfect mix of absurd and bizarre. And you? Besides wanting to make a tokusatsu film, do you have any other ambitions?" Instead of answering, Yukino simply watched him, her tone soft. "I haven't really thought about it. Oh, but I do need to get my driver's license soon." "What made you bring up driving? You have all the makings of a strong, independent woman. If I ever end up aimless, I'll just become your driver." Hearing that, Yukino's smile became impossibly gentle. Still, she reminded him, "We have plenty of time. You can figure things out at your own pace." But Haru thought about his steel body. Even he didn't know what the future held. After a brief silence, he spoke again. "If I ever do something you find completely meaningless, will you get mad at me?" "Like what?" she asked. "It's just hypothetical. I don't even know yet." Yukino fell silent. Haru found it strange and turned to look at her only to see her staring right at him. "Is there something on my face? Or have you finally noticed my extraordinary charm and become entranced?" he teased. Yukino didn't look away. In a soft voice, she said, "My world is very small." Haru was taken aback. Yukino held his gaze without hesitation. She had always been proud, confident, and resolute, rarely showing such open vulnerability. But her words were clear. Her world was small. Aside from their families, it was practically just the two of them. If Haru ever truly upset her and refused to apologize, she'd probably sulk for a few days before coming to find him herself. "Haru." Under the warm light, a soft blush painted her fair cheeks, accentuating her beauty. "Let's date." Her voice was clear and unwavering. "All right," Haru replied gently. She had expected him to agree, yet the sheer joy she felt still caught her off guard. Biting her lip, she murmured, "You were holding back a lot, weren't you? So you noticed?" Haru was genuinely surprised. Then, with a quiet laugh, he added, "But I never expected you to bring it up so directly." "That's really, I don't mind. If you do something to me." She cut him off. Under his stunned gaze, her long lashes fluttered, and a shy, alluring mist filled her eyes. For a moment, Haru thought no city skyline, no sea of lights could compare to the stars in her eyes. "Just don't go overboard." Her face flushed deeper, her breath uneven. She had completely lost her usual composure. Haru leaned in, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Her fragrance instantly filled the air, lingering in the bright and spacious living room. She shyly closed her eyes. This was her first kiss. A kiss that would be forever etched in her memory, a sweet, heart-pounding moment, carrying the innocent and tender emotions of young love. Saturday morning. Despite officially becoming a couple, the two of them acted just as they always had. If there was any difference, it was that when Yukino was preparing breakfast, Haru, watching her elegant figure as she tied her apron, could now naturally walk up and wrap his arms around her. I've been wanting to do this for so long. Haru pressed a quick kiss on her lips. Is breakfast ready? Yukino didn't mind the affectionate gestures of a lover, but having someone hugging her waist was making it really difficult to cook. With a hint of helplessness, she said, "Can you let go for now? It's hard to cook like this." "Then let's eat out." Haru playfully kneaded the soft flesh around her waist. It was just too tempting. "I think it would be better if you went out." Feeling his little movements, Yukino's face gradually turned red. "What? It's only been one night, and you're already turning your back on me? Idiot." The two of them bickered playfully, and before they knew it, the morning had passed. That afternoon, they went to school together. Once everyone had arrived, Yutaha was the first to notice that something was off. And by off, she meant that Yukino's tone sounded a little too cheerful today. On the surface, she looked no different from usual, but every now and then, the slight joy in her expression peeked through something she simply couldn't hide. Did something happen between them? Since they were preparing to go out for filming, Yutaha took the chance to quietly ask Kato Megumi. "I have no idea." Megumi shook her head. Yutaha glanced over at Yukino, who was focused on organizing the shooting notes, and felt a subtle unease creeping up. For this experimental short film, they didn't have many outdoor scenes, so Yukino planned to get the park shots done first. That way, they wouldn't have to travel far later. Haru had agreed to just be a supervisor, so he had no intention of interfering with their filming plans. But the moment he stepped onto the train with a group of young, beautiful girls, they instantly became the center of attention. "There are a lot of people staring at us," Yui whispered to Yukino. Yukino remained calm. "There's no need to pay attention to things like that." Seeing her unshaken composure, Yui felt a bit impressed. Until two girls in short skirts, their faces slightly flushed, shyly approached Haru. Yukino's brows knitted slightly. Her calm facade wavered, and an icy chill spread across her expression. Yui, watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded. "Wait, weren't you the one who just said there's no need to pay attention?" That mood shift was way too fast. Hi. Are you guys shooting a movie? Your equipment looks so professional." "Thank you for the compliment, but if you have any questions, please ask them instead." "Huh?" The two girls blinked in confusion. With a polite smile, Haru continued, "I have a girlfriend, so I don't accept random approaches." "What?" Silence. You and the others were completely stunned. Yutaha looked as if she had just been struck by lightning. Only Yukino smiled with pure satisfaction. Chapter 55, The Greek Goddess of Black Stockings. "Are you kidding me? They're dating?" Yutaha was stunned by Haru's words. At first, she was shocked, then disbelief set in. Or maybe deep down she was still clinging to a sliver of hope. What she didn't realize was that Yukino and Kato Megumi had noticed every subtle change in her expression. The two girls who had tried to flirt with Haru awkwardly returned to their seats, clearly embarrassed by his rejection. Yutaha opened her mouth, wanting to voice the question burning in her heart. But as the words reached her lips, she lost the courage to say them. What if it's true? That thought alone made her lower her gaze, a dull ache settling in her chest. Just then, Hashimoto, who was holding the audio equipment, exclaimed in surprise, "President, are you really dating Yukinoshita-san?" "Yeah, she's my girlfriend now." Haru knew several girls were watching him closely, but this was already a done deal. He and Yukino liked each other, so there was no reason to hide it. Congrats. Wonder how many girls at school are going to be heartbroken over this?" Hashimoto teased with a grin. Yutaha kept her head down, her long hair shielding her face. She had only just set out on her path, finally taking her writing seriously. She had even used him as inspiration for her protagonist. It had all seemed to be going so well. And now, just like that, she was already out of the picture. It hurt. She wanted to vent, but she didn't know how. All she could do was swallow that bitter feeling and bury it deep inside. Because, in the end, she had never once confessed her feelings to Haru. Unspoken love is worthless. It can't be measured or weighed, and in the grand scheme of romance, it's the most cost-efficient yet least rewarding form of love. Because sometimes, it can cost a person their entire life. Yutaha's mood visibly darkened after the shock. It wasn't until they arrived at the park for filming that she finally slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to put on a composed front. Haru, handling the camera, captured the moment. Everyone could see that Yutaha wasn't quite herself, and that very emotion the sorrow needed for the heroine's role was perfectly conveyed on screen. Her performance exceeded expectations, purely because it was real. Even Yukino understood that. After a while, she took the initiative to call for a break. Haru didn't go over to talk to Yutaha. No matter the reason, He knew it wasn't his place to comfort her right now. Just then, his phone rang. It was his lawyer. Seizing the excuse, he stepped away from the group and walked toward the other side of the park. "Boss, I've got news on that fugitive you asked me to find," the lawyer said. "TSK, this guy's record is thick. Last year, he brutally assaulted a married couple, left them permanently disabled. They're in wheelchairs now. He's currently in Shinjuku, but he's a slippery one. Might relocate in a couple of days." "Thanks. Send me his exact address when you get it." "No problem. I don't know why you're after this guy, but if you plan on confronting him, I'd suggest waiting 2 more days." "Why?" "He is incredibly paranoid. My detective says he changes locations every week. The only reason he's back in Shinjuku is that he's got connections with the local gangs. When he moves again, that's when his guard will be at its lowest." "Got it." This was good news. Against a ruthless fugitive like this, Haru didn't need to hold back anymore. He could use a little more intensity. And criminals like this? They probably had quite a bit of experience to offer. As he mulled over his plans for the night, he reached for a nearby faucet to wash his face. "Hey, that one's broken. Use the other one," a young man in workout clothes informed him. "Thanks." Haru nodded in gratitude and splashed some water on his face. The temperature was rising, and as the cameraman, he had to keep his hand steady, making him one of the most physically strained members of the shoot. Just then, a faint fragrance drifted his way. Turning his head, he saw Kato Megumi standing beside him, holding a handkerchief. Thanks to his auto-targeting ability, her naturally faint presence no longer slipped past him. "You here to wash your face too?" he asked, stepping aside. "I'm just washing my handkerchief." She spoke softly as she moved to the faucet he had just used. The sound of running water filled the air as she calmly rinsed the fabric. Then, in a casual tone, she asked, "Did you and Yukinoshita-san start dating yesterday?" "Yeah." Haru didn't hesitate to admit it. Megumi nodded, then smoothly changed the topic. "Senpai seems really affected by it. Yukinoshita-san is talking to her now. She's the director of this shoot. It makes sense for her to handle it." Haru's tone was steady, unaffected. Megumi hummed in agreement. "By the way, Yukinoshita-san brought cookies for everyone earlier. She said you made them." "Apparently, there were too many, so she decided to share." "Huh, I was wondering where all the cookies I made this morning disappeared to. Did you learn to bake just for this?" "Something like that. I just want to pick up new skills, who knows, they might come in handy after graduation." Haru glanced at the quiet girl beside him, slightly puzzled. "You seem unusually chatty today." Megumi smiled faintly. "I'm just a little curious." "Curious about me?" "And about Yukinoshita-san." Yu smirked. "Sounds like you're evaluating the leadership of your club president and vice president?" Megumi tilted her head slightly. The contrast between her usual expressionlessness and this rare display of amusement made her seem oddly adorable. "That's an interesting way to put it. Did I guess wrong?" She shook her head. "No. I just want to understand you both better." Her attitude was sincere. Haru didn't overthink it and chuckled. "In that case, maybe I should discuss it with Yukino in advance and start charging by the hour. That way, we could make some extra cash." "Knew you had a sly side, Amamiya-kun. It's called being resourceful." The two chatted for a bit before Haru eventually left. Kato Megumi watched his retreating figure and murmured to herself, "Senpai, you're rushing things too much." Meanwhile, Yutaha sat alone under a tree, her heart heavy with emotions. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. "You're not doing so well again." Startled, she quickly looked up to see Yukino approaching her with her usual composed demeanor. "I know my mood isn't great, but today's shoot went fine, didn't it? Both you and Amamiya-kun just said that I got everything right on the first take." Yutaha replied. Perhaps it was the frustration she felt or the fact that she was facing a romantic rival, but her tone was less than friendly. Yukino, however, remained calm. "Yes, you performed well today. But if this continues, are you sure you can keep it up?" Yutaha bit her lip and fell silent. Of course, she couldn't. Seeing her lack of response, Yukino suddenly spoke again, her words completely unexpected. "Haru and I made our relationship official yesterday." Yutaha froze. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, followed by a wave of irritation. "Are you here to show off?" she asked coldly. Yukino responded in an indifferent tone. "I wouldn't do something so pointless." Yutaha clenched her fists. "Then what do you want to say?" "I'm just reminding you, as a senior, you should get yourself together. Don't let your juniors outshine you." With that, Yukino turned and walked away. Yutaha closed her eyes in frustration. She wanted to appear more composed in front of Haru, she really did. But before Yukino disappeared completely, she left one last remark in the air. I've waited for him for over 10 years. Why would you think we're the same? Utaha's eyes snapped open. Yet all she could see was Yukino's retreating figure. For a moment, she wondered if she had imagined those words. Despite the tension, the shoot continued smoothly. Even though Utaha wasn't in the best condition, she gritted her teeth and kept pushing forward. Perhaps she didn't even realize it herself, but the determination she displayed at that moment was nothing short of remarkable. Even with her emotions in turmoil, she maintained the poise of an experienced senior, following Yukino's direction throughout the shoot. Watching from the sidelines, Yui couldn't help but admire her. Kazekage-senpai really is impressive. By the time they wrapped up in the evening, Yukino deliberately stopped Utaha just as she was about to leave. Under Utaha's slightly uneasy gaze, she asked, "Have you decided to write a novel?" Hearing that, Utaha felt a little more confident. "I've already written the opening. I want to write a bit more before showing it to Amamiya-kun." Yukino seemed genuinely interested. "If you don't mind, I can help." Utaha hesitated for a second but eventually nodded. "Then I'll be in your care." After parting ways, Haru walked beside Yukino and casually asked about the conversation. "You're really interested in her novel, or is there another reason?" "Of course, it's out of interest," Yukino answered. "And that's the only reason?" Haru knew her too well. Her response was undoubtedly the truth, but probably not the whole truth. Yukino suddenly stopped walking and met his gaze. "You seem more concerned about her than I expected." "What?" "I was asking about you." Haru sighed, feeling a little helpless. "Why are you trying to change the subject like this?" Yukino continued walking ahead, changing the topic without hesitation. "Let's go to my place first. I need to pick up some clothes. I'll be staying at your place for a while." She said it with complete composure, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And to be fair, even before they started dating, she would occasionally stay over. After all, they had known each other for years. Haru, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity. He raised a hand like a student in class. "Can I make a request?" Yukino paused briefly before resuming her pace. "What request?" "Let's go buy some stockings together." "I knew it. Not happening." She rejected him instantly. Haru sighed in disappointment. But that night, when Yukino emerged from the bathroom after her shower, Haru found himself completely stunned. She wore a white nightdress and paired it with black stockings. "Are you satisfied now?" she asked calmly. Her voice was steady, but the slight tremble of her eyelashes, the delicate pink flush on her fair skin, and the subtle haze in her eyes betrayed her inner shyness. Haru stared at her long, slender legs wrapped in those stockings and murmured in awe, "So you already had them? Yukino. You must be the Greek goddess of black stockings." Another ridiculous remark. Yukino rolled her eyes and walked past him, picking up the orange cat curled on the couch. A few seconds passed, and she noticed that he was still sitting there, admiring her legs. Blushing slightly, she finally broke the silence. "Aren't you going to take a shower?" "I will. Later." Haru gestured toward his laptop on the coffee table. He had been checking out news about a new game. Yukino simply nodded, then turned slightly to the side. She gracefully crossed one leg over the other, resting them on the sofa. Haru's gaze involuntarily followed the movement. A teasing smirk appeared on Yukino's lips. "Is that all?" It was unclear whether she was mocking his lack of self-control or calling him out for pretending to be composed. Haru narrowed his eyes and shot back, "Just you wait once I'm back from my shower, you're in for it." With that, he grabbed his clothes and rushed off to the bathroom. Of course, his so-called punishment was just an excuse to play with her legs. He knew that Yukino wasn't ready to take that final step yet. But he also knew that aside from that, she was fine with everything else. Nike once said, "Just do it." Monday morning. Haru arrived at school feeling refreshed. Just thinking about how Yukino had stormed off to brush her teeth in embarrassment last night made him smile. "Morning, Amamiya. You look like you're in a great mood today. Something good happen?" His friends Furukawa and the others had also arrived. They immediately noticed his unusually cheerful expression. Haru suddenly turned serious. "Are you sure you want to hear it?" These two were still single and desperate for love. "Why are you making this so dramatic?" Furukawa and his friend exchanged wary glances. Haru took a deep breath and solemnly announced, "I have a girlfriend now." A long silence. "Then you traitor. You've abandoned us. We were supposed to suffer singlehood together." Furukawa howled in despair. After school, Haru headed to the karate club as usual but unexpectedly spotted someone unusual near the entrance. It was Kato Megumi. She wasn't waiting for him, she was heading toward the dojo herself. Curious, Haru caught up with her. "Why aren't you at your own club?" Kato Megumi blinked. "Oh? Amamiya-kun, you haven't arrived yet?" She pointed toward the dojo. "There's a crowd gathering over there." Some of our classmates mentioned it, so I got curious and came to check it out. Haru followed her gaze and, sure enough, a sizable crowd had gathered. The two squeezed their way inside just in time to see one of the karate club members being defeated. Not just any member, either. It was a second-year student known for being quite skilled. Nearby, Hiratsuka-sensei noticed Haru's arrival and immediately walked over. Chapter 56, Yukino is still steady. I've heard from Yukino before that you come here to spar almost every day. I didn't expect it to be true. Hiratsuka Shizuka chuckled as she patted Haru on the shoulder, throwing in a teasing remark. Your body seems pretty solid. I'm basically the karate club's sparring partner at this point. Haru introduced Kato Megumi to her before turning his attention to the center of the training area. Another karate club member was stepping forward. Their opponent was short, no taller than 155 centimeters, yet their dark skin, muscular build, and swift, aggressive movements made it clear they had been training rigorously for years. Hiratsuka Shizuka glanced at the seemingly unremarkable Kato Megumi before shifting her gaze back to the match. They're students from Aoyama High School. Our karate club performed well in last year's Osaka Youth Tournament, so the principal arranged these sparring sessions with other schools. As she spoke, the short but fierce opponent launched a relentless attack, easily taking down a second challenger. Kato Megumi instinctively commented, he's really strong. Hiratsuka Shizuka nodded. He's an exchange student, a third year. I heard he's from Thailand. Since I had time today, the principal asked me to help maintain order. But honestly, I'm just here to enjoy the show. Haru said nothing further and instead walked over to Senior Oyama, who looked unusually tense. This is the first time I've seen that expression on your face, Haru remarked. The senior froze for a moment, then lit up with relief upon seeing him. I thought you weren't coming today. Haru smiled. Should I get in the ring now? Oyama shook his head. How about waiting a bit longer? The final boss shouldn't enter the stage too soon. By the end of the conversation, even he was making jokes. At that moment, the short student in the ring clasped his hands together and gave a slight bow to his defeated opponent before shifting his gaze toward Haru. He didn't recognize Haru, so his eyes naturally landed on Senior Oyama. Senior Oyama, I heard you're the strongest here. I'd like to challenge you. Oyama, who had just been chatting and laughing with Haru, suddenly froze. The challenger was just a regular member of Aoyama High School's karate club, yet he had skipped over the other members and directly called him out. Though the student's demeanor was serious rather than arrogant, the act itself was undoubtedly a display of confidence, one that implied no one else here was worth his time. The students from Aoyama High School seemed at ease, while their club captain stepped forward with a polite smile. Oyama, why don't you go ahead? We've always admired your outstanding performance in last year's national tournament. His words sounded respectful, but everyone could hear the underlying provocation. Before Oyama could respond, Haru placed a hand on his shoulder and grinned. Come on, how could I let you take such a perfect opportunity to show off? Hearing his playful tone, Oyama instantly relaxed and chuckled. You seriously want to go up? Why not? Is it against the rules? I mean, you're too ruthless. What if you send him to the hospital? I'll be careful. Fine, just don't overdo it. Oyama warned. Haru tilted his head in mock confusion. You've sparred with me so many times, and you're telling me to be careful? I meant be careful not to hit too hard. Oyama shot back. Their exchange was loud enough for everyone to hear, and the students from Aoyama High School reacted differently. Some grew serious, while others scoffed, thinking they were putting on an act. Wait. He's actually going up? Hiratsuka Shizuka raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. She had heard that Haru trained with the karate club, but Yukino hadn't mentioned much, so she assumed he was just working on his fitness. But seeing him step into the ring now, she suddenly realized maybe Yukino hadn't been entirely upfront about his skills. Beside her, Kato Megumi spoke up. Yukinoshita-san once said that Hamamiya-kun is very strong. Hiratsuka turned to look at the quiet girl standing beside her and blinked in confusion. When did you get here? Just moments ago. Megumi had been standing more than a meter away. I've been next to you the whole time. Megumi's tone was calm, but a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Is that so? Hiratsuka rubbed her temple, wondering if she had zoned out and failed to notice. Ignored again. Megumi pursed her lips and fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Haru didn't even bother changing clothes. He simply removed his shoes and stepped onto the soft training mat. His opponent finally spoke. I heard your conversation just now. So, are you saying you're strong? Haru smiled politely. I'm Amamiya Haru, first-year student, currently a professional sparring partner and substitute member of the karate club. A brief look of shock crossed the short student's face, as if he hadn't heard correctly. The students from Aoyama High School also looked puzzled. Even their supervising teacher glanced at Oyama. It's true. Oyama confirmed with a grin. Hearing this from the club captain himself, the short student's expression darkened slightly. You're a first year, and you're sure you want to spar with me? Why wouldn't I? Haru asked calmly. The student eyed Haru's uniform and said flatly, you won't win. I don't hold back. Losing in front of so many people might be a big blow to your confidence. Thanks for the warning. Haru's polite smile remained unchanged. Seeing that he still intended to fight, the student snorted and assumed his stance. Haru did the same. At the referee's signal, the short student lunged forward with a swift shuffle step, throwing a powerful punch that sliced through the air with alarming speed. Most spectators expected Haru to dodge. Instead, he merely raised his arm and effortlessly blocked the punch. You are training. Steel body, EXP plus 179. You are in combat. Martial arts, EXP plus 183. Haru's mind stirred. This was a great experience boost. His opponent, however, had suddenly frozen. What's wrong? Not continuing? Haru asked casually, eager to keep farming EXP. The short student's face twitched with irritation. Moments ago, when his punch landed against Haru's forearm, it had felt like slamming into solid steel. A sharp pain shot through his wrist, as if he had accidentally struck the corner of a table. The unexpected pause made the surrounding students exchange confused glances. Haru, unwilling to let the opportunity slip, encouraged him again. Let's keep going. The student's previous composure wavered. You've trained for impact resistance before? He asked. Yeah. Haru had expected this reaction. I see. In that case, I'll go all out. You better be careful. With that, his attacks became noticeably more aggressive. However, as Haru effortlessly blocked each blow, their repeated clashes sent sharp pain shooting through his opponent's arms. With each impact, his attacks slowed. His expression twisted in pain. Haru knew he had reached his limit. As he parried another strike, he whispered, "You're done." Then, in a flash, Haru stepped forward, shifting his weight in an explosive motion. A devastating side kick tore through the air with a fierce swooshing sound, aimed directly at his opponent's chest. The short student barely had time to react. His instincts screamed at him to dodge, but his body refused to move. Just as the kick was about to land, Haru stopped it inches from impact. Slowly, he withdrew his leg and stood upright, hands clasped together. Thank you for the match. Then, with a friendly smile, he added, by the way, should I say, so was the crap? The short student blinked, snapping out of his daze. Instead of reacting to the joke, he solemnly bowed. Thank you for the match. He knew full well had Haru not pulled his kick back, he would have been sent flying and possibly hospitalized. Watching from the sidelines, Oyama sighed in relief. Good thing Haru held back. That last kick was terrifying. Without protective gear, it could have been a disaster. His fellow teammates nodded in agreement. They had watched Haru spar many times, but his growth was nothing short of monstrous. Haru's practically a pro. Hiratsuka murmured. Kato Megumi, curious, asked, is Amamiya-kun really that strong? This isn't just about being strong, it's about being trained. Hiratsuka explained. The speed and power he just showed completely overwhelmed his opponent. That means he's been doing highly specific conditioning for years. Normally, only professional athletes train like that. Megumi slowly nodded, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes as she looked at Haru again. Meanwhile, the defeated student returned to his team, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his reddened, numbed wrist. Be careful. He warned his teammates. That guy's been training for impact resistance since he was a kid. In Muay Thai, we have a similar practice. His level is already on par with professional fighters. Their teacher frowned. So if we want to win, we need to avoid physical contact? Silence. Because in a full contact karate match, avoiding hits was simply impossible. But against that monster, it might be their only option. Unfortunately, those who stepped up next fared even worse. Karate matches without physical contact? That basically meant running away. Some refused to accept it and chose to engage Haru head-on. Within seconds, they were clutching their wrists and yelping in pain. By the time their captain lay sprawled on the ground, arms numb and trembling from the repeated blows, Haru had successfully unlocked a new achievement, 1 versus 10. That was more opponents than a Street Fighter 6 champion had to deal with. Thanks to them, Haru's martial arts skill had just leveled up to level 7. Your students are truly exceptional. You're sure to make a splash at this year's karate tournament, said Hiratsuka Shizuka, keeping up the polite exchange. You flatter us. Your students are just as impressive. The opposing teacher replied, smiling. Meanwhile, Haru found himself surrounded by his own teammates. Damn, you've gotten even stronger. Haru, How about you start teaching us? I'd pay for lessons. Seriously, what kind of impact training did you do? Every time they punched you, it looked like they'd just hit a steel wall. Excited voices buzzed around him. For Haru, this was just a good chance to farm experience points. For them, he had single-handedly turned the tide and wiped out every opponent. That overwhelming, unstoppable dominance, exactly the kind of heroism they all dreamed of. Eventually, Oyama stepped in, laughing as he shooed the others away. Then, he sighed and turned to Haru. Man, your strength is on another level. At this point, even I have no idea how strong you really are. Haru chuckled. You've been my sparring partner all this time. Shouldn't you have a pretty good idea? Like hell I do. With that monster-level burst power of yours, if I'd been the one fighting you today, I wouldn't even bother. I'd just pack my bags and go home. He laughed, then sighed again. I swear, I'm only a third-year high school student, but standing next to you, I feel like some relic from a bygone era. Damn it. Haru wasn't about to entertain such dramatic monologues. They weren't discussing a Kamen Rider episode. Thankfully, Oyama moved on quickly, flashing a grin. Speaking of which, the other day, I ran into a guy on the street who looked insanely athletic. Too bad he wasn't from our school, his uniform was from another high school. Haru responded with interest. If you're bringing him up like this, he must be impressive, right? Yeah. He was messing around with his friends on the street, but the speed and agility he showed while joking around were kind of scary. His hair was golden, not sure if it's natural or dyed, but it really stood out. Blonde hair? A memory suddenly surfaced in Haru's mind. The person who had warned him about the broken water tap in the park also had blonde hair. Back then, he had only glanced at the guy while saying thanks and hadn't thought much of it. But now, as he recalled, the man's face seemed oddly familiar. He must have seen him somewhere before. Just then, Senior Oyama added, I actually went out of my way to greet him once. His name is Tanaka Yashitake. That name sounds even more familiar. Haru thought to himself. After finishing his conversation with Hiratsuka Shizuka, he noticed that Kato Megumi had been watching him for a while. What is it? He asked. I'm just getting more and more curious about you, Amamiya-kun. Megumi admitted frankly. Did Hiratsuka-sensei say something? Haru glanced at the teacher, who had already left, guessing the reason behind Megumi's interest. Yeah, she gave you really high praise. She said you're at the level of a professional athlete. That's an exaggeration. I just started training from a young age, so I got good at it. Megumi seemed skeptical about that answer. She didn't press further, though. Instead, she changed the subject. Yukinoshita-san has mentioned you before too. Not often, but enough to make everyone curious. More like you're curious. Haru pointed out. The way she brought it up, there was no way he could miss her real thoughts. Megumi remained calm. Not just me. Senpai is interested as well. Smartly, she pulled Utaha into the conversation. That left Haru with no way to argue. After Megumi left, Haru stayed behind to clean up. If nothing unexpected happened, the story of his I'll take on 10 at once moment would spread across the entire school by tomorrow. In fact, he was underestimating it. By the time he returned to his clubroom, all eyes were already on him. The lively Hashimoto rushed up to him, her face full of excitement. President, from now on, you're my idol. Forget those Johnny's idols, none of them can compare. That extreme? Should I sign an autograph for you too? Haru joked. Autograph? That's not enough. We need a photo together, a must. Haru had barely sat down when Yukino spoke. Since everyone's here, why don't you tell us about your glorious moment? Didn't Kato already tell you guys? Haru instinctively looked at Megumi, who was holding her notebook. Yukino smiled. She did, but soon after, people started spreading different versions of what happened, so now I have some questions. Did you really take on 10 people at once? Even Utaha, usually composed, asked in surprise. Only now did Haru realize, with so many students gathered around the karate club earlier, word had spread even faster than he imagined. I did fight 10 guys, but not all at once. I'm not a superhero, you know. Haru deliberately put on an expression that screamed, you guys better praise me properly today. That little act lightened the gossip-heavy atmosphere in the room. Yukino withdrew her gaze and said, your skills exceed my initial assessment. Looks like I'll need to reevaluate you. What's there to evaluate? Mid-sentence, Haru suddenly caught on. He looked at Yukino, whose expression seemed calm, but he couldn't help but chuckle. Yukino quickly averted her gaze, turning her head slightly to the side. A faint blush spread across her cheeks. Knowing Megumi, she had probably given a full, detailed account of the event. Yet, Yukino still asked about it. That meant she didn't completely trust Megumi's version. Instead of waiting for someone else to dig for details, she had taken the lead in making Harut tell the story himself. That was her way of asserting her position. If she was the one asking, she didn't mind others listening in on her boyfriend's affairs. Yukino always composed and strategic. The others didn't seem to pick up on this. Megumi also stayed quiet. Except for Utaha, who had her head lowered. She's not even hiding her possessiveness anymore. Utaha sighed internally. This was bad news. Because it meant their relationship was progressing quickly. She recalled what Yukino had said to her last time, "I've waited for him for 10 years. What makes you think we're the same?" She had been wrong. They were nothing alike. But thanks for the reminder, Yukinoshita. I don't plan on giving up so easily. Utaha rubbed her face and forced herself to shake off the creeping sense of defeat. Chapter 57, maybe his favorite episode. Yukino wasn't sure if Utaha had fully adjusted her mindset, so there were no filming plans for today. After the club activities ended, Utaha didn't head straight home. Instead, she invited Kato Megumi to a dessert cafe, and Megumi readily agreed. "Senpai, do you have something to say to me?" As the two girls settled into their seats, Megumi picked up the menu and asked casually. Utaha smiled. "You could say that. I'm treating today to make up for standing you up last time. That was a small matter. I didn't really mind it. Then just think of it as a friendly outing. It's just that today, I'm the one paying." Since Utaha put it that way, Megumi had no reason to refuse. After ordering their desserts and drinks, Utaha casually remarked, "Yukinoshita-san has changed a lot." Megumi didn't respond immediately. Instead, she simply looked at Utaha. For some reason, Utaha felt as though Megumi could see right through her. She put on a puzzled expression to cover it up. "You're looking at me kind of strangely." Megumi withdrew her gaze and said softly, "Actually, I wanted to tell you this last time, but you were too caught up in the moment. You probably wouldn't have listened." "Last time?" Utaha felt a twinge of embarrassment. She knew exactly what Megumi was referring to. Back then, she had been so sure, so confident that he had finally noticed her charm. Yet, in the end, she had been eliminated faster than she ever expected. These past few days, she had been trying to adjust. And she knew she was still an exceptional person. So even though Megumi's words stung, she still managed to say, "If you want to laugh at me, go ahead. I'm prepared for it." Megumi shook her head. "I wouldn't laugh at you, senpai. You were brave. And your resilience is admirable." Utaha let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "Resilience? More like a desperate struggle. It seems like you never really considered this your starting point, and Yukinoshita-sans were never the same." Megumi's words froze Utaha in place. Under her stunned gaze, Megumi continued in her usual calm tone, "I understand why you were so anxious. But you overlooked the most important factor." Utaha stared at the girl across from her. Only now did she realize she had overlooked something. Or rather, she had noticed it before. But her confidence, her pride had made her push it to the back of her mind. Yukinoshita-san grew up with him. Their bond was never something an outsider could just step into. Utaha fell silent. The composure she had been trying to maintain crumbled in an instant. Her voice was bitter. "I know. A firefly lost in the darkness, no matter how much it shines, it's still just a tiny speck of light." Just then, the waiter arrived with their desserts and drinks. Megumi softly thanked him, taking a sip of her juice. She sighed internally. Senpai is about to spiral again. The conversation had barely started, and now it was about to be cut short. A rare hint of exasperation flickered in Megumi's eyes. "Sorry for making a scene," Utaha murmured, forcing a smile as she straightened up. "It's okay. We're friends." Megumi's voice was steady. Utaha blinked. It felt as though a ray of light had pierced through the darkness inside her. "That's right, at the very least, she is my friend." Utaha took a deep breath. "I'm still not good enough." She had a friend who saw things clearly. So why was she letting herself wallow? Megumi was on her side. Finally, a genuine smile returned to Utaha's face. Just as she was thinking of ways to strengthen her friendship with Megumi, she caught sight of a familiar figure passing by the cafe window. At that exact moment, the person outside turned and glanced in their direction. Their eyes met. Aoyama Nanami smiled first. "Kazekage-san." "Nanami-san." Utaha returned a polite smile and waved. Aoyama checked the time. Seeing that she had enough, she decided to step into the cafe. "Let me introduce you, this is my friend, Kato Megumi." And just like that, three girls, who had originally planned to head home separately after school, found themselves brought together because of one person. Meanwhile, on the way home, Yukino noticed that Haru occasionally seemed lost in thought. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Something on your mind?" "Not really," Haru replied. "Earlier, Oyama-senpai mentioned a familiar name. I've been trying to remember where I've heard it before, but I just can't place it. It's bothering me a little. Is this a friend you met before? I don't think he's a friend, but I've probably met him before. It's just been too long, and I don't have a photographic memory, so I couldn't recall him right away. Haru said honestly. Yukino suddenly became alert. Could it be that girl we met at the high jump competition when we were kids? Haru chuckled. You're overthinking it. He's a guy. I actually ran into him at the park the other day, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. A guy? Then it's fine. Yukino let out a small breath of relief. And then, she noticed her boyfriend grinning to himself. She knew exactly what he was thinking and deliberately put on a stern face. What strange thoughts are you having now? Nothing at all. I just think you look really cute when you're being all cautious and jealous. Of course. Yukino's face warmed slightly, but she countered sharply, with such a cute girlfriend like me, you should be the one staying on guard. Ah, right. It's me, not you. Knowing she wouldn't win this argument, Yukino decided to change the subject. Who taught you karate? I don't remember you ever learning it. Senior Oyama taught me. He actually placed in the national tournament. Haru proudly name-dropped his senior. That's it? Yukino clearly wasn't convinced. Haru sighed dramatically. Fine. Actually, I once trained under a real master. My senior disciple may look like a mild-mannered guy with glasses, but he can tear down a wall with his bare hands. And my second senior, Kagaku Makoto, is even stronger. People call him the last Saiyan on Earth. Yukino turned away in exasperation. How did I ever fall for you? That just proves you have great taste. On their way home, they passed by a sloping path. Below was a neatly kept lawn where people often came to rest. Haru suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yukino followed suit and turned to him in confusion. In the golden glow of the setting sun, two figures sat on the grass, one in front of the other. Judging by their school uniforms, they were around the same age. As the evening breeze swept by, the boy and girl's hair ruffled slightly. Yukino's own hair swayed in the wind as well, a faint scent spreading around Haru. Just as she thought her boyfriend might know them, the boy in the distance spoke in a slow, dramatic tone. Today, the wind is particularly restless. Yukino frowned slightly. That was an awfully deliberate and poetic way of speaking. But then, she noticed Haru's eyes light up with recognition. You know him? She asked. To be precise, I've seen him before. If I'm not mistaken, he's a friend of Senior Oyama's. Haru finally remembered. After all, more than 10 years had passed, and plenty of unimportant memories had long since faded. Now he understood why Senior Oyama had once commented on that blonde guy's remarkable physique. Of course, because he was a comedic character. And everyone knew that comedic characters had absurdly unpredictable combat strength. I see. Yukino said, not particularly interested. Meanwhile, the boy on the grass seemed to sense something. He turned his head, only to find Haru and Yukino both looking at him. His expression instantly stiffened. Haru immediately recognized that look. It was the kind of shame that made you want to curl up and disappear. He had experienced it before himself. Suppressing his amusement, he smiled kindly at the flustered, glasses-wearing boy. The wind is a bit noisy today, but just so you know, the supermarket up ahead has a half-price sale on potato chips. Huh? Oh, thanks. I'll check it out later. Haru didn't linger any longer to ruin the guy's dramatic moment. Instead, he took Yukino's hand and walked away. The streets were busy with students heading home. Haru suddenly stopped in front of a street musician. I remember you're really good at playing guitar. He said. You mean that time in elementary school when you tricked me into playing and singing? Yukino's memory was sharp. I was complimenting you. Oh? Then I can compliment you too. For example? Your skills are impressive. That brought back memories. Haru put on a thoughtful expression. So you were admiring me even back then? Yukino remained calm. Then, her gaze shifted to the street musician, and she smirked. If you show me your guitar skills, I might consider evaluating your level seriously. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Haru heading straight for the musician. Yukino was stunned. Wait. I was just joking. He's really going to do it? As she watched in slight disbelief, Haru took out his wallet and exchanged a few words with the musician. The man glanced at Yukino, taking in her stunning appearance, and smiled knowingly. Ah, another young man trying to impress his girl. He had seen this plenty of times. Haru smoothly took the guitar and stood before the mic. The gathered crowd perked up in interest. After all, a handsome young student suddenly taking the stage was quite the sight. Sorry for interrupting the performance, everyone. Haru said, looking sheepish. But my girlfriend insisted on hearing me play. I had no choice but to step up. The crowd quickly caught on and exchanged amused glances. This boy's youthful charm and awkward honesty made him instantly likable. This guy, seriously. Yukino sighed. But her gaze never left him. Her bright, beautiful eyes shimmered with quiet anticipation. Haru had been debating what song to play when he suddenly noticed a group of cosplayers passing by. Among them, one stood out, a figure in a black cloak with red clouds, wearing a swirling mask. At that moment, he made up his mind. I'll be performing song time for you. His guitar skills were average, his singing wasn't particularly refined, but his voice was youthful and clear. No fancy techniques, just raw emotion. As he played, his eyes never left Yukino. The crowd quickly realized this song was meant for her. Yukino's cheeks flushed. Her gaze softened, filled with warmth. She wasn't embarrassed. She wasn't nervous. She just smiled, shy, yet sweet. Because once, she had done the same for him. Though back then, she had only played because he tricked her into it. As the song title echoed in her mind, time for you, old memories resurfaced, merging with the present. When the song ended, the crowd applauded, and Haru took Yukino's hand as they walked away. So, Ms. Yukinoshita, how would you rate my performance? Yukino chuckled. Decent voice, average technique, guitar skills far below mine. I'd say passable. Ouch. I was hoping to become your idol, but I guess that dream's over. She knew he was joking, yet she squeezed his hand tightly. If I hadn't admired you, I wouldn't have spent all these years chasing after you. Idiot. Her voice was as soft as her smile. Tonight, Yukino didn't go to Haru's house. It wasn't because she minded her boyfriend getting a little handsy. Last week, they had played a certain little game, something she never would have imagined herself doing before, but when Haru made the request, she hadn't refused. Afterward, she only felt that the experience had been a bit strange. Embarrassing, even. She figured she probably needed more time to get used to it. Her sister, Haruno, had once told her, with a girlfriend as beautiful as her, Haru was probably holding himself back with great difficulty. Truthfully, Yukino felt the same. Like when Haru massaged her legs at first, it was fine, but before she knew it, her whole body had gone soft and relaxed. And the worst part? She secretly liked these private little moments with him. The reason she chose to go home tonight was partly because she had to think about the progress of her club's filming project. That was serious business. But there was another reason she wanted to plan her time better. That way, when she did stay over at Haru's place again, it would be the episode he liked the most. The time was now 8:10 p.m. Haru changed into fresh clothes and took a car to Shinjuku. Accompanying him was his lawyer. The car stopped in front of an 8-story residential building. The lawyer first signaled a private investigator, who had been stationed nearby, to leave before turning to Haru, eyeing his odd outfit. Boss, are you seriously planning to go after a fugitive? Why not? It's nothing. I just think that if you still have this much youthful energy, maybe you should be chasing down petty thieves instead. No need to mess with a dangerous criminal like this. You can just say I have a case of Chayunabiu, I don't mind. Haru said casually. The lawyer let out a helpless chuckle and handed him a photo. His name is Yamanaka Takashi, from Osaka. Multiple counts of theft and robbery. Last time, he was caught breaking into a house, but when the owner discovered him, he beat the man half to death before fleeing. Which floor is he on? Haru took the photo. 3rd floor, 4th unit on the left. He has some friends in Shinjuku. One of them used to be with the Suma Yashikai crime syndicate. These days, the guy's gone legit, runs a bar, and even owns an online store. Business is pretty good. An online store? Guess he's keeping up with the times. Haru nodded, then stepped out of the car with the photo in hand. Watching his retreating figure, the lawyer sighed. Boss, when did this whole Chayunabiu phase even start? The driver remained silent. Normally, unless Haru spoke to him first, he rarely said a word. Seeing no response, the lawyer rubbed his temples and muttered, I just want to go home on time. If the cops get wind of what the boss is up to tonight, I'm gonna be stuck working overtime again. Unexpectedly, the driver spoke up. The police probably already know. Huh? What are you talking about? Last time, the boss didn't even bother avoiding security cameras. If they wanted to investigate, they'd have found out by now. Wait, hold on. Be honest with me. Has he always been this reckless? And just how long has his Chayunabiu lasted? At that moment, the man Haru was after, Yamanaka Takashi, was drinking with someone in his apartment. Takashi was unkempt, his face covered in stubble, his hair a brittle mess from long neglect. In stark contrast, the man across from him was well dressed, sporting a neatly trimmed beard. When are you leaving? The man asked. By dawn. Don't worry, we've known each other for years. I won't drag you into this. Good. Neither of them was particularly talkative. Having a drink with a fugitive being hunted by the police was, after all, no small risk. But they had shared business interests in the past, and there was some history between them. That was the only reason for this meeting. Just then, the doorbell rang. Takashi immediately put down his glass, his expression tense. The man across from him waved a hand dismissively. Relax. It's probably just my bodyguard dropping off some snacks. I asked him to grab something to go with the drinks earlier. Hearing that, Takashi let out a quiet breath of relief. He stood up and walked over to the door. Peering through the people, no one was there. But then, a voice rang out, crisp and unmistakably close. Good evening, Mr. Yamanaka. I can hear your footsteps. An unfamiliar voice. Takashi's hand instinctively moved to the knife at his waist. Before he could warn the man inside, a thunderous crash shattered the silence. The supposedly sturdy stainless steel and aluminum security door buckled as if struck by a wrecking ball. Something that should have been solid and impenetrable now crumpled like paper. And then the entire door collapsed inward. You've got to be kidding me. Takashi stood there, dumbfounded. His body reacted before his mind could catch up, instinctively stepping back to avoid the falling door. But beyond that, he was frozen in place, incapable of processing what had just happened. The door crashed onto the floor with a heavy thud, crushing a shoe rack beneath it. The aluminum frame shattered into pieces, its parts scattering through the air amidst a cloud of dust. Standing at the entrance, wearing a hoodie and a mask, Haru's voice was calm as he said, "You weren't planning to open the door for me, so I had no choice but to invite myself in." Takashi stared at the fallen door, his face pale as a ghost. Well, that was certainly one way to be bold. Chapter 58, Off-Field Assistance. Kato Megumi, what the hell are you doing? What was that noise just now? The bearded man, who had been drinking inside, shot to his feet. The sudden crash had clearly startled him. Cursing under his breath, he stormed out of the room only to freeze at the sight before him. A masked man stood in the entryway, facing off against his friend, Takashi. And then there was the front door. Or what was left of it. The heavy steel security door now lay crumpled on the floor, as if it had been torn off its hinges by something inhuman. The man blinked. He had always prided himself on holding his liquor well. So either he was experiencing the most vivid alcohol-induced hallucination of his life, or am I suffering from alcohol poisoning? Neither of the two men in the entryway paid him any mind. Takashi, gripping a knife tightly in one hand, stared at the masked intruder with wary eyes. Do we have some kind of bad blood between us? The masked man, Haru, shook his head. Then, do we know each other? Another shake of the head. Wait a minute. Are you a cop? Takashi's voice rose in alarm. But even as he voiced the suspicion, he doubted it. What kind of cop dressed like that? You will know soon enough. The cryptic response made Takashi frown. Haru calmly pointed at the knife in his hand. I can tell you're a man with a talent for planning ahead. After tonight, your life will have a set schedule: meals, showers, sleep, everything taken care of. So. He smiled behind the mask. You might want to start thinking about your next move. For a second, both men just stared at him, processing his words. Then it hit them. A set schedule? Everything taken care of? This bastard was talking about prison. Like hell I will. Takashi snapped, turning to his friend. Koga, give me a hand. Without waiting for an answer, he lunged forward, knife aimed straight for Haru's heart. His attack was ruthless, his killing intent clear. Koga had just grabbed a chair, barely beginning to move, and then he saw it. A simple motion. Haru raised a hand, almost lazily, and slap. The sharp sound rang through the room. A split second later, Takashi was sent flying backward. With a loud crash, he slammed into the wall-mounted television, knocking it off its bracket. The screen shattered on impact, pieces of glass and plastic scattering across the floor. Takashi lay sprawled in the debris, his knife flung who knows where. He twitched, groaning in pain, but for all his struggling, he couldn't get up. The room fell into a stunned silence. You are training. Steel body, EXP plus 321, you are in combat. Martial arts, EXP plus 373, as expected, the experience gain was high. Haru turned to face Koga, who was still holding the chair. The man was frozen, eyes wide, looking as if someone had pressed pause on his life. Haru's voice was gentle. Koga-san, are you planning to make a move too? And not at all. I just thought this chair looked a little wobbly and wanted to check it. Koga forced a smile, hurriedly setting the chair down and seating himself like a well-behaved child. His ability to change expressions was almost on par with a certain British politician hearing news of the Prime Minister's passing. Fear was a strange thing. Once it stacked up, it could completely crush a person's will to fight. The first wave of fear came when Haru ripped the door off its hinges. The second came when Takashi was slapped out of existence. After that, Koga wasn't about to test his luck. What a shame. Haru murmured. The hairs on Koga's arms stood on end. What's a shame? Haru ignored him, looking back at the wreckage of the television. He had controlled his strength well, just enough to knock Takashi down, not seriously injure him. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, Takashi wobbled back to his feet. His eyes were filled with pure terror. I can't let my precious EXP source run away. Haru casually picked up the fallen knife and tossed it at Takashi's feet. Takashi froze. Pick it up. Let's continue. Haru said. Silence. Koga turned his head away, refusing to watch. For a man to willingly hand his opponent a weapon, he had to be either completely insane or absolutely confident in his own strength. Koga was sure Haru was the latter. You bastard, I'll kill you. Takashi's fear pushed him past his breaking point. 3 minutes later. He was face down on the floor, barely conscious. His body was covered in bruises, yet somehow, miraculously, there wasn't a single serious injury. And yet, the pain was so overwhelming that standing was out of the question. Haru, satisfied with his EXP gains, turned to Koga, who was now trembling in his seat. I already called the cops before I walked in. They should be here soon. Koga flinched. But then his shoulders sagged with relief. That's very kind of you. He stammered, his words barely coherent. For the first time in his life, a former Yakuza was desperate for the police to show up and take him away. Leaving the apartment, Haru didn't return to his car right away. Instead, he blended into the growing crowd of onlookers outside. The loud crash had drawn attention. Several residents had run outside, fearing structural issues with the building. It wasn't long before the police arrived. And as luck would have it, one of the officers was someone Haru had encountered before. Taking advantage of the moment when the officer's partner was busy questioning the bystanders, Haru casually stepped forward and stopped him. Yamanaka Takashi is upstairs, he said. The older police officer froze for a moment. He quickly stopped himself, grabbed Haru by the arm, and pulled him aside from the crowd. Amamiya-san, was this your doing again? He asked, visibly shocked. Haru nodded. The officer let out a helpless chuckle. And you're the one who called it in? Yes. The officer sighed, exasperated. Kid, how do you keep getting involved in these things? We told you last time having a sense of justice is great, and it's not wrong to want to stand up against criminals, but this kind of thing is too dangerous for you. He shook his head, looking both concerned and frustrated. Haru, already prepared with an excuse, replied smoothly, I just happened to hear about the fugitive's whereabouts and decided to check it out. The officer stared at him, clearly speechless. And? Did you get a good look? I did. How's Yamanaka holding up? His sleep quality isn't great. He's not asleep yet. The officer pinched the bridge of his nose before waving his colleagues forward. Let's go. As he turned to leave, he threw Haru a final warning. This was a big commotion. Don't be surprised if we show up at your place tomorrow. Haru didn't seem to mind. On the way upstairs, the younger officer beside him asked curiously, Senpai, who was that masked guy? You seemed to talk to him for a while. A very capable young man. The older officer replied. A familiar encounter back in the car. Haru's lawyer and driver breathed sighs of relief when they saw he was unharmed. Boss, what exactly happened? I swear I heard something being smashed apart. The driver said. Oh, that. Haru said nonchalantly. I accidentally took down someone's front door. Haha, boss, you're always joking. As they drove home, Haru watched the city lights flicker past the window. When the car neared Snow Ice Cream Shop, he suddenly had an idea and told the driver to slow down. It was closing time. The lights inside were dimmed, and no customers were visible, only a few figures cleaning up inside. After a moment, Aoyama Nanami stepped out carrying several garbage bags. It was almost an exact repeat of last time. The bags were clearly heavy, and she struggled under their weight. Haru, remembering how she had once dubbed him the guy who eats trash, chuckled to himself and walked over. Huh? It's you? Nanami blinked in surprise before her expression shifted to excitement. Haru reached out his hand toward her again. But this time, the girl quickly turned away, clutching the garbage bags protectively behind her like they were priceless treasures. She shot him a wary look. Haru paused. Honestly, she looked kind of adorable, all tense and ready to defend her trash. I'm not giving them to you this time, she declared, like a knight standing guard over sacred relics. Haru couldn't help but laugh. What, do you really think I'm some homeless guy who eats garbage? Wait. You mean you're not? She frowned. Then her eyes widened as realization dawned. Wait a second, that voice Amamiya-san? Can I take those now? Haru asked, still holding out his hand. Nanami just stood there, staring at him, her mind apparently short-circuiting. Without waiting for her to process, Haru grabbed the bags and turned to leave, just like last time. Hey! Amamiya-san. She hurried to catch up. He slowed his pace slightly. Something wrong? Of course something's wrong. She huffed, puffing up her cheeks. I have a ton of questions. How can you just walk away like that? It's late. You should get home and rest. We can talk another day. But the guy in the news, that was you, wasn't it? It was. Haru admitted without hesitation. Then, with the same ease, he walked off. Nanami stood frozen, watching his back as he disappeared. I might have just uncovered a huge secret. Her mind whirred with possibilities. An ordinary high school student by day. A crime-fighting hero by night? The thought was so ridiculous that she immediately dismissed it. But one thing was certain: she probably wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight. After returning home and taking a shower, Haru checked his stats. His jumping skill had reached level 6. Between his sparring sessions at the karate club and tonight's training with the fugitive, he had been intentionally focusing on dodging and movement. After all, real combat experience was the best way to rack up skill points. Teaching was also close to maxing out. He was genuinely curious what would happen when it hit the highest level. Fitness had already reached the cap, and that alone had shifted his entire fighting style. At 10:30 p.m., Haru lay in bed, casually texting Yukino. She had just finished her bath and was getting ready for bed. Haru, it's already so late. You should stop studying for the night. I know you're hardworking, but your health is more important. Yukino, I'm well aware. Haru, then let's talk about something interesting. Yukino, what, are you planning to flaunt your bizarre fetishes again? This time is it thigh-high socks? Stockings? Or something even more indecent? Haru was caught completely off guard by the sudden verbal barrage. Damn. She had been getting sharper ever since they started dating. The Yukino from before wouldn't have even mentioned such things. Haru, what kind of wild thoughts are you having now? I meant something actually interesting. Like how the script I gave you is about to start filming. I'll probably need to take a few days off to visit the company. Want to come with me? Yukino, oh, so you want to show me off to everyone? Haru, you saw right through me. Yukino, I suppose it makes sense. A girl as adorable as me dating you, it'd be weirder if you didn't flaunt it. Haru, wow, that was some sudden self-absorption. Be careful, or I might have to use my ultimate technique on you. Yukino sent back a smug panda emoji, clearly unimpressed. Haru, remember how I massaged your legs last time? If you want, I could teach you how to do it. Free of charge. This time, she didn't respond immediately. Because, on the other side of the screen, Yukino was sitting in bed, her face burning red. She had completely forgotten about that moment. But now that Haru had brought it up, all she could think about was his precise, deliberate touch. Tonight, her dreams were probably going to be filled him playing with her legs. Yukino bit her lip, glaring at her phone. Haru, you are so dead. Haru, good night, my dear Yukino. Humphrey. Running away now, are you? She tossed her phone onto the bed, turned off the lights, and pulled the covers over her head. One overly sweet goodnight message wasn't enough to make up for his teasing. She would definitely make him pay for it at school tomorrow. The next morning, after greeting a few familiar classmates, Haru had just taken his seat when a group of girls excitedly gathered around him, their faces full of curiosity. Amamiya-san, we have a question for you. Oh? You already heard about my 1 against 10 achievement? Eh? The girls were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Do you even need to ask? That news spread through the entire school ages ago. So, what do you want to ask? Is it true that you have a girlfriend? Yep, bad news for you all, you're out of luck. Haru teased. Ha. You wish. It's not like we even like you in the first place. The girls shot back playfully. Then, they confidently shared their own theory. Your girlfriend is Yukinoshita-san, right? You two are always together. Who in their right mind would want to compete with that? Just standing near her is enough to make anyone feel inferior. Gossip among girls spread faster than wildfire. By midday, the entire school knew that Haru was dating Yukino. And the students, always eager for fresh drama, welcomed the news with open arms. They hadn't even finished digesting the karate club showdown gossip, and now a brand new scandal had landed right in their laps. The girls who admired Haru felt a little disappointed, but not devastated. After all, many students had already noticed how often he and Yukino were seen together. Even if there hadn't been solid proof before, everyone had their suspicions. Everyone, that is, except for Utaha, who was eating her lunch in silence. Bad news. She muttered, lightly gripping her chopsticks with a sigh. She had expected this day to come, but witnessing it firsthand still stung. Feeling a gaze on her, she turned to see Kato Megumi watching her closely. Quickly composing herself, she forced a calm expression and said, "I'm fine." Just lost in thought for a moment. Megumi nodded, not calling out her obvious lie. After a few seconds of hesitation, Utaha's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Can you do me a favor?" Meanwhile, on the other side of the school. As soon as Haru finished his lunch, a group of boys surrounded him. Judging by the fire in their eyes, he assumed they were also here to grill him about his relationship with Yukino. But instead, they eagerly asked, "Amamiya, are you seriously just a substitute sparring partner in the karate club?" Haru blinked. Oh. So that's what they were excited about. Turns out, these guys weren't here for the romance gossip at all. It was admiration pure, unfiltered awe. Haru recalled how, back in middle school, he had taken an interest in the Aikido club because Yukino practiced it. That year, the club had performed well in a city tournament, and its leader, an unimposing, stocky senior, became a figure of reverence among the male students. Now, seeing the same starry-eyed expressions directed at him, Haru asked, "Are you guys thinking about joining the karate club?" "Yes. If you're only a substitute and you're this strong, then the club captain must be on a whole other level." Their response was immediate, their excitement unwavering. Clearly, Haru's 1 against 10 feat had completely swept away their sense of reason. Being responsible, he decided to clarify, "It's true that I'm a substitute, but my situation is different. I've been training in various martial arts since I was a kid, so you can't really use me as a reference." As expected. Senior Oyama was right. "You strong types are always so humble," one of them exclaimed, shaking his head in amazement. "Haru? Oh, so that's why they all came looking for me in the middle of lunch. Oyama must have hyped me up again." Having been in the karate club for a while, Haru was well aware that the senior members were his #1 fan club. Most likely, their over-the-top praise was just a tactic to recruit more members. Understanding their motive, Haru put on a serious expression and said, "The secret to getting stronger is hidden within the karate club. If you want it, you'll have to find it for yourselves." "Oh, come on. That's straight out of One Piece. Never thought you were an anime nerd, Amamiya." The group burst into laughter, their excitement still high, but now with a sense of camaraderie. Joking around, they decided to pay the karate club a visit. That day, Haru's name was on everyone's lips. Rumors spread like wildfire, and by the time school ended, he made a swift retreat straight to the photography club. There was no way he was heading to the dojo today. It was bound to be packed with curious onlookers. "I knew you'd be hiding here," Yukino remarked as soon as he entered. With all the gossip swirling around, she had expected him to slip away. According to his own words, this was called a tactical retreat. Can't be helped. Everyone's way too enthusiastic. I need to lay low for a couple of days. Haru sighed dramatically, playing up his exhaustion. For the rest of the afternoon, he focused on teaching in the photography club, gathering experience while discreetly observing everyone's reactions. Seeing that Utaha had seemingly composed herself and was paying full attention to his lesson, he felt relieved. He had never intended for anything to happen between them, but since she was part of the club now, he felt responsible for looking after her. Besides, it was obvious that Yukino took this upcoming film project very seriously. When Kato Megumi called Haru away for something, Utaha set down her pen and quietly followed him with her gaze. At lunch, despite her best efforts to act normal, she had eventually caved and asked Megumi for a favor. And now, it seemed like Megumi had found the perfect moment to help her out. Chapter 59, I'm in sage mode now. Utaha tried to suppress the nervous anticipation bubbling inside her, pretending to focus on her notes. In the quiet room, no one except Haru noticed anything unusual about her. Even Yukino, usually sharp and observant, didn't catch on. She wasn't the type to scrutinize others every second. There were more important matters at hand. The only reason Haru picked up on it was because of his auto-aim skill. Just a moment ago, when he answered Utaha's question, his skill had locked onto her. Whether it was the subtle shift in her emotions or the way her black-stockinged legs pressed together under the table, he noticed it all. But noticing was one thing, he didn't dwell on it. Utaha seemed to be in a good state of mind today, meaning there wouldn't be any issues with the upcoming shoot. After finishing his explanation to Megumi Kato, he was about to leave when she suddenly asked, "Amamiya-san, do you ever come back to practice after club activities?" Her voice was soft, but in the hushed room, it rang out clearly. Almost everyone turned to look. "Unless I forget something, I don't usually come back." "But why do you ask?" Megumi replied casually, "I heard the choir club's president does that often. The other day, a member accidentally caught him." Ah. Haru remembered hearing that rumor earlier today, buried somewhere within the gossip about him and Yukino. From across the room, Yukino averted her gaze. So, the rumors about the choir club were true after all. I respect his dedication, but that's not something I'd do. I go straight home every day. I don't linger outside much. Haru explained. Megumi seemed to be warming up to the conversation. I thought that after hearing the rumor, you might not return to the club but would still find time to practice on your own. Like what? For example, everyone can tell that Yukinoshita-san wants this shoot to be perfect. I figured you might be scouting locations to help her. Not at all. Just as he spoke, he noticed Yukino looking at him. Haru smiled and shook his head, signaling that he truly hadn't meddled. Yukino didn't comment. Although, given Haru's personality, she wouldn't have been surprised if he had. Sensing this unspoken thought, Haru turned back to Megumi. I already said the shoot depends on you all. I'll only step in when absolutely necessary, no more, no less. Noticing Megumi's lingering gaze, he added, I probably won't leave my house all week. Oh, except tonight. I need to go buy some things. I see. Guess I overthought it. With that, Megumi returned to her script. From the corner of his eye, Haru saw a flicker of change in Utaha's expression. Thanks, Kato. Now that neither of the girls was paying attention to him anymore, Haru didn't bother figuring out why. Megumi's sudden question had scattered his thoughts anyway. As he settled back into his seat, he saw that everyone was diligently working. His teaching skill had even gained some experience points, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. It felt just like finally beating a tough boss after countless failed attempts in a game. At this moment, he felt completely content without desire or distraction. Not even Yukino's slender waist and legs, Utaha's curves and charm, or Megumi's occasional glimpses of cuteness could shake him. This was his own version of sage mode. A sudden cough snapped him out of his thoughts. Regaining focus, he saw Yukino shooting him a subtle glare. What did I do? He paused for a second, then realized that while zoning out, his gaze had landed squarely on Yukino's stocking-clad legs. No wonder she had coughed to get his attention. Glancing at the focused club members, Haru picked up a notepad and continued his silent exchange with Megumi from earlier. He scribbled, You're overthinking. I'm in sage mode. Right now nothing can stir my interest. Then, he passed the notepad to Yukino. She eyed it curiously. The moment she read it, her beautiful face twisted into a look of sheer exasperation. Seeing that she wasn't taking it, Haru simply shoved the notebook into her hands. Sighing, Yukino gave him a sidelong glance before writing, Should I praise your childishness? I haven't played this passing notes game since elementary school. Haru replied with a dead serious expression, Focus on what I said. Yukino, sage is supposed to be a noble word, yet when you use it, it sounds incredibly untrustworthy. Haru fell silent. Of course, Yukino wouldn't understand the sage mode reference. And he wasn't about to dig his own grave by explaining it. After all, he had already made a reckless mistake last night. She still hadn't confronted him about it yet. So, to smooth things over, he finished with a compliment, Oh gracious and lovely Lady Yukinoshita, please forgive my impertinence. The moment she read it, Yukino instantly understood he was referring to last night. She let out a dry chuckle but didn't give him a definitive response. Haru had a bad feeling about this. Luckily, Yukino was too focused on club matters to bring it up, and even after they went home, she didn't seek him out for payback. Meanwhile, after dinner, Haru lounged in the living room, petting his cat and waiting for news. By the time the clock hit 7 p.m., neither the police nor any unexpected visitors had shown up. Just as he was wondering about it, his phone rang. It was his father. Over the call, his father mentioned that a soon-to-be-promoted police inspector, Yuto Yuki, had contacted them. Apparently, Yuki had initially reached out through the Yukinoshita family, and this afternoon, he had called again, all of it relating to Haru. Haru quickly pieced it together. No wonder the inspector hadn't interfered in his previous incident. He had been waiting for the right opportunity to advance his career. Haru didn't hide anything and gave his father a brief rundown of the situation. I see. His name is Yuto Yuki. He probably learned about your heroic deeds and decided to step in. He'll likely smooth things over again this time. After the call ended, Haru sighed in admiration. Talented people really don't let opportunities slip by. All he had done was get into an altercation on the street, yet the inspector had used it as a stepping stone for his promotion. At least this saved Haru a trip to the police station. Originally, he had planned to cooperate with their investigation, but now he didn't need to. I'm heading out. Meow. After greeting his orange tabby, Haru grabbed his phone and stepped outside. They were running low on tea and fruit at home. If Yukino came over and found nothing, she would definitely nag him about it. On his way back from the store, Haru noticed a crowd gathered in front of a convenience store. He had no intention of getting involved but glanced over anyway. A motorcycle lay overturned, a man was on the ground, and a woman was frantically making a phone call. Just a regular traffic accident. He was about to walk away when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the edge of the crowd. Tall and curvy, dressed in her usual impeccable uniform, with sleek black hair cascading over her shoulders, stunning to the point of being unreal. It was Yutaha. She was craning her neck to see what was going on. After seemingly satisfying her curiosity, she turned her head only to lock eyes with Haru. For a brief second, she froze. Then, a delighted smile spread across her youthful face. What a coincidence. What are you doing here? Before he could answer, she was already walking toward him. Haru greeted her with a smile while glancing at the small bag in her hand. The bag wasn't tied shut, making it easy to see the neatly packaged charger inside. Yutaha also noticed his gaze and lifted the bag slightly as if to show him. My spare charger broke, and since I just finished revising the opening of my new book, I thought I'd come out and buy a new one. What about you? Here to buy some fruit? She had seen the apples and pears in Haru's bag. Yeah, we ran out at home. Haru nodded. So, are you walking with me, or staying to watch the commotion? I'll walk with you. Nothing worth seeing there. True. They avoided the crowd and continued on their way. Given that Haru was now dating Yukino, the atmosphere between them felt somewhat awkward. Even the topics they could talk about seemed limited. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Yutaha enjoyed this moment. Even if they had nothing to talk about, she still liked it. And she savored it. Nothing else really mattered. Just like how she would never tell him that she actually knew the general area where he lived and had been waiting on this path for 2.5 hours. Nor would she tell him how hard she had to suppress the excitement in her heart when she finally saw him appear, pretending instead to be part of the crowd watching the commotion. Buying a charger was both an excuse and not. She had known for a while that her spare charger was broken but had never been in a rush to replace it. Today, however, the excuse came in handy. Half true, half false. This was the best way to avoid suspicion. If Kazekage were here, she would probably say, "Senpai, you're being impatient again." Yutaha knew it too. But some emotions were beyond her control. Whenever she felt uneasy, she wanted to see Haru, even though he was already someone else's boyfriend and might not have any feelings for her at all. Yet, just walking beside him now, exchanging occasional words about school, she felt inexplicably content. Like a hamster that failed to store enough food for winter, secretly nibbling on a rare treat in the cold. It wasn't overwhelming joy, but it was enough for now. She probably hadn't even realized that because the person she liked was so dazzling, the once proud Yutaha had started doing things she would never have done before, all because of the creeping feeling of inferiority. I just remembered something. Why don't you go ahead? Haru stopped at the intersection. Yutaha deliberately teased, now that you have a girlfriend, are you planning to keep your distance from all other girls? Where did that come from? I just remembered Koji and the others. You've met them before, the group of young guys trying their best to stream. I haven't checked in on them for a while, so I thought I'd stop by. Oh, them. For some reason, as she said that, her expression became rather strange. A subtle, indescribable kind of strange. And then she gave him the answer. I was a little curious about what you taught them, so I looked up their channel and watched them stream for 2 days. As she spoke, her gaze toward him became even more peculiar. Haru cleared his throat. And? What did you think? Ridiculous. Yutaha gave a single-word response. Then, rubbing her temples as if in mild pain, she added, maybe ridiculous isn't quite the right word, but I can't think of anything better. It's just bizarre. And yet, their streams are insanely popular. I started questioning my own perception. In Chinese, we call that abstract content. Haru chuckled awkwardly. After all, even he found it hard to describe abstract culture. If something looks abstract, then it is abstract. The idea had been his, and Yutaha and Kazekage had been there to witness the whole thing. Now he was curious, had Megumi also checked out the streams? And what did she think of them? Abstract? Yutaha repeated the word with an odd pronunciation. Then, quite naturally, she added, I haven't learned that part yet. Learned what? Haru was confused. Chinese. She said it like it was no big deal. Oh, I see. Haru nodded, choosing not to press further. His instincts told him that she was learning Chinese most likely because of Yukino. As they walked toward the street filled with amateur streamers, Yutaha brought up a topic. Did you see the news today? No. Haru had a hunch about what she was going to say. That hooded vigilante who went viral in short videos last time is in the news again today. As expected, she brought it up. Haru played along. I think I've heard of him, but sudden viral news like this isn't uncommon. It's happened before. Yutaha, however, said, I feel like this time is different. He's made the news twice now for helping to catch criminals. The police even confirmed that he's been acting as a vigilante. She paused briefly before chuckling. Just hearing about it, you'd probably think he's some young guy burning with Chunabiu's spirit. But he really is doing good things. Haru was slightly surprised. If even Utaha was taking an interest in this, then the gossip-loving masses must be paying even closer attention. He figured the media's frenzy was likely because the police had confirmed the vigilantes' actions, making it safer for them to report. That, in turn, fueled public enthusiasm. But what does this hooded guy have to do with me? Before long, they found Koji and his friends. Compared to the early days when no one paid them any attention, their popularity had skyrocketed. Now, a crowd of young people surrounded them, streaming their performances live. Haru didn't go over to greet them. For one, he didn't want to interrupt their work or appear on camera. The other reason? He recognized all of their outfits. He could keep a straight face from a distance, but if he got too close and started talking, he knew he'd crack up. From game characters to real-life celebrities, their cosplay lineup was wild. Standing beside Haru, Utaha watched for a while before frowning slightly. She really couldn't handle this kind of streaming culture. To her, it was pure chaos. Haru's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. If you're not comfortable, we can head back. Utaha turned to see his calm expression. You're leaving already? If you want to say hi, don't worry about me. She wanted to show that she was understanding. Haru gave her a complicated look. You really think I can just go up and talk to them? What if I accidentally end up on their live stream? Utaha smirked. Then by tomorrow, you'll be the latest school gossip streamer Amamiya Haru, live 1v10. Did you really just say that? Well, I did spend 2 days watching their chat. I saw the comments too. Impressive. No wonder you're the top student in our year. Your learning ability is terrifying. Thank you for the compliment. They turned and walked away together. The two started walking back. As they moved along the street, Haru noticed 3 high school boys gathered on the sidewalk, watching something. 2 of them looked familiar. One was the blonde guy who had warned him about the broken water faucet at the park. The other was the wannabe literary youth who had dramatically mused about the wind being restless on the grass. See, Tadakuni. I told you the hooded hero is blowing up. Look at how many streamers are copying his look. This is ridiculous. The way they joke around on camera doesn't match the righteous image the hooded hero has in the news. Exactly. I feel the same way. The 3 chatted for a bit, seemingly unimpressed with what they were watching. Then, they happened to cross paths with Haru and Utaha. The boy with glasses froze. It's you? His voice immediately became awkward. The blonde guy, however, remained composed. Oh, I remember you. We met at the park that day. Haru hadn't planned to say anything, but since they greeted him first, he smiled and nodded. Yeah, thanks for the heads up back then. Ah, that was just a small thing. The blonde boy trailed off mid-sentence, his expression suddenly growing serious. The boy with glasses also seemed tense. Only the third boy, with delicate features, looked confused. Haru was baffled. What's wrong? The blonde boy spoke in a grave tone. You're a normie. The glasses-wearing boy nodded in agreement. I suspected it the moment I saw you. You're definitely a normie. How infuriating. The third boy let out a sigh. Hey, you two, don't just throw around rude accusations like that. Haru chuckled, just about to clarify when Utaha suddenly smiled and spoke first. You got it wrong. I'm not his girlfriend. Huh? Haru blinked. So, it looks like Senpai is back to her usual self? That's a relief. Yashitake, do you believe that? Nope. Tadakuni, what about you? I don't believe it either. The 3 boys walked off, their voices filled with envy and frustration. The last time I saw him, he was with another girl. And she was really beautiful. What? There's another one? As they left, a metaphorical dark cloud seemed to hover over their heads. Utaha withdrew her gaze and asked curiously, are they people you know? Sort of. I just didn't expect to run into them here. Haru thought to himself, so many coincidences today. Then he recalled something. In the scene he had glimpsed before his transmigration, those 3 seemed to spend their days in the same dull routine. So, running into them like this wasn't all that surprising. Turning to the girl beside him, Haru said, since you don't like places like this, I'll walk you home first. Utaha blinked, her clear eyes reflecting his face. She wasn't used to this kind of atmosphere, that much was true. But she also knew Haru got along well with those streamers. She had originally planned to just keep him company, figuring that even if she didn't enjoy it, she could endure it for a while. What she hadn't expected was for Haru to notice her discomfort right away and then, without hesitation, repeat his offer. To have someone who understands your warmth and your sorrow. If only she could walk through life with such a person by her side. As she followed him, Yutaha found herself longing for a summer love story that belonged to her alone. But unfortunately, he already had a girlfriend. Yutaha quietly watched his face. Just then, a group of streamers and their excited fans approached from behind. Haru reached out and gently pulled her back. "Step aside." Once the lively crowd had passed, he teased, "Spacing out in the middle of the street is dangerous. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, you might have been swept away." "Thanks." Surprisingly, Yutaha didn't say anything else, just a simple word of gratitude. She rubbed her knee. A girl had bumped into her earlier, and it still hurt a little. But when she straightened up again, she didn't mention it. Instead, she simply said, "Let's go. I should head home." Haru watched her quietly. He remembered she could be stubborn sometimes, holding on even when she was struggling. They walked for a while, but soon, her steps grew uneven. Still, she refused to show any sign of weakness. "Stop." Haru sighed, exasperated. When Yutaha turned to him with a questioning look, he asked, "Is it really that hard for you to ask me for help?" Chapter 60, Yutaha's Embarrassment. Is it really that hard to ask me for help? Yutaha hadn't expected Haru to say that. She hesitated for a couple of seconds, then shook her head as she looked at his exasperated expression. "I just need a moment to rest." Haru didn't feel like arguing with her. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called for a driver. Since he didn't make an effort to be discreet, Yutaha could hear everything clearly. She felt a twinge of disappointment. Honestly, she had been hoping he would carry her on his back like last time. She had a great figure, after all. Large chest, slender waist. She wouldn't have minded letting him take advantage of that. Before long, the driver arrived. Haru opened the car door for her. "Get in first." "Thanks." Yutaha didn't say anything extra. As the car started moving, Haru noticed her right hand still resting on her knee. "Still hurts?" he asked with concern. "Just a little," she replied with a calm smile. Haru gave a small nod. "Better check it again once you're home, just in case. If needed, put on some ointment. Wouldn't want you limping around school tomorrow. People might think I beat you or something." This time, Yutaha's smile felt more genuine. "Even if I told people you hit me, no one would believe it." Haru smacked his forehead. "True. I'm at peak popularity right now. Half the guys at school want to learn my tricks. Wait. Now that you mention it, doesn't that mean I could totally rule the school?" Seeing him get more and more carried away, Yutaha chuckled. "If you try that, the principal will be the first to put you in your place. TCH. So much for that idea. It's not a total loss. At least you've gained a whole group of admirers. Thanks for the consolation." The atmosphere between them had returned to its usual comfortable rhythm. But Yutaha knew it wasn't quite the same as before. When had she started liking him? That childhood encounter didn't count. Back then, she had been just a kid, and he was just some boy showing off at a high jump competition. It had left an impression, sure. When they reunited years later, she had been pleasantly surprised. "I'm curious about him." Back then, when she had said, "I'm curious about you," she had meant it. As they spent more time together, she found him reliable. She liked seeing him focused and hardworking in their club. She also liked his playful, unserious side in private. That time she tricked him into bringing her an umbrella when he actually came, running through the heavy rain just because of a single sentence from her. That was when she truly fell for him. And then, when he had carried her to the infirmary. She had felt so safe. Even entertained the childish thought, if only this could last forever. Of course, she knew. He hadn't done it because he liked her. He was just the type to take care of people he was close to. She had seen it in the way he treated everyone in the club. "I kind of regret it." Yutaha suddenly spoke. Haru looked confused. "Regret coming out today? Or something else?" "Regret not making a move the first time I met you. If I had, at least I wouldn't be completely outmatched by Yukinoshita." Yutaha smiled, avoiding his gaze. "Seriously, must you always speak in riddles? I hate cryptic comments like that." Haru grumbled. Yutaha smoothly changed the subject. "I'll be sending you and Yukinoshita-san my manuscript in a few days." That transition was way too forced. Even when the car stopped at her house, she still didn't let Haru know what she had meant. "Thanks for the ride. See you tomorrow." She walked away casually. At least, she made it look that way. So weird. Just as Haru was about to tell the driver to leave, he noticed a figure standing on the balcony, watching him. Their eyes met. The person frowned and turned away. Haru narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. "Boss, heading back now?" the driver asked. "Hold on a bit." Haru waved him off, keeping the car parked at the curb. Meanwhile, Yutaha unlocked the front door. The calm composure she had maintained earlier was gone. All that remained was a look of quiet sorrow. I don't see any chance of winning. She murmured the words to herself. Taking 2 deep breaths, she slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to pull it together. She had plenty of things to focus on. Breaking apart at the first sign of pain that wasn't who she was. Just like Haru had thought earlier, she, too, had a side that refused to give up. Stepping inside, she switched into her slippers and wearily walked in. And immediately, she saw her parents sitting properly in the living room, both staring straight at her. For some reason, she felt a little guilty. But her poker face was good. She spoke first. "Were you guys waiting for me?" Her father remained silent, his expression stern. Her mother hesitated before speaking in a gentle voice. "Utaha, are you hiding something from us?" Utaha wasn't some clueless teenage girl new to romance. She easily deflected with a joke. "Of course. I'm not a kid anymore. Your daughter's at the age where she's got secrets." Normally, her mother would laugh and tease her in return. But not today. Instead, she sighed. "No wonder you've been acting different lately. So that's how it is." Utaha blinked. "What do you mean?" Her father finally spoke, his tone complicated. "We've noticed the way you've been at home these past few days. I'm not around during the day, but your mother has been keeping an eye on you." Then, after a pause, he continued, "Utaha, are you dating someone?" The fact that her father was the one asking made the moment all the more serious. Utaha froze. Then, she quickly smiled. "Nope. If I had a boyfriend, I'd tell you right away." "Amamiya Haru," her mother said, voicing a single name. Utaha's expression stiffened. Her parents exchanged a glance. That reaction was all the confirmation they needed. Trying to keep her composure, Utaha responded lightly, "So, Mom, you think I'm dating Haru? Are you not?" Her mother's tone was soft, but her gaze was sharp. Her father's voice, in contrast, had grown gentler. "Did you two have a fight? You've been out of sorts lately. You act normal, but we're your parents, you can't fool us." Thump, thump. Utaha felt her heart race. Was I that obvious? Frustration flickered in her mind. She had tried so hard to act the same as always, determined not to let them see through her. And yet, they had. Lying to the parents who raised you was never an easy task. If they truly fell for it, it only meant they loved you so much that they refused to doubt you. Utaha understood this all too well. Now, as her parents stayed up late, waiting for her to come home, it was clear her recent behavior had made them deeply worried. So much so that they felt the need to have a serious talk with her. For someone who always prided herself on being calm and observant, she suddenly found herself at a loss in front of them. Even her usually sharp wit, her greatest weapon in arguments, seemed to abandon her. Seeing their daughter fall silent, her mother gently took her hand and led her to sit down. "Don't overthink it," she said softly. "We're not the kind of parents who would stand in your way. If you've found someone you like, we'll support you." Her father, sitting on the side, muttered, "At the very least, I need to check him out myself." Her mother shot him a glare. "Is now really the time for that? Can't you see our daughter isn't in a good mood?" Grumbling, he fell silent. Utaha felt touched. She lowered her gaze and said quietly, "I haven't been in the best mood lately, but you're misunderstanding things." Her father suddenly spoke up. "That guy just sent you home, didn't he?" She froze. Had he seen? Her mother held her hand and spoke in the same gentle tone. "Earlier, you said you were going out to buy a spare charger. But you must have forgotten you said the same thing last month. Back then, I even offered to buy it for you while shopping, but you turned me down." Utaha stiffened. She had successfully fooled Haru with that excuse but not her own parents. Her mother's attention to detail in daily life was something she had grown so used to that she hadn't even considered this slip-up before leaving. "What did you two fight about?" Her father's tone was displeased, like he was ready to step in and defend her. Utaha felt both moved and exasperated. "Dad, I'm not dating him, and we definitely didn't fight. He did give me a ride home, but we just ran into each other on the way." "Just classmates, huh?" Her father's voice carried a suspicious pause. It was obvious he wasn't buying it. He got up, walked to the window, and pointed outside. "If he's really just a classmate, then why is he still waiting out there?" "What?" Utaha's breath caught. She shot up from her seat, rushing to the window so fast she forgot about the pain in her knee. The car was still parked in the same spot. Leaning against the hood was a familiar figure, standing under the dim glow of the street lamp. She felt a mix of emotions, both confusion and a flicker of joy. Confusion because why was he still there? Joy because the person she wanted to see was still within sight. Her father watched her reaction, his expression darkening. "You still say you're not dating him?" Her mother also walked over. Seeing the boy under the street lamp, she gasped and covered her mouth. "Haru is still there?" "Utaha, Is he waiting for you to go make up with him? The momentary joy in Yutaha's heart was instantly doused by her mother's words. She rubbed her temples, exhausted. I told you, we're not dating. He already has a girlfriend. What? He has a girlfriend? That single sentence was like a spark thrown into dry tinder, igniting the frustration already smoldering in her father's chest. I'm going to have a talk with him. Without hesitation, he stormed toward the door. Wait. Yutaha panicked for real this time and hurried after him. So that boy has a girlfriend? Is it the girl who came over with him last time? No. That girl was pretty, but nowhere near as good as my Yutaha. Her mother mumbled to herself in confusion before quickly putting on her shoes and following them just in case father and daughter did something reckless. Meanwhile Haru, standing under the street lamp, suddenly saw the entire Kazekage family charging toward him. Judging by the father's aggressive aura, it looked like he was about to challenge him to a duel under the moonlight. I knew it. Haru sighed, slipping his phone into his pocket and standing up straight. As Kazekage's father closed in, he put on a polite smile. Uncle, and, I'm sorry if I disturbed your evening. He was so courteous and composed that the previously fuming man suddenly hesitated, like someone who had been ready to throw a punch but stopped just short. Yutaha arrived right after, still in her indoor slippers, panting slightly. She shot Haru an apologetic look. Finally, her mother reached them. The moment she heard Haru's voice, her expression softened. Thank you for bringing Yutaha home, Haru. She said with a smile. But why are you still here? Her words were phrased as concern and gratitude, yet subtly carried the intent to probe for answers. At the same time, she discreetly tugged at her husband's sleeve, her way of saying, let me handle this. It was no surprise that a woman who raised someone as sharp as Yutaha had her own formidable skills. Haru's perceptive instincts kicked in, noticing every tiny movement and exchange of glances. He let out a helpless sigh, looking at the father who was still eyeing him with suspicion. I knew this would cause a misunderstanding, he said with a wry smile. Kazekage-senpai, this is a little unfair, don't you think? All I did was take you to a live stream that you didn't enjoy, and now you've sent your parents after me as punishment? Isn't that a bit too much? Huh? The entire Kazekage family was stunned. Haru kept the same expression. I didn't expect you to react so strongly that even when you got home, you were still in a bad mood. Judging by how your parents came to confront me, you must not have told them the whole truth. Now they think I bullied you. The family of three fell silent again. Finally, Kazekage's father turned his head stiffly toward his daughter and asked, is that true? Regaining her usual composure from school, Yutaha averted her eyes awkwardly and played along. Sorry, I thought it was just a small matter, so I didn't tell you. But Haru interrupted, not a small matter, right? You accidentally hit your knee earlier, and it looked painful. With that and everything else combined, I doubt you recovered from it so quickly. He played his second card, family. What? Yutaha, you got hurt? Both parents were immediately distracted, their concern shifting to their daughter. Yutaha suddenly felt something strange. Haru's words were half true, half exaggerated, just like how she had deceived him before. Was this karma? Except instead of coming back to him, it was bouncing straight to her parents. But this was a rare opportunity. Yutaha seized it quickly, explaining that she had already checked and it was just a minor injury. If you're still worried, I'll apply some medicine properly after I take a bath. Her words finally eased her parents' concerns. Her father no longer seemed intent on interrogating Amamiya Haru. Instead, in a muffled tone, he asked, Amamiya-san, you and our Yutaha. We're classmates. And friends. Amamiya Haru replied calmly. Her father froze for a moment. Yutaha took the chance and pressed on, now do you believe me? I told you before, Amamiya-kun and I are just friends. We're not dating. Haru seemed surprised, then chuckled. So that's what this was about. No wonder Uncle looked like he wanted to punch me earlier. I already have a girlfriend. Her father's face flushed red embarrassment, shame, and all kinds of emotions surfaced at once. In the end, he awkwardly apologized to Haru. There's no need to apologize. Haru said casually. If I thought my daughter was being bullied, I'd probably be even more impulsive than you. He gestured toward a brick by the roadside. With my temper, I might have just grabbed a brick and gone for it. His self-deprecating humor instantly lightened the mood. Kazekage's father couldn't help but laugh a little. At that moment, her mother smiled and said, looks like we misunderstood this time. We almost caused you trouble. But we couldn't help it. Yutaha has been acting strangely these past few days, so my husband and I got a bit worried. Impressive, this auntie. Haru silently admired her. She hadn't let go of her doubts, yet instead of probing or testing him, she had brought it up in a casual, conversational tone. This way, there was no reason for him to feel offended. Instead, It naturally pushed him to explain. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had climbed his way up from an ordinary employer to a leadership position. He had no powerful connections, just experience dealing with all kinds of people. Acting strangely? That makes sense. She's been pretending like nothing happened at school, so it must be bothering her a lot. Haru put on a look of sudden realization. Kazekage parents immediately took the bait. Tell us more. Speaking in a relaxed tone, Haru continued, it's nothing serious, really. Uncle, Andy, you know she joined the photography club, right? They nodded. Well, I had high expectations for the club, so my recruitment standards were strict. Senpai has always been outstanding. I heard from upperclassmen that she's been ranked first in her grade since she enrolled. His explanation was mixed with praise, making Kazemajoka's parents beam with pride. She's not that amazing. Her father said modestly. Just generally excellent. Haru chuckled. She's definitely outstanding. But as I said, my recruitment standards are high. So the students in our club are all incredibly talented. Honestly, I'm even worried I won't be able to keep my position as club president for long. This time, they understood. So Utaha felt pressured? I wouldn't use the word pressured, that would be disrespectful to her. Haru's tone turned serious. Seeing his solemn expression, Kazemajoka's parents unconsciously straightened their backs, taking on a serious attitude as well. Senpai has an admirable competitive spirit, as well as her own unique perseverance and determination. Haru continued. Because of that, when she saw even stronger students in the club, she didn't get discouraged, she pushed herself to improve. Then, he turned to Utaha and spoke gently, I really respect your dedication, but overworking yourself to the point of exhaustion isn't good. Don't do that again, or everyone will be worried about you. Utaha stared at him, stunned. Her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. Especially when she saw her parents nodding in agreement, urging her to promise, their expressions full of approval toward Haru. She was completely caught off guard. Her parents' probing questions had left her at a loss, but he had effortlessly diffused the entire situation with just a few words. So easily. As if it were nothing. She felt dizzy. Biting her lower lip tightly, she realized at this moment, Haru's presence was overwhelmingly attractive to her. Chapter 61, a bold move. It all lines up, every single detail. The Kazemajoka couple was now completely convinced by Haru's words. They had no choice. His explanation, though a mix of truth and fabrication, had been delivered so naturally, and their daughter had even backed it up with her own testimony. Everything made sense now. The couple once again apologized to Haru. Only now did they realize that their daughter wasn't in a relationship, let alone having issues with one. It had all been a complete misunderstanding on their part. And Haru's theory about competitive spirit and determination? It seemed entirely reasonable to them. After all, they knew just how exceptional their daughter was. And exceptional people often possessed a strong competitive drive. Such a shame it's already so late. Otherwise, we'd insist on inviting you in for dinner. Utaha's father said sincerely. It was just a small misunderstanding. Now that it's cleared up, there's no need to dwell on it. Haru replied with a smile. That answer earned him even more favor from the couple. Utaha's mother turned to her daughter. It's getting late. Let's not keep Amamiya-kun any longer. Come inside. You go ahead. I'd like to talk to him for a moment. Utaha shook her head. The couple didn't object, giving Haru a nod before heading inside. As soon as the door closed behind them, Utaha dropped the act, her gaze soft and shimmering. Thank you. You were incredibly calm just now. I had to be. Your dad looked like he was ready to punch me. Haru shrugged. Utaha giggled, pressing her lips together. He wouldn't actually do that. After a pause, her eyes sparkled. But you really were amazing. I was completely stuck, and you still managed to smooth things over. Haru gave her a knowing look, but said nothing. Utaha's cheeks reddened slightly, a rare hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. I did mess up today. I didn't expect them to react that strongly. She admitted. You're their daughter. It'd be strange if they didn't react. Haru pointed out. Utaha felt even more awkward. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at him, a little anxious yet hopeful. You stayed here just to help me? What else? You think I was just leaning against the car, looking cool under the streetlights? That does sound like something you'd do. Hey, that's slander. You know that's illegal, right? Seeing him pretend to be offended, Utaha's eyes filled with laughter. But the more she smiled, the heavier her heart felt. She thought of his girlfriend. And suddenly, she felt suffocated. Haru mistook her silence for lingering worry about her parents and reassured her. When I saw you get out of the car looking so troubled, I figured you'd have a rough time at home. Utaha thought back to how he had effortlessly handled everything. A soft smile spread across her lips. So you waited here until you were sure I was okay? Haru nodded. She averted her gaze, her voice quieter. You know me really well. Not really. I just tend to think things through. He corrected. Yeah. She repeated the word, her lips barely moving. Then she murmured, if it were someone else in the club, you'd do the same thing for them, wouldn't you? Haru noticed the shift in mood and tried to lighten things up. That's what it means to be a responsible and dignified club president. But Yutaha didn't take the bait. She lowered her head and stayed silent. Haru's heart sank. So, she hadn't moved on after all. Under the street lights, she stood quietly, lost in thought. The warm glow illuminated her elegant figure, her long, slender legs wrapped in dark stockings, the curves of her body subtly outlined by the light. A faint blush colored her cheeks, and her soft lips parted slightly as she breathed. Her eyes, filled with unspoken emotions, shimmered like water, more radiant than the rain from the other night. Haru knew he had to break the tension before things went too far. He quickly found a topic. I never expected you to start learning Chinese. With everything else on your plate, you'll need to manage your time carefully. Yutaha looked up at him, her gaze deep and warm. Go on. Her eyes were too intense. Haru turned away, pretending to glance at a passing pedestrian. With your talent and intelligence, you can balance writing, club activities, school, and now Chinese, but only if you manage your time well. He explained. You need to figure out your priorities. Finish what's most important first, then move on to other things. Take it one step at a time. Rushing won't get you anywhere. You saw what happened last time. His voice was steady, reassuring. Yutaha listened quietly. She didn't interrupt. Just listened. When he finally turned back, he pointed at her. If you end up overworking yourself again, I'll have no choice but to visit you in the hospital. I'm not that reckless. She countered. That's true. You're the top student in your grade. Even I couldn't pull that off. Haru teased. But Yutaha didn't smile. Instead, she looked straight at him. In a lot of ways, you're amazing too, aren't you? Haru kept a straight face. Damn, I thought I hid it well. Looks like I'll have to put up another layer of security. What kind of security? I haven't figured it out yet. I'll let you know when I do. Alright. Their conversation paused again. Silence settled between them. Haru wasn't a fan of awkward silences. He took a step back. Well, I should probably get going, Amamiya-kun, she called out at the same time. Their eyes met. Then she smiled. Her eyes dimmed, laced with a trace of bitterness. For the first time, she didn't bother to hide her emotions in front of Haru. Go ahead. He said, deliberately keeping his tone light to dispel the atmosphere. I like you. Without warning, she said it. Haru was silent for a second before he chuckled. Being liked by the most popular girl in school, what an honor. Yutaha stared at him without wavering. Haru sighed. Alright, no more jokes. Only then did she respond. Leaning back against the car, Haru spoke slowly. Having feelings for someone during high school is completely normal. We're still young, our world is small, and our experiences are limited. A girl as exceptional as you. He smiled slightly. You'll accomplish great things in the future. And when you step into a bigger world, you'll realize you're surrounded by people just as outstanding. Maybe one day, when you look back at your high school crush, you'll just see it as a fond memory, something from your youth. Yutaha nodded. That makes sense. Haru turned and walked away. She stood there, watching his car fade into the distance, but she didn't rush to go inside. Instead, she glanced at the bustling streets in the distance. For the first time, she realized just how vast this city was, so big that it could make dreamers lose their way. She had lost her way once too. But not anymore. The proud Kazekage Yutaha had no intention of giving up. She had to work harder, much harder. Until she surpassed Yukinoshita Yukino. Only then would she have the confidence to stand beside him. All the frustration and disappointment faded away in that moment. What replaced them was a burning fire inside her. Determination. Courage. Some people, no matter how many times they fall, always find the strength to stand up again. Tonight, she had seen firsthand how he handled her parents, how he navigated the situation with a level of maturity beyond his years, resolving everything with ease. All her admiration would now fuel her drive forward. Over the next 2 days, the photography club was struck by a strong sense of déjà vu. Yutaha was serious again. But this time, something was different. She had learned to manage her time and energy properly, always carrying herself with a radiant confidence. She no longer pushed herself to exhaustion. Friday afternoon. Haru and Yukino sat side by side in a dessert shop. Across from them sat Megami Kato and Yue. Yutaha had gone straight home after school. Just yesterday, after classes, Yukino had led another club activity, another photography session. Everyone had performed exceptionally well. While Yukino was pleased, she was also a little curious. Utaha's performance had far exceeded her expectations. She suspected Haru must have spoken to her about something. She planned to ask him about it tonight. But for now, there was something more pressing. The club's budget. Do any of you have suggestions? Yukino's gaze swept over the three of them seriously. Are we running out of funds? Yui looked surprised. From the very first day she joined the club, she had noticed how well equipped it was, professional-grade gear, everything in abundance. She had assumed money was never an issue. Yes. Yukino confirmed. Even for a simple experimental short film, the costs add up quickly. Yu instinctively asked, can we apply for funding from the school? Impossible. Unless our club wins a competition, the school won't give us additional funding. I see. Yui had no solution to offer. Megumi Kato sat quietly, playing on her phone. The reason she hadn't spoken was simple: Yukino hadn't asked Haru yet. In her view, if Yukino had gathered everyone today, she probably already had some ideas in mind. She just wanted to hear other suggestions first to see if a better one came up. Haru, as expected, Yukino's gaze landed on her boyfriend. Haru made a suggestion. What about getting a sponsor? Yukino blinked. We're only filming an experimental short. Who would be willing to sponsor us? For example, Snow City Shops. Yukino shot him an exasperated look. So you're suggesting sponsoring yourself, huh? I think it's a solid idea. Our script isn't bad, and if we upload the final product online, it could generate some income like licensing rights. That's just speculation. Even if someone is willing to buy it, the amount would probably be negligible. Yukino rejected the idea. Even though she knew it wasn't a bad one. After all, using a self-produced film to advertise his family's business was reasonable. But this was her project, her production. If she let her boyfriend leverage his connections for sponsorship, it would change the whole dynamic. More than anything, Yukinoshita was a proud person. I actually think Hanamiya-kun's idea is pretty good. Why don't you support it? You asked curiously. Yukino calmly explained, Snow City is his family's business. Eh? Yui was stunned. Even Megumi Kato looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes. That brand's chain stores were incredibly successful. She had shopped there multiple times herself. So the big boss was right beside me this whole time? Haru didn't bother elaborating. He simply waved his hand dismissively. Let's drop this topic for now. Since Yukino doesn't approve of my suggestion, that leaves us with one last option. Yukino's lips curved slightly. Go on. Maybe we're thinking the same thing. Haru blinked, then chuckled. So that's what you were waiting for. Yukino's smile remained. She enjoyed this kind of silent understanding between them. It was gratifying. Across the table, Yui was utterly confused. Megumi Kato, however, had a hunch. She recalled how Haru had taken on 10 opponents at once in the karate club. Her guess was confirmed when he spoke next. I made a name for myself under Oyama-senpai, right? The karate club is thriving now, and this year, we might actually win a major competition. Yukino smoothly continued his train of thought. The principal has probably had his eye on you for a while. The only reason he hasn't approached you yet is likely because you're already too high profile. He's worried that if he showers you with too much praise and encouragement, it might affect your mindset. Haru glanced at her. You even figured that out? Yukino smiled. Hiratsuka-sensei told me earlier. The principal is planning to meet with you next week. Oh great, you've got an informant now too. Haru made up his mind. Then next week, I'll go as the club president and request funding directly from the principal. I'll go with you. Of course, Yukino intended to do her part. With that settled, Yukino turned to Megumi Kato, who had remained silent the whole time. Kato, any issues with the script? None that I can see. Megumi finally looked up, her delicate features calm as always. She had already read the full script. The difficulty level was low, even a high schooler like her could handle the roles. Of course, she also knew that Yukino and Haru had probably adjusted the characters to match the club members' strengths. As they finished their food and got ready to leave, Megumi suddenly reached into her bag and pulled out a neatly wrapped box of small cakes. My family made these. I told them how well everyone in the club has treated me, so they wanted to send this as a thank you gift. The three of them expressed their thanks and accepted them. On the way back, Haru kept sneaking glances at Yukino. She noticed immediately. If you have something to ask, just ask. The budget issue was just an excuse, wasn't it? Haru had suspected it all along. You figured it out after all. There was admiration in Yukino's gaze. So what was the real reason for gathering everyone today? They've all been too busy lately. As club president, you didn't think to give them a break, so as vice president, I had to take care of it. As expected of you. So consider it. Thank you for the compliment. Yukino turned to face him with a bright, confident smile. Kazekage-senpai's change, does it have something to do with you? Yeah. She's fired up again. Thinking back to that night, Haru's feelings were complicated. Having determination is good. But if she channels it the wrong way, she's going to end up getting hurt. There was meaning behind Yukino's words. Confident and formidable, that was Yukinoshita. As they passed by a supermarket, Haru suddenly spotted a perfectly straight wooden stick lying on the ground. He instinctively bent down to pick it up. Why is this just lying here? Yukino glanced at it. A kid probably brought it along, and their parents made them leave it behind. Wait, what are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw her boyfriend gripping the stick tightly. If no one else wants it, I'll take it. A stick this straight. It's the perfect king sword. Haru marveled. Yukino quickened her pace and decisively left him behind. Hey, wait for me. Back at the Amamiya residence, Yukino finally didn't have to deal with her boyfriend's childish antics. After changing shoes, she went to the living room and scooped up the orange cat. You've gained weight again, haven't you? This time, Haru didn't bother explaining the so-called orange cat curse. Instead, he brought over some fruit and tea. Staying over tonight? Yukino nodded, happily stroking the cat. After a while, she noticed Haru standing by the window, peering through binoculars. What are you looking at? Just admiring the scenery. Relaxing my eyes. Haru replied without hesitation. In reality, he was grinding his auto-aim skill. Who told you binoculars were for relaxing your eyes? Yukino gave him a look of pure skepticism. I came up with it myself. Pretty impressive, huh? You've successfully dumbfounded me. That night, after their showers, Yukino lay on the couch watching TV, her smooth legs resting in Haru's lap. To avoid getting too relaxed, she had warned him in advance he could touch, but not play. Haru agreed. He wasn't in a rush. His left hand absent-mindedly traced her silky skin while his right hand scrolled through his phone. Yukino noticed his focused expression. What are you looking at? Studying for my driver's license. So soon? Yukino froze for a moment. The two of them had always been close, so she was certain Haru had never brought up anything about getting a driver's license before. I told you before, didn't I? If I ever lose my job, I'll just become your chauffeur. Haru said with a grin. Yukino sighed. With your abilities, losing your job is impossible. You're worrying over nothing. Well, it doesn't hurt to learn something new. I'm sure it'll come in handy one way or another. That does make sense. But are you sure you don't have some ulterior motive? As expected of the sharp-eyed Miss Yukinoshita. You caught on so quickly. Idiot. She shot him a glare, but as his hand rested gently on her thigh, she could feel his warmth seeping through. Her cheeks tinged with pink. So, what's your real reason this time? She asked. I was just thinking about the future. Haru replied casually. We're definitely going to get married someday, and we'll have kids too. If I polish my driving skills now, I won't have to worry about you hiring some unprofessional driver to drive our family around. He put his phone down as he spoke. Yukino's heart softened in an instant. She huffed, feigning nonchalance. That as expected of you line? I'll return it right back at you. You're really planning that far ahead, huh? All because of your natural-born lecherous tendencies? Marriage, children, she had never seriously considered those things before. Yet, hearing him say it out loud, the lively glow in her autumn-colored eyes seemed to melt under the warm lighting, like the first thaw of fresh snow. It was mesmerizing. I'll take that as a compliment. Haru remained unfazed. This time, Yukino was caught off guard. You're not even denying that I called you out on being a pervert? He chuckled. We're going to spend the rest of our lives together, right? The sooner we show each other our flaws and strengths, the sooner we'll get used to them. Yukino felt her heart tighten, her nose stinging slightly. She set the orange cat down, leaned closer to Haru, and before he could say a word she pressed her lips against his, her face flushed red. Haru was caught completely off guard. Her scent surrounded him, drowning out everything else. Aside from her naturally modest figure, every other curve from the delicate arch of her waist to the graceful lines of her legs was flawless, leaving no room for complaint. Not to mention her face, now carrying a rare, captivating charm, her usual cool beauty tinged with an intoxicating warmth. Brave hero Yukinoshita has successfully drained Demon Lord Amamiya's HP bar. Their lips parted. Her heart was pounding, her eyes shimmering like crystal clear water. She smiled, both shy and pleased. I like what you just said. She murmured. I think I like you even more like this. He murmured, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, small, delicate, and without an ounce of excess. Hearing those words, a sudden impulse stirred within Yukino. for example. She could just push him down and have her way with him tonight. Chapter 62, Yukino won't hold back. The spacious bedroom, once pristine and orderly, now bore the traces of a restless night. The bedsheets, once smooth and tucked in place, had been pulled and twisted, their four corners now misaligned from the struggle. The thin summer blanket had been tossed aside, leaving two youthful figures entwined, their bodies pressed close together, sharing warmth, unsteady breaths, and the rapid thumping of their hearts. Yukino's smooth arm circled around Haru's neck, her silky hair cascading over his shoulder, slightly tousled from his hands resting on her waist. The usual cold sharpness in her gaze had long melted away, replaced by something softer, more unguarded. When their lips finally parted, her eyes shimmered, half-lit with lingering passion, her long lashes quivering ever so slightly. Her flushed cheeks glowed a deeper shade of crimson than the evening sun. After their conversation earlier, she had found herself unable to control her emotions, drawn into his arms, instinctively seeking the comfort of his embrace. She knew well how much he had been restraining himself. I have that much of an effect on him. The realization always sent a sweet, intoxicating warmth surging through her heart. He had made his feelings for her abundantly clear, and she felt the same way. If that was the case, then why should she make him hold back any longer? He had respected her boundaries for so long. Despite his obvious desire, he had remained patient, never once pushing her beyond what she was ready for, simply because she had been focused on catching up to him in every other way. With that thought, Yukino slowly opened her glistening eyes and, in a voice soft and tinged with shyness, whispered, "Turn off the lights." Haru held her gaze, his grip on her waist tightening slightly. "Are you sure?" Yukino didn't waste words. With burning cheeks, she slipped from his embrace and switched off the bedroom light. Then she decided to take matters into her own hands. 2:00 a.m. Yukino was fast asleep, her exhaustion evident. In contrast, Haru felt completely awake, his energy untouched by the late hour. He lay beside her for a moment, studying her serene, beautiful face before carefully slipping out of bed, making sure not to disturb her slumber. Grabbing his phone, he walked into the living room and sent a quick message in the club's group chat, "No club activities this Saturday. Feel free to make your own plans." Setting his phone aside, he scooped up his fat orange cat. "You too, huh? Still wide awake at this hour?" The cat let out a lazy meow and flopped onto its back, exposing its belly for a rub. Haru chuckled, scratching the cat absent-mindedly as his thoughts drifted. Even after some time, sleep remained elusive, so he picked up his phone again and opened a private notebook app. A network map appeared on the screen, a meticulous diagram of connections, relationships, and influences. His personal web of influence. He added a new name, Yuki. This was the police inspector his father had mentioned. So far, the man had neither caused him trouble nor taken any overt actions. Instead, he had leveraged his connections with the Yukinoshita family and now seemed to be approaching his own household. Ambition. That much is obvious. Haru didn't mind. Someone like that was worth keeping an eye on. He'll probably arrange a coincidental meeting with me soon. He made a few notes, then shut off his phone and walked onto the balcony. At this hour, the city was silent, save for the occasional hum of passing cars. The view stretched wide before him as he reflected on the past few years and the gradual changes in his body. With his steel body, he no longer needed to be as cautious as before. When he first arrived in this world, he had no way of knowing if it would follow the same trajectory as his previous life. Convincing his parents to expand their business had been a calculated move, grounded in years of first-hand experience clawing his way up from nothing in his past life. Before the system came into play, he had assumed his life would continue on his steady, controlled path. But now, things were different. I wonder. Once my other abilities level up, what kind of person will I become? He retrieved a pair of binoculars and began scanning the cityscape, his auto-aim skill steadily increasing in proficiency. By 4:10 a.m., with auto-aim now at level 4, he finally returned to bed. Sliding under the covers, he wrapped an arm around Yukino's waist and pulled her close. Even in her sleep, she instinctively nestled against him, seeking out the warmth of his embrace. Morning. Yukino woke first. Her schedule was usually strict. She was accustomed to rising with the first light. But today, she had slept in longer than usual. Given last night's events, it was understandable. As her eyes fluttered open, she found herself pressed against Haru's chest, his face mere inches from hers. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink at the sight. Glancing at the clock on the bedside table, she noted the time, 7:40 a.m. She remained still, simply gazing at him, warmth filling her heart. The memory of his words from last night surfaced, bringing a smile to her lips. She raised a hand, hesitating before touching his face, worried about waking him. But before she could decide, his voice rumbled softly, If you want to touch me, just do it. I'll return the favor, anyway. Her heart skipped a beat. Haru's eyes were open, watching her with amusement. You're awake? She asked, feigning nonchalance. 10 minutes ago. I just didn't want to move. His arms tightened around her. Didn't want to let go of you. That does sound like something you'd say. Can you blame me? I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Enough. She murmured, her face burning. He chuckled. You're even cuter like this. There's no need to discuss things that are already a given. Even flustered, her pride remained intact. Haru laughed. Fair enough. But I think I can make you even cuter. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. By the time Yukino made it to the bathroom to freshen up, her steps were noticeably unsteady. She glared at her reflection, frustration mixing with embarrassment. I need to get stronger. She had been following Haru's training regimen for her running, yoga, all kinds of exercises. And yet, last night, she had taken the lead, only to be utterly defeated. Twice. Absolutely humiliating. Pressing her warm cheeks with her palms, she made a silent vow, I need to train harder. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Haru hummed a tune while preparing breakfast, his mood undeniably cheerful. Paper knowledge is always shallow, true understanding comes from hands-on experience. He smirked to himself. Poets really do have a way with words. Haru entertained himself by coming up with his own interpretation of the poem, thoroughly enjoying the process. You are cooking. Cooking, experience plus 124, he ignored the system notification entirely. After all, how could he focus when Yukino was just too alluring? As they ate, Haru brought up the fact that he had cancelled today's club activities. At first, Yukino wasn't too pleased. She insisted that she was fine and that they could continue filming as usual. In response, Haru simply leaned forward, tilted his head slightly, and silently stared at her long, fair legs beneath the table. Her face instantly turned red. Flustered and annoyed, she snapped, What are you thinking? Haru calmly sat back up. The club activities are cancelled. I'm the president, so what I say goes. Yukino pursed her lips, clearly unwilling to concede. Just as she was about to argue, he cut in smoothly, This weekend, we're just going on dates. No other plans. That one sentence sealed the deal. Blushing, Yukino stopped resisting. They spent the entire morning lounging around at home. As Haru had promised, this weekend was all about relaxing, no work, no obligations. By the afternoon, Yukino was feeling much better, her steps no longer awkward. Seeing that, Haru decided to take her out for some grocery shopping. But on the way, he received a call from the company. The production team was ready to start filming the drama, and as the boss, they wanted him to stop by. Haru turned to Yukino, looking a little sheepish. Yukino pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh. Just go. You said no work, but some things can't be avoided. Haru was surprised. However, his surprise lasted only 2 seconds before Yukino broke into a smile. A beautiful smile, but not a gentle one. She was laughing at him. This isn't funny. He protested. Considering how unreasonable and domineering you were during breakfast, I've decided to mock you for the rest of the day. I surrender. I surrender. Upon arriving at the company, Haru was called away for business, leaving Yukino to quietly enjoy her tea in the lounge. She had been here several times before and was familiar with everything. After waiting for a while and seeing no sign of Haru returning, she decided to go downstairs to buy some personal items. She could have waited for him to go shopping together, but since she had just declared she'd be teasing him all day, she didn't want to give him a chance to turn the tables. Just as she was checking out at the supermarket, a surprised yet familiar voice called from behind. Yukinoshita? Turning around, Yukino found herself looking at Utaha Kazekage. Dressed in a perfectly tailored dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, Utaha stood out effortlessly. Beside her were a middle-aged couple whose facial features bore a striking resemblance to hers. Yukino quickly deduced they were her parents and gave a polite nod, silently suggesting they talk outside. Utaha understood and returned the nod. It wasn't the best place for a conversation. Utaha, is that your classmate? She's so beautiful. The woman beside her remarked in admiration. Utaha's parents had taken the day off to spend time with their daughter, giving her a well-deserved break from her usual workload. Yes, her name is Yukinoshita Yukino. She's a first year. Utaha replied, her tone casual. She deliberately avoided mentioning that Yukino was Haru's girlfriend. She didn't want to ignite her parents' curiosity again. Haru had already helped her resolve some issues with them before, she didn't want to create new ones. She really is a lovely girl. I don't think I've ever seen anyone as beautiful as our Utaha. Her mother added. Her father, however, was more pragmatic. Utaha, don't keep your friend waiting. We'll take care of this. Okay. Handing her items to her parents, Yutaha walked outside to join Yukino. Noticing the plastic bag in Yukino's hand, Yutaha smiled. Want to grab a coffee across the street? Sure. Yukino glanced at her phone. No unread messages from Haru. That meant he wouldn't be free anytime soon. The two striking young women entered the cafe and took a seat, drawing the attention of many male customers. Though they tried to be discreet after realizing they'd been caught staring, it was clear they were mesmerized. Neither Yukino nor Yutaha paid them any mind. Or, as Haru would put it, they were simply too used to being beautiful. It was Yutaha who broke the silence first. Where's Amamiya-kun? I saw him cancel club activities in the group chat this morning, so I figured he'd be with you. Her tone was light, perfectly natural, as if making idle conversation. Yukino was slightly surprised but didn't let it show. He is with me. He's just busy with something right now. Let me guess, working on his script? You knew about that? Yutaha met Yukino's calm gaze with a small smile. Did you forget? Back in the club, you mentioned a few things about him. Not much, but I have a good memory. Lifting her coffee cup, Yukino replied casually, of course I remember. But that day, it was Hashimoto who kept pestering me with questions about Haru, so I just mentioned a few things. Taking a sip, she finally locked eyes with Yutaha. What surprises me is that you still remember all of it. Yutaha maintained her polite smile. Some things are worth remembering. The air between them grew tense yet not quite hostile. When the server brought over their desserts, she hesitated for a moment, glancing curiously at the two girls. As a fellow woman, she could sense something strange about the atmosphere. They're both so stunning. Even prettier than idols. The server whispered to her colleague as she walked away. Yukino's gaze turned sharp. Are you trying to provoke me? Yutaha, however, shook her head. Then, unexpectedly, she let out a soft, self-deprecating chuckle. Yukino frowned slightly. Yutaha took a slow sip of her coffee and murmured, if it were the old me, I probably wouldn't have hesitated to say yes. So you're trying to change? This time, Yukino was genuinely surprised. She had been ready for a battle of wits, but Yutaha had taken a different approach. Yes, I'm changing. Yutaha admitted. Her response was open, natural. Yukino placed her cup down, her posture impeccable. I see. Seems like Haru has influenced you quite a bit. Yutaha was silent for a moment before saying, I was too arrogant before. Whether at school, in the club, or in life I was always a little too full of myself. Yukino, ever the judge, replied in an even tone, recognizing your own shortcomings is the first step to becoming better. Yutaha let out a soft laugh. I always knew that. I just never acted on it. Yukino studied her carefully. What do you want to do now? Is she trying to have an honest conversation? Yutaha wasn't sure what Yukino was thinking but answered anyway. A lot of things. My new novel, the club activities, my studies, and my daily life. Yukino immediately evaluated her words. With your current energy, you won't be able to handle all of that at once. Even she couldn't manage it without exhaustion. I know. That's why I've started planning things properly, focusing on my studies and club first. The novel can come later. That's the right choice. Yutaha paused for a few seconds before sighing. I finally understand what Amamiya-kun meant when he called you a talent and stats monster. Having known Haru for years, Yukino easily deciphered the meaning. She remained composed. I doubt that would discourage you. Besides Haru and my sister, I've yet to meet anyone more talented than you. Yutaha blinked. Aren't you forgetting someone? No. Yukino replied matter-of-factly. I was including myself. Yutaha nearly choked on her coffee. She had forgotten Yukino was just as confident and proud as she was. Suppressing a sigh, Yutaha smiled. Thanks for the advice. Yukino's eyes flickered. She understood the deeper meaning behind Yutaha's words. She was changing, improving, becoming more capable. That was good for the club. But not necessarily good for her. Their conversation seemed friendly, but neither had truly lowered their guard. Sometimes, battles between women didn't require weapons or declarations of war. I used to think I could beat you. Yutaha admitted. But now, I'm not so sure. Yukino's tone was calm. You want to prove yourself to Haru. For the first time, Yutaha's eyes burned with determination. Yes. Yukino chuckled. Then, with sharpness in her voice, she said, someone already standing at the mountain peak rarely looks down. Yutaha met her gaze without flinching. But at least it's better than staying at the base and shouting. Yukino saw the sadness she was trying to hide, the quiet pain beneath her resilience. She was impressed by Yutaha's ability to adjust so quickly. But admiration wouldn't make her go easy on her. Not a chance. Chapter 63, a firm grasp. Yukino appeared cold and sharp, yet she exuded a composed elegance, a presence befitting the rightful queen. Utaha had long since cast aside her former pride. Now, she was just an ordinary high school girl who wanted to improve herself, believing she had a fair amount of talent and potential. Though in truth, the word ordinary hardly applied to her. Their gazes met but did not linger for long. Yukino was the first to avert her eyes, glancing at her phone. He's finished with his work. Utaha nodded. Are you two going to continue shopping? Do you want to join us? Honestly, I do. But the person I am now wouldn't make that choice. You really have changed a lot, senpai. Yukino responded with a quiet acknowledgement as she typed a message on her phone. By the time Haru arrived at the cafe, he was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the two girls sitting across from each other. Both turned to look at him at the same time. The atmosphere wasn't tense, rather, there was an inexplicable sense of calm. He blinked again. There was no need to imagine some dramatic love triangle showdown. With Yukino's intelligence and decisiveness, she would never let things devolve into chaos. She cut straight to the execution. After greeting them and taking a seat beside Yukino, she finally offered an explanation. I ran into senpai while I was out buying something, and since we both had things to talk about, we decided to come here together. I see. Haru nodded in understanding. No wonder things felt so composed. They had simply run into each other and chatted for a bit. I should get going, my parents are waiting for me. Utaha stood up politely, leaving as decisively as she had arrived. Yukino watched her retreating figure, her tone revealing a hint of recognition. She really has changed. Oh? How so? Haru played along. Yukino gave him a knowing, amused look. Shouldn't you know better than anyone? She's changing because of you. Not giving him a chance to reply, she leaned back against the plush seat, her slender frame resting elegantly. Her progress is remarkable. My original assessment was correct. Haru wisely chose to stay silent. Some topics were best left untouched. Yukino, however, seemed unconcerned. Taking the last sip of her coffee, she asked, so, is there anything left to do over there? No, the drama is set to begin filming soon. Speaking of which, if you're interested, you could come by the set sometime. I'll consider it if I get the chance. Has the title been decided? Yeah, we're calling it Tales of the Bizarre. Bizarre Tales. Sounds fitting for those stories. Their relationship had only recently deepened, and they were at that stage where they cherished every moment together. Naturally, Yukino wasn't eager to return home just yet. They spent the rest of the evening wandering the streets, finally heading back together after dinner, Yukino's arm gently linked with Haru's. The 2-day delay in filming means we'll have to make up for it next week. That night, freshly showered and dressed in a silk nightgown, Yukino sat in the living room, diligently taking notes. Haru peeked over her shoulder, catching a glimpse of densely written schedules, times, locations, personnel, all meticulously recorded. He couldn't help but marvel. Your efficiency is terrifying. Yukino had a different perspective. Once I've committed to something, thorough preparation and planning are necessities. I get that. But tell me, are you really willing to sacrifice a rare, peaceful night just to leave me sitting here while you work? She paused for 2 seconds, setting down her pen and notebook. Her gaze shifted, emotions flickering in her deep eyes as she looked at him. You make a good point. And with that, Yukino took action. The courageous Yukino charged forward once more. But against Haru's counterattack, she was swiftly overwhelmed. Defeat, once again. Unwilling to admit loss, Yukino unlocked a new post-battle CG scene holding onto the wall for support. A new week arrived, and with it, the month of July. As summer break approached, a growing anticipation filled the hearts of the students, bringing a noticeable energy to the school. The morning classes flew by, and after lunch, Haru and Yukino accompanied Shizuka Hiratsuka to the principal's office. Upon receiving permission, the three entered, finding the principal engaged in a game of shogi with another man. 2 middle-aged men stood by, observing. Noticing the newcomers, they turned their heads. They clearly recognized Hiratsuka, their gazes briefly passing over the older female teacher before settling on Haru and Yukino. A well-matched pair. The thought surfaced in their minds before curiosity took over. What were students doing in the principal's office during lunch? Hiratsuka greeted the principal before leading the 2 students to watch the game. The room was silent, but the air above the shogi board was thick with intensity. Haru studied the game for a moment, soon realizing that the principal was about to win. He had played shogi with Yukino before, mostly losing, but with her as his sparring partner, his skills had steadily improved. As the match concluded, the man opposite the principal chuckled. You're as sharp as ever. Looks like I'll need to spend a few more months training before I dare challenge you again. The principal smirked in skepticism. You were holding back, weren't you? Not at all. I gave it my all and still lost. The man replied with a good-natured shake of his head. Letting the matter drop, the principal turned his attention to Haru and Yukino. You two seemed quite focused. Do you play? Yukino responded with poise. Yes. Haru, however, answered plainly, I know a little. The other older men blinked before amused smiles appeared on their faces. The man who had just lost the match looked intrigued. A little, huh? That doesn't sound like false modesty, the principal chuckled. Haru was honest. I really only know the basics. Most of my experience comes from playing against Yukino. The principal gestured invitingly. Care for a match? Haru hesitated. Shouldn't we discuss the main matter first? Just answer yes or no. Yes. Without hesitation, Haru took his seat at the board. His movements were crisp and decisive. The principal raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. Bold. No wonder you stepped up without hesitation when your karate club was in trouble. Well, I am technically half a member of the karate club, Haru said as he helped arrange the pieces. Half? Saying it that way makes me sound more humble. The principal shot a glare at Haru. Just play. I never said I wouldn't. Haru sighed in resignation, realizing that this old man was too senior for him to use the same casual banter he shared with Hiratsuka Shizuka. His words drew a round of good-natured laughter from the room. Even Hiratsuka couldn't help but chuckle. Only Yukino remained composed, maintaining her usual graceful demeanor. That was, until the game began. Within 3 minutes, she almost frowned. These two were playing far too recklessly. Their style was all about charging forward, attack after attack. She barely had to think to predict the outcome. The principal was going to lose. And he would lose badly. After all, her boyfriend was still young, in the prime of his mental agility, while the principal was well into middle age. More importantly, Haru's skills had been sharpened over the years through sparring with her. Standing beside her, Hiratsuka Shizuka noticed the subtle shift in Yukino's expression. She nudged her elbow. When Yukino turned to her in question, Hiratsuka gave her a playful wink, silently asking, who's going to win? Yukino simply glanced at Haru. Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow. If you're sure he's going to win, why did you look so frustrated just now? Perhaps it was because Haru had downplayed his abilities with a simple I just know a little. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Either way, the match continued. From the very beginning, the principal was aggressive, launching an all-out offensive, as if trying to put this so-called novice in his place. But Haru remained completely unfazed, casually countering each move. When the match finally ended, Yukino's prediction proved correct. The principal lost. And he lost miserably. Again. The principal's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Haru exhaled, setting down a piece. Principal, we came here to discuss official business. Lunch break is almost over. Only then did the principal pick up his teacup and take a sip. Official business? The photography club wants to request funding. Haru got straight to the point. Funding? Are you entering a competition? I haven't heard anything about that. No, we're filming a short film. Everyone is putting in a lot of effort, and I have a feeling the final product will be well received. If that happens, your investment won't go to waste. Hearing this, the principal chuckled. Are you trying to sell me a dream? I prefer to call it strategic future planning. Haru's expression was sincere. Yukino barely resisted the urge to roll her eyes and instead spoke politely. Principal, what Haru said is true. Our film is likely to receive positive feedback, and I'll be making sure the credits include both the school's name and the production team. The principal raised an eyebrow in surprise at the school's top student. Then, turning back to Haru with an amused smile, he said, see? Now that's how you make a strong case for school funding. Why didn't you bring that up earlier? Haru remained perfectly serious. I was saving it for last to give you a pleasant surprise. Both the principal and Yukino shot him a look of exasperation. Without missing a beat, Haru continued, the karate club has been getting a lot of attention lately, attracting new recruits. With more members, their performance in competitions this year should improve. The principal nodded. Makes sense. But since you say you're half a member of the club, will you be competing? If they need me, of course I will. The principal smiled in satisfaction. Clearly, this was the answer he had been waiting for. After all, the karate club had been a hot topic lately. The rumor of 1 versus 10 had spread throughout the school. As the principal, there was no way he wouldn't look into it. And the more he dug, the more shocked he became. Most students were simply impressed that Haru had taken down 10 opponents in a row. But the principal had done his homework. After questioning the club's top fighter, Oyama, he learned something even more astonishing. Haru had never formally trained in karate before. Yet he had defeated 10 students effortlessly. And when it was all over, he hadn't even been out of breath. That was what truly defied logic. In just a few short weeks, he had improved this much? What a waste it would be not to show off such a talent to other schools. I approve your funding request. The principal finally said. Haru remained silent as Yukino took over, calmly presenting the well-thought-out budget plan she had prepared. As the discussion wrapped up, the other men in the room excused themselves, leaving only Hiratsuka Shizuka behind. Once everything was settled, the principal saw that the three of them were about to leave and quickly spoke up. Amamiya, one more game. This time, both Hiratsuka and Yukino couldn't help but smile. Haru sighed helplessly and sat back down, ready to face off against this stubbornly determined opponent. For the second match, the principal adopted a more cautious strategy, relying on his years of experience to try and secure a win. But Haru didn't play fair. Using his youthful brainpower and sharp calculations, he played aggressively, attacking at every opportunity. This game ended even faster than the first. Even Hiratsuka looked like she was struggling to hold back laughter. Leaning toward Yukino, she whispered, "Why doesn't he let the principal win just once?" Yukino remained calm. "He is holding back." Hiratsuka blinked. "Huh?" Haru sat up straight. "Principal, can I go now?" The principal chuckled in exasperation. "Kid, don't you have any respect for your elders?" "Of course I do. I did let you win a few moves." "Much appreciated." The principal said, his grin making it clear next time, don't bother holding back. With that, the three of them took their leave. Just as Haru reached the door, the principal's voice drifted from behind him. "The man that played against me earlier is a police officer. An old friend of mine from years ago." Haru paused and turned around. "A police officer?" The principal, now sounding much more approachable than before, nodded. "He's been asking a lot of subtle questions about our school today. And he just so happened to mention you." At the end of his sentence, he raised a finger and pointed. Haru suddenly recalled that the principal had called the man Yudo earlier. Now he knew exactly who the guy was. Lowering his voice, the principal gave a reassuring smile. "If he causes you any trouble, come to me." It was a promise. Haru thanked him sincerely, though he couldn't help but feel that, with the way the principal was grinning at him, he looked a lot like that famous hamster meme online. No, that would be too rude. Haru quickly tossed the thought aside. Stepping outside, he reunited with Yukino and the others. Sure enough, the three middle-aged men from earlier were still there. As soon as Haru appeared, Officer Yukiyudo's eyes lit up for a moment before he quickly masked his reaction. He took the initiative to approach. "You're Amamiya Haru, right? Your shogi skills are impressive. For an amateur, you're quite the expert." "Thank you for the compliment, but I'm really not that good." "You're too modest." "Oh, by the way, why don't we exchange contact information? If I run into trouble with shogi in the future, I'd love to ask you for advice." His smile carried just the right amount of awkwardness. "I've been playing against the principal for years, and I lose almost every time. I figured it's about time I got some outside help." It was a perfectly reasonable excuse, and his expressions were flawless. Even Yukino and Hiratsuka, standing nearby, didn't notice anything unusual. Haru, however, knew better. Anyone who climbs up the ranks in a field is never simple. The two exchanged numbers. "Well then, we'll be off." With that, Officer Yuki and his companions left. Hiratsuka playfully nudged Haru's arm. "Not bad, kid. You've got admirers in school and even outside of it." Haru chuckled. "If you're interested, Hiratsuka-sensei, I can teach you too." "Ha. Don't even try to fool me. You think I don't know that Yukino was the one who taught you shogi? Sensei, you're so smart." "Hey, what's with that elder speaking to the young tone?" After school, photography club, Yukino hadn't given much thought to the lunchtime shogi match. She was reviewing Haru's notes when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a pair of binoculars sitting on a chair near the window. She distinctly remembered that the binoculars Hashimoto had lent Haru last time were small, nothing like the ones in front of her now. Looking over, she asked, "That Nikon binoculars, did you bring it? You even know the brand?" Haru was surprised. The binoculars were his. "I don't just know the brand, I know that this model has a multi-coated lens, making it significantly better than standard ones in both aperture and magnification." Haru raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were an encyclopedia for entomology. When did you get into binoculars?" "I saw you seemed interested in them last time, so I read a bit about them." Haru stared at her calm expression and muttered under his breath, "Encyclopedia Yukinoshita." Something told him that when she said she read a bit, she had probably absorbed an entire textbook with inhuman efficiency. Hearing their exchange, Utaha clenched her fists slightly and sighed inwardly. The genius and the stats monster. Those nicknames really are fitting. At least, she knew she was far from Yukino's level. But she had her own goals now, and with a quick adjustment of her mindset, she turned her attention to the binoculars. "Amamiya-kun, why'd you bring those to the club?" Just thought it'd be something fun to play with when I'm bored. He replied casually. Nobody believed him. Sensing the skepticism, Haru quickly changed the subject. By the way, why are you all so sure that I bought the binoculars? I mean, technically speaking, matter is just atomic arrangements. Given enough time, atoms could naturally assemble into a pair of binoculars. His words earned him an identical reaction from both Yukino and Utaha. Two beautiful girls staring at him with the same deadpan "are you an idiot" expression. Meanwhile, Hashimoto and the others giggled from the sidelines. Kato Megumi remained as quiet as ever, only speaking when someone addressed her directly. That evening after everyone had gone home, Yukino received a call from her mother. Haru patiently waited for her to finish. When she finally hung up, her expression seemed off. What did she say? Haru asked. Yukino frowned slightly. She said there's something important I need to know, but she didn't specify what. And before hanging up, she told me not to let you find out, at least for now. Haru pointed at himself and laughed. Not tell me? Did she not consider that I'd be with you when she called? Yukino shook her head. She didn't quite understand it either. A short while later, the car her mother had arranged arrived. Haru didn't hesitate to hitch a ride. That night, to Haru's mild surprise, Officer Yudo hadn't contacted him. Huh. Pretty patient, isn't he? If Haru hadn't known about the officer beforehand, he might have been fooled by that flawless performance earlier. But since the officer didn't reach out, Haru saw no need to rush either. Later that night, he put on his gear and mask as usual, heading out to patrol and earn some experience. On the way, he spotted Ariri Sawamura pedaling past in the opposite direction, wearing an old-fashioned green tracksuit. A plastic bag hung from her handlebars. Judging by the shape at the bottom, it looked like books. Once he arrived in Kabukicho, the driver, who was already used to Haru's nighttime activities, didn't bother trying to talk him out of it. He simply reminded him, if anything happens, call me. Haru casually agreed but fully intended to do whatever he wanted. At this point, nighttime street dangers were no longer a concern for him. I might be even more ridiculous than Kagaku Makoto now. Strolling through the bustling streets, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His auto-aim on level 4 skill had triggered. Someone was following him. Chapter 64, Kato Megumi, I'll keep your secret. Haru was a little surprised to realize he was being followed, but he didn't break his stride. Instead, he subtly changed direction, heading toward a quieter alleyway. At the entrance of the alley, two figures were squatting on the ground, surrounded by scattered empty beer cans. The alcohol had loosened their tongues, and they were chatting away as if they had endless things to say. Noticing someone approaching, they looked up. The moment they saw Haru's outfit, they froze. Haru studied the younger of the two. Isn't he a member of the karate club? He still remembered the guy's name. A third-year student struggling academically, he'd even complained about it in the club before. As for why he was out here drinking with an acquaintance so late at night, Haru didn't really care. Sure, underage drinking was technically illegal, but in anime, a teenage protagonist could commit murder, destroy cities, and even reshape the world, just not drink alcohol. In reality, though, Haru knew plenty of his classmates had already tasted it. It's the hooded vigilante. Cousin, look. I see him. The high schooler excitedly slapped the shoulder of the man next to him. The older one scowled, clearly annoyed. Despite their excitement, they struggled to stand up, probably because they'd had too much to drink and had to steady themselves against the wall. Haru ignored their enthusiasm and turned around, only to see a group of about 10 men approaching. Standing front and center was a man in a sharp suit, someone Haru recognized immediately. Oh, it's Mr. Koga. The same guy who, back when Haru had farmed experience off a fugitive, had been too scared to make a move. Yet now, here he was, following Haru with an entire crew. Revenge for his friend? Haru doubted it. Koga's expression was cold as he signaled his men to get ready. You're not easy to find. The two drunken young men behind Haru were completely stunned. Just moments ago, they'd been giddy about their chance encounter with the hooded hero. But in an instant, the atmosphere had shifted. Suddenly, they were surrounded by over a dozen men holding weapons. Haru glanced at the trembling pair and pointed deeper into the alley. Realizing what he meant, they stammered their thanks and hurriedly scurried away, abandoning their beer cans in their escape. Are they your friends? Koga asked. Haru shook his head. Oh, so you really are the Good Samaritan the news claims you to be? A superhero? Koga sneered. Haru finally spoke. You're here for revenge? Revenge? I'm not that stupid. That guy's going to rot in prison for the rest of his life. Koga's expression darkened. I'm here because of what you pulled that night. The police treated me like an accomplice. You cost me a lot of money, hooded hero. Haru understood now. So your little bar had some shady business going on, and the police shut it down along with the rest? Koga's face twisted in fury, confirming the guess. He took out a lighter, lighting a cigarette as he glared at Haru. "You're not just some random vigilante, are you? I tried digging up information on you, but the police shut it down. Even warned me to stop looking." Haru now understood why Officer Yuto had come to his school. The guy probably figured that after helping him a few times, it was time for a proper introduction. Only 3 people in the entire police force knew the truth. Since everything was clear now, there was no need to keep talking. Haru curled a finger at Koga. "Go ahead." It was the same gesture people used when calling over a stray dog. If he made a little PS noise to go with it, the resemblance would be complete. "I've changed my mind," Koga muttered, his voice filled with venom. "My original plan was just to rough you up and get my money back. But now I think I'll break your arms and legs first." Before he could finish, a sudden gust of wind howled past him. A sharp, violent sound split the air. In the blink of an eye, no, even faster than a blink, Haru had crossed the 3-meter gap between them. "I hear smoking is bad for you," Haru remarked. Koga barely registered the words before his cigarette vanished from his lips. He didn't even have time to process what had happened. Then bang! Koga's body was sent flying at an angle. He crashed to the ground, his face colliding with the pavement in a brutal impact. His lighter and phone tumbled from his pockets, shattering into pieces. The lighter burst apart, sending tiny fragments scattering. A few nearby pedestrians instinctively turned toward the noise. Blood dripped from Koga's obviously broken nose. He clutched his face, groaning, unable to form coherent words. His men stood there, dumbfounded. The usually bustling nighttime streets were eerily silent. Haru listened as his system notified him of gained experience points. He casually flicked the stolen cigarette away and turned to the stunned group. "Do you guys understand now?" Still reeling from shock, one of them stupidly blurted out, "Understand what?" Haru pointed to the bleeding, groaning Koga. "Smoking is bad for you." The logic was so absurd that everyone's minds blinked for a second. The nearest thug, still in a daze, instinctively swung his baton at Haru. It cut through the air with a sharp whoosh. Haru didn't even bother dodging. He simply lifted his arm and blocked it. A dull thud echoed. The young man's hands went numb. The heavy baton slipped from his fingers and clattered to the ground. "You've got to be kidding me." The others froze in horror. Haru nonchalantly bent down and picked up the fallen baton. Then, as the thug stared at him in disbelief, Haru grinned. "My turn." "Huh?" The words barely left his mouth before Haru drove his elbow into the guy's gut. The thug let out a choked scream as his body lifted off the ground. At the same time, Haru pivoted, narrowly dodging a sneak attack from the side. His left hand clenched into a fist and slammed into the second man's face. A perfectly executed straight punch. Even though he held back, the moment his fist connected, a sickening crack rang out. Blood sprayed as something broke nose? Eyebrow bone? It was hard to tell. The force sent the man spinning through the air like a human yo-yo. He crashed into a group of his own allies, streaks of blood tracing crimson arcs in the air before splattering onto the pavement. A grotesquely beautiful scene of violence. The rest of the gang abandoned any thoughts of attacking. They hadn't even seen how he countered. All they knew was that he raised his hand and their friends were gone. As they stared at the groaning bodies of their comrades, then back at their unconscious boss, fear swallowed them whole. Haru clapped his hands together in a polite, almost casual stance. All at once, or one by one? 2 minutes later, the 2 young men hiding in the alley finally peeked out. All they saw was absolute carnage. Their jaws dropped. He did all this by himself? They exchanged glances, seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. Damn it. If I knew, I would have recorded it. I could have gone viral. Maybe even become a streamer. The high schooler clutched his head in regret. His cousin sighed heavily. They had hidden too well. And now, they'd never know exactly what had happened. One thing was certain, though neither of them was getting any sleep tonight. On the other side, Haru hadn't walked far before a group of energetic young people started following him. They had rushed over to the scene of the earlier fight, witnessing firsthand how he single-handedly took down a gang of armed men. If there had been cameras around, they might have thought they were watching an action movie. Hooded hero. Can you say hi to my live stream viewers? A young man excitedly held up his phone, his face full of enthusiasm. Haru glanced at him but kept walking. The streamer's excitement faded into disappointment. Just as he was about to follow whoosh, Haru suddenly picked up speed and effortlessly lost the crowd. Wait, am I seeing things? Was that speed faster than a pro sprinter? One of the guys rubbed his eyes in disbelief. I told you guys before, Kamen Riders and Ultraman are real. You didn't believe me, but now you've seen a superhero with your own eyes. What do you have to say for yourselves now? Another clenched his fists, looking like he was ready to become a hero himself. What can I say? Muttered a foreigner in English, unable to keep up with the conversation in Japanese. Meanwhile, Harut took a detour to ensure no one was following him before finally making his way back to the car. He didn't particularly care if someone had caught him on camera again. As the driver started the engine, he asked, "Heading straight back, or are we stopping by the usual spot first?" Harut paused for a moment, then smiled. "Let's stop by for a quick look." The driver wasn't surprised. Haru had already come here twice to stake out Aoyama Nanami. At this point, it was practically routine. A short while later, the car stopped across the street from a small shop. The lights inside were dimmed, and Haru didn't see Nanami anywhere. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure stepped out of the store. Haru blinked. It wasn't Aoyama Nanami. It was Kato Megumi. A voice called out from inside the shop, "Kato-san, you don't have to wait for me. I still need to take out the trash." Megumi responded softly, but her voice was so quiet that Haru couldn't make out what she said. She didn't leave, though. How do they know each other? Haru frowned. He had only ever introduced Nanami to Yutaha, and even then, it was just a brief meeting. They hadn't exchanged contact information or anything. No use overthinking it. He let it go for now. A moment later, Nanami stepped out of the store carrying a garbage bag. Haru was just about to go over and steal the trash from her when their eyes met. Her lips parted in surprise. Then, she quickly glanced at Megumi beside her before winking at Haru. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Her small, playful expression was surprisingly cute. A smile formed under Haru's mask. Even after their last encounter, Nanami hadn't impulsively called or messaged him. He knew she must have been incredibly curious, but because he hadn't brought it up himself, she had the courtesy to respect his silence. Megumi, noticing Nanami's gaze, turned her head and saw Haru in his usual mix-and-match streetwear. She froze. Her normally calm and expressionless face showed something rare, genuine surprise. Haru stepped forward and held out his hand toward Nanami. I can carry it myself." Nanami puffed up her cheeks in protest, determined to show her strength. Afraid that Haru would try to take it anyway, she quickly added, "If it's too heavy, I'll just ask my friend for help." She gestured toward Megumi. Seeing how insistent she was and knowing she had someone to assist her, Haru decided to let it go this time. He had only stopped by on a whim, after all. Since there was nothing else to do, he turned and left. Nanami let out a small sigh of relief. Her gaze lingered on his retreating figure, filled with curiosity. Is he off to fight crime again? Ever since she had learned that he was the hooded hero, she had watched every related video and read every news article about him. And after seeing everything, she felt nothing but admiration. A high school student by day. A silent protector by night. Just like in the movies. "Nanami, I should get going soon. Give me 2 trash bags." Megumi's voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. Nanami thought Megumi was in a hurry to head home, so she smiled and said, "It's really not that heavy. I can carry it myself, plus my coworkers are still inside." Megumi didn't insist. She simply bowed slightly and said, "Thanks for the milk tea today. You don't have to be so polite." Nanami watched Kato Megumi leave, her face full of warmth. She was grateful to Haru for introducing her to Yutaha. If not for him, she never would have met Kato Megumi, an easygoing and pleasant girl to be around. Although she now had Yutaha's contact information and occasionally chatted with her online, she found herself preferring Megumi's company. It was comfortable. Effortless. Something Yutaha had never quite given her. However, Nanami had no idea that Megumi didn't actually head straight home. Instead, she followed Haru to his car. Haru, about to get in, was surprised when a quiet girl suddenly spoke. "Amamiya-san." It wasn't a question. Just a simple greeting. Haru raised an eyebrow. "Did Aoyama tell you?" It was the only explanation he could think of. But Megumi countered with a question of her own. "So Nanami knows too?" Haru realized he had guessed wrong. He opened the car door. "Get in. I'll give you a ride." "Thanks." Megumi didn't refuse. Once they were seated in the back and the car began moving, Megumi's calm eyes revealed a flicker of curiosity. "So, the hooded hero everyone's talking about online is really you?" Haru removed his mask. "How did you figure it out?" Megumi's voice was light but steady. "When I first joined the photography club, both you and Yukinoshita told me that photography is about observing details, that camera work is like a special language." Haru listened patiently. "Yukinoshita said that if you watch closely, you can recognize a person's habits through their expressions, movements, posture, even the way they walk." "Wait." Haru's eyes narrowed. "Are you saying you've been watching how I walk?" Megumi nodded honestly. "Not just your walk. I've been closely studying both you and Yukinoshita. I've taken detailed notes." Haru was stunned. Then, he remembered something Megumi had once said, I find you and Yukinoshita fascinating. So. She wasn't just making conversation. She had truly meant it. Megumi picked up on his shift in mood. Does this bother you? If it does, I'll stop. Not really. It just feels weird. Haru chuckled. Even Yukino probably only understood his personality. She wouldn't go out of her way to analyze how he walked. Megumi tilted her head. Would Yukinoshita-san be mad? Haru shook his head. If anything, she'd admire how seriously you're improving your observational skills. Then he laughed. Of course, admiration aside, she'd probably also tell you to pick someone else to study. Megumi nodded thoughtfully. Being watched all the time must be uncomfortable. Haru still felt a bit odd about it, but now that he understood, it wasn't exactly a bad thing. Then, Megumi's gaze locked onto him. Her voice softened. Amamiya-san, do you dream of being a superhero? No. Haru already knew where this was going. But the internet thinks you are one. Even the police praise you for fighting crime. If I had to give a reason, I'd say it's just a hobby. But now people are saying this online, and even the police are praising you for always fighting criminals. If you have to find a reason, it's probably because of interest, right? A hero. As a hobby? Haru smirked. Oh? You know about Saitama? The boys in class talk about him sometimes. Their conversation carried on in a light-hearted tone. By the time they reached her stop, Megumi got out and gave Haru a slight tilt of her head. Her eyes glimmered with something playful, something distinctly youthful. Nanami's expression earlier. She wanted to keep your secret, didn't she? Haru was impressed. You even caught that? Megumi clasped her hands behind her back, the night breeze gently playing with her hair. You don't mind having one more person in on the secret, do you? That sounds a little ominous. The corners of Megumi's lips curled subtly. I'll keep your secret. Haru wasn't sure how to respond. This girl really knows how to get under my skin. Without another word, he took his leave. As the car disappeared into the distance, Megumi turned and walked away. Another interesting discovery. Not only was he serious about his club activities, he also wanted to be a real-life hero. Megumi found herself looking forward to tomorrow's club meeting. Because judging by his outfit tonight, she was sure by morning, there would be big news. And she wanted to see his face when it broke. Above her, the night sky stretched out like an endless canvas. The moon peeked through the clouds, its silver glow illuminating the delicate features of the girl below. But it could not quite reveal the thoughts hidden behind her gentle smile. Chapter 65, Yukino. I have black stockings. When Amamiya Haru returned home to change, his phone rang. You free right now? I am. Could it be that you're inviting me on a long-awaited date tonight? Haru teased out of habit, but to his surprise, a different voice chuckled on the other end. A long-awaited date? So this is how you two talk in private, huh? Yukino's sister, Haruno? Just as Haru was processing his shock, Yukino's exasperated voice followed. Come over to my place. He agreed, and just before the call ended, Haruno's playful voice chimed in again. Wait, don't hang up. Let me talk to him for a bit. Haru hung up, wondering why Yukino was calling him over so late. He took a shower in the meantime. After all, he'd been out for a long time and even got into a scuffle. His jacket was a mess. Since their apartments weren't far apart, he didn't bother calling a driver and walked over instead. Yukino opened the door. She handed him a pair of slippers, then wrinkled her nose slightly. Catching the faint scent of shampoo, she asked, You just took a shower? No, I only showered after your call. As they walked inside, Yukino lowered her voice slightly. My mother talked to me about you today. Haru's expression turned serious. I had a feeling. Looks like our secret dates got found out. Yukino shot him a glare but couldn't suppress a small smile. She knew he was just trying to lighten the mood. And yet, she still couldn't help but glare at him. Just like before, whenever he made an unreasonable request, she would glare at him, sigh, and think, honestly, what am I going to do with you? Then, she knelt down, casually tucking her long hair behind her ear. My mother said that lately, a certain Inspector Yudo has been contacting our family frequently. Even your parents, he reached out to them, too. Haru immediately understood. So this inspector is after me? Yukino's gaze was a little complicated. Yes. Because you've done some big things. Her voice suddenly paused. Then, her tone shifted. I didn't expect you to have such a strong sense of justice. It's not something I ever considered before. Hearing that, Haru pieced everything together. That inspector must have leaked some details to the Yukinoshita family, and their mother, in turn, sent Yukino to probe for information. Haru glanced toward the living room. Haruno's here because of this too? Yukino's expression remained blank. She's here to enjoy the show. If she's here to laugh at me, then why do you look so serious? Because I'm your girlfriend. She stated it calmly. Haru's spirits soared immediately. Alright, let's go deal with her together. You and me, side by side, no way we lose this fight. Yukino gave him an amused, skeptical look. Side by side? Ahem, husband and wife. Haru corrected himself. Yukino's cheeks flushed. She rolled her eyes at him but still took his hand and led him to the living room. A familiar figure was already lounging on the couch, waiting. Like Yukino, Haruno was dressed in full-length pajamas, her body completely covered except for the exposed skin around her slender neck. Yo, it's the hooded hero himself. Haruno smirked as she greeted him, then chuckled as if she couldn't contain her amusement. Haru and Yukino sat across from her. Haruno's teasing eyes gleamed with interest. Come on, tell me about your crime-fighting adventures. We've known each other since we were kids, and I never would have guessed you had a hero complex. Haruno, we agreed that I would be the one asking the questions. Yukino reminded her. Haruno nodded with an innocent smile. I know. But I'm curious too. I'll ask for you, and you can just sit back and listen. I refuse. Yukino shot her down mercilessly. Haruno immediately sensed something was off. She narrowed her eyes, scanning the two of them carefully until suddenly, she laughed. You too. She's my girlfriend now. Haru cut to the chase, smiling. Yukino's face tinged red, but she sat beside him naturally. I knew it. Haruno wore an I saw this coming expression. She gave her sister a meaningful look. So, don't you think you owe me a thank you? She was referring to the little reminder she had given Yukino that day. Yukino, ever serious, nodded. Thank you. Haruno, caught off guard by her sister's straightforwardness, suddenly found it less amusing. Losing interest in that, she turned her attention back to Haru. So, tell me what made you decide to go out at night and fight crime? You think being bored with nothing to do counts as a reason? Haru quipped. What do you think? Both sisters were staring at him. Alright, I admit I'm guilty. I shouldn't have done this behind your back. Haru confessed to Yukino. Haruno, standing off to the side, fanned the flames with a smirk. And why am I not included in this confession? Could it be that you're planning to keep sneaking around fighting criminals? And if something goes wrong, you'll come to me for help covering it up? Haru countered, if I really asked you for help, would you agree? Of course. Not only would I keep your secret, but I'd also help clean up any trouble afterward. Her grin was dazzling. Haru didn't believe a single word. If you hesitated even a little before answering, I might have actually believed you. Haruno chuckled and shook her head. You and Yukino have really lost your charm. She muttered something about things getting boring and left for the guest room. With a soft thud, the door closed. Haru understood that she was giving him and Yukino some space. Just as he turned to say something, Yukino spoke first. Are you really sure this won't cause trouble? His heart warmed at that. The sisters weren't mad that he hadn't told them what they truly cared about was whether he'd be in danger. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Then that's fine. Yukino finally relaxed, leaning into the couch in a more comfortable position. In a soft voice, she said, tell me everything. Haru didn't hold back. From the very first night he patrolled the streets to every fight he'd been in, he laid it all out. Yukino frowned, her expression turning serious. Who exactly is this Koga guy? Don't overthink it. My lawyer already dug up his background, and this time, I'll make sure he's kept busy. Haru smirked. Only then did Yukino's brows relax. What do you plan to do? He mentioned earlier that he was taken in for questioning before, which means he must have pulled some strings to get out. But tonight, he got out of the station and immediately gathered people to attack a miner with weapons. Just that alone is enough to keep him locked up for a while. Now that they were discussing serious matters, Haru didn't slack off. Yukino nodded in agreement. A group of over 10 men armed with weapons ganging up on a high schooler and still losing. Not only was it illegal, but it was also downright embarrassing. After that, they shifted to other topics, leaving the hooded vigilante behind. Though this was her first relationship, Yukino was clear-headed. She wasn't the type to throw a fit or blame him for acting on his own. Once she confirmed that he wasn't in danger and was strong enough to handle himself, she simply moved on. It wasn't until she happened to glance at her club's group chat, where you and the others were discussing the hooded vigilante, that she turned to her boyfriend. Was it because of those bullies from your childhood that you chose to fight criminals in secret? Haru was caught off guard. He hadn't expected her to jump to that conclusion. He shook his head. You're thinking too highly of me. Am I? Yukino smiled gently. Back then, he hadn't just dealt with the ones who bullied him. In their final year before graduation, he even helped other students who were being harassed, students he wasn't even close to. She remembered asking him once if he was scared when he fought. He simply replied, since I saw it happening, I figured I'd lend a hand. Yukino had never forgotten those words. By the way, does your mom know about us yet? Haru suddenly asked. Yukino smirked. Why? Do you want to show off? Show off? Why would I do that? Because such a cute girl is now yours. Fair point. I should definitely brag about it. After teasing each other for a while, Haru finally said seriously, I was thinking. We should find a time to gather both our parents and tell them during a family dinner. Yukino's cheeks flushed, a sweet warmth filling her heart. Okay. Right now, she was at her softest, most vulnerable moment. Haru saw the two and, with a shameless grin, asked in a low voice, how about I stay over tonight? Yukino's face turned even redder. Her eyes, shimmering like autumn waters, held a certain allure. Okay. She gave her second affirmative answer that night. A while later, Yukino brought him a fresh towel and toothbrush. Haru went to wash up. Left alone, Yukino stepped out onto the balcony and called her mother. It's late. You must have something important to call me at this hour. Her mother said. Yes. Yukino took a deep breath, her gaze turning icy. She first explained the situation with Koga, then gritted her teeth and said, I'd like to ask you to dig up his dirt and hand it over to the police. What did he do to make you this angry? Haru almost got hurt. Gone was the gentle Yukino from just moments ago in the living room. Right now, there was only fury in her heart. Haru had made it sound lighthearted, but she didn't believe him. She knew his combat ability was strong, but the problem was it was over 10 armed men. To her, Haru had only downplayed the danger to keep her from worrying. I understand. Her mother replied calmly. Then, I'll leave it to you. Yukino said. She was about to hang up when her mother suddenly asked, You rarely ask me for favors. You're doing this for him. But is there anything you want for yourself? Yukino froze. It was the first time she'd heard her usually strict mother ask something like that. Just as she was about to answer, she sensed someone watching her. Turning around, she saw Haru leaning against the balcony door. Meeting her gaze, he silently gestured for her to finish her call. In that moment, Yukino felt a surge of confidence. She spoke into the phone, I have everything I need right now. Hearing her tone, Haru already guessed who she was speaking to. Once she put down her phone, he asked, Was that your mom? You should have handed me the phone. I could have told her something. And what would you say? Obviously, your daughter is mine now. If you have any complaints, take it up with me. Yukino's eyes sparkled with laughter. He was trying to act playful, but she knew he truly meant it. Her heart melted. She grabbed his wrist. Come inside. Haru raised an eyebrow. What are you planning? Under the night sky, her deep blue eyes shimmered with something almost intoxicating. I'll grant you one wish. She murmured, cheeks glowing. Haru had never been one to hesitate. Your legs would look amazing in black stockings. Yukino's face turned scarlet. She shot him a glare, but, for once, she didn't scold him. Because she had bought black stockings. And even the cat girl outfit he secretly liked. She had bought that too. Looking at her reaction, Haru knew tonight, he was about to take off. Late that night, Haru sleepily came out to get a glass of water. Seeing the dark, empty living room, she thought, Yukino sure went to bed early tonight. But just as she took a sip, she suddenly realized something. She hurried to the door. Sure enough, Haru's shoes were still on the rack. He hadn't gone home. Haruno glanced over her shoulder. There was only one guest room and she was occupying it. That left only one other place he could be. An amused smirk crept onto her lips. If I knock on their door right now, would they freak out? Of course, that was just a passing thought. Still. I'm really curious what they're up to. She muttered, returning to her room. For the first time in her life she regretted being so smart. If she were just a little dumber. She could knock on the door, pretend to be clueless, and ask, What are you two doing? Chapter 66, Your legs are the best in the world. That night, many people stayed up late. One of them was Nanami Aoyama. The moment she saw Haru show up dressed like that in the middle of the night, she immediately knew he had been out playing vigilante again. After taking a shower and lying in bed, she couldn't help but browse different forums, searching for any news related to him. And she found something. Live footage, hooded hero in action. The post even included a short video. Curious, she clicked on it and that's when she realized. She had been fooled. The poster clearly wasn't at the scene. The so-called live footage was nothing more than a short clip of hooded hero stepping out of a dark alley, with a dozen men sprawled unconscious behind him. But even that was enough to leave Nanami Aoyama stunned. She paused the video, counted the bodies, and her jaw dropped. 14 men? Did he take them all down by himself? A strange sense of excitement bubbled up inside her. Driven by curiosity, she kept digging through the internet, finding more videos. Most of them were footage of the police arresting the armed criminals. Some even had glimpses of Haru's silhouette or side profile. Not that it made a difference with the mask on, a side profile was hardly revealing. 14 armed men. Amamiya-kun, you're amazing. Nanami's eyes sparkled with admiration. The childhood fantasy she had once dismissed, the idea of a high school superhero, was reignited. Because if he wasn't a superhero, how else could he be this strong? On the other hand, Megumi Kato was far more composed. She had found the same news as Nanami, but since this was her first time learning the identity of Hooded Hero, she had gone back and read older reports too. The police seemed to be praising him, so he shouldn't be in trouble. She set her phone down, recalling the image of 14 armed men collapsing to the ground, a trace of worry surfacing in her heart. Nanami saw a superhero. She saw a brutal battle. What if he got hurt? Megumi closed her eyes. She would have to check on him tomorrow. The next morning, journalists who had stayed up late writing about Hooded Hero were now basking in the traffic surge. In just one night, the incident had exploded online, climbing the trending charts. Of course, with that came all sorts of wild speculation. People claiming to be his uncle, insider sources from the police department, conspiracy theories that he was about to be severely punished. In this age of information overload, nearly everyone, regardless of age, had come across the news. You're famous. Walking to school, Yukino held up her phone and showed the trending topic to her boyfriend. Yeah, no surprise there. Haru had expected this. Yukino walked alongside him. Shouldn't you do something to suppress the attention? No need. The police won't reveal my identity. Oh, speaking of which, they'll probably contact me today, either a home visit or a summons. Then I'll come over after school. She made the decision without hesitation. Haru nodded. Bring the black stockings. Yukino's face instantly turned red. She shot him a glare. Haru, ever sincere, your legs are the best in the world. I really can't feel happy about such a suspicious compliment. Why not? I was also going to praise your learning efficiency. Learning efficiency? Yeah. You pick things up so fast compared to your first time practicing with your mouth, Amamiya Haru. Yukino's face burned bright red. Haru immediately raised his hands in surrender. I yield. I yield. Watching him backpedal so fast, Yukino didn't know whether to be angry or amused. I should have held back on spoiling him last night. Just thinking about it made her blush even more. She had worn the black stockings he liked. She had leaned against the wall like he asked. Embarrassing as it was, she didn't actually mind these things. In fact, as someone experiencing love for the first time, she was finding herself a little addicted to these intimate moments. But thankfully, she was still Yukinoshita Yukino, a woman of exceptional self-control. Once they reached school, the two parted ways. As usual, Haru walked into his classroom and found everyone buzzing with discussion. Even his friends, Furukawa and the others, were so deep in conversation that they hadn't noticed his arrival. Only Yue, sitting a few seats away, gave him a small wave. He smiled and waved back. Furukawa, what are you guys talking about? Not that he needed to ask, he already knew the answer. What else? Hooded Hero, of course. Noticing Yue, his friends immediately pulled him into the discussion. Haru put on a thoughtful expression. Oh, that guy. I've seen some news about him before. They say he's a good guy fighting crime, right? Good guy? No, he's a superhero. Furukawa corrected him. That's all it takes to be a superhero? Of course. You're behind the times, Amamiya. This is the new narrative. Another classmate chimed in excitedly. I bet you didn't know last night, Hooded Hero took on over a dozen armed criminals alone. And their boss had just been released from police custody. Looks like he's going right back in. Furukawa nodded eagerly. Hooded Hero definitely got hurt, but knowing him, once he recovers, he'll be back on the streets fighting crime again. Haru raised an eyebrow. Knowing him? Furukawa gave a solemn nod. Yeah. Based on his character. Furukawa and his friend puffed out their chests and lifted their heads proudly. That's right. To tell you the truth, we've been following Hooded Hero since the first time he appeared in the news. Now, we're his biggest fans. I bet even he doesn't know that we understand him better than he understands himself. Haru almost burst out laughing. Then, Furukawa lowered his voice and spoke in a conspiratorial tone. The police released some details about those guys to the media. Apparently, they had just been let go by the cops, but it was obvious they were guilty of something. That's why Hooded Hero tracked them down to purge evil. His friend nodded in agreement. They were armed. The police even found knives on them afterward. That means when Hooded Hero went after them, they were already prepared for a fight. Haru, the very man they were talking about, felt a question mark pop up over his head. I had no idea things were this dramatic. Furukawa sighed in admiration. One guy taking down so many. It reminds me of Belial wiping out the Land of Light. His friend corrected him. You got it backward. It should be the Ultraman wiping out a horde of Belials. But which Ultraman is even that strong? Obviously, the one who keeps getting knocked down. Blasphemy. The two burst into laughter. Haru twitched the corner of his mouth. This conversation is going off the rails. But their excitement only proved just how big this whole thing had gotten. Earlier, he had told Yukino that the police might contact him today. Now, he was 100% sure they would. Later that morning between second and third period, Haru returned from the restroom and immediately spotted Megumi Kato waiting quietly in the hallway. Her eyes were already on him. She was clearly here for him. Thanks to his auto-aim on skill, level 4, Haru instantly noticed her, unlike the other students who walked past without realizing she was there. Megumi, catching the way his gaze locked onto her the moment he stepped out, felt a small sense of satisfaction. Haru walked up to her. Breaks between classes aren't that long. If you need photography advice, I'd recommend waiting until after school. Megumi continued staring at him, then softly asked, You didn't get hurt last night, did you? Haru blinked, then smiled. Thanks for asking, but I'm fine. She didn't look convinced. Even Yukino had been worried about him getting injured. The fact that others were concerned wasn't surprising. Seeing this, Haru decided to tease her a little. Did you forget my achievements in the karate club? I can take on 10 guys at once, you know. But last night, there were 14. Megumi pointed out matter-of-factly. The way she said it made it sound less like genuine concern and more like a perfectly timed roast. And it was a sharp one. Haru paused for a second, then chuckled. I didn't even count. There were 14? And they had weapons. Haru sighed. Looks like you're not going to believe me no matter what I say. Now I kinda wanna ask the principal for a favor. Megumi tilted her head. What kind of favor? A practice match. I'll fight 14 guys at once. Then you'll be reassured. He pretended to ponder for a moment before muttering, but would that make me seem too arrogant? Megumi's lips twitched with the faintest hint of a smile. Just a little. Alright, 13 then. Less arrogant that way. You're pretty confident. What kind of king would I be if I wasn't? Haru grinned, channeling his inner smug protagonist. Megumi finally let out a tiny laugh, reassured that he was physically fine, though she still suspected he was joking around just to keep his friends from worrying. But with only a few minutes of break left, she didn't press the issue further. They parted ways, heading back to their respective classrooms. Lunch break. On their way to the cafeteria, Haru and Yukino ran into the principal, who was walking with 2 teachers. Good afternoon. They greeted him politely. The principal chuckled as he looked at Haru. So, it turns out you have a talent even greater than shogi. One of these days, I'll beat you on the board and put that arrogance of yours in check. His words carried a subtle meaning. Haru smiled innocently. You flatter me. I'm not arrogant, I've always been humble. The principal squinted at him. You little rascal. With a shake of his head, he walked off with the teachers. Yukino watched him go, then murmured, it seems he's figured it out too. Haru recalled Officer Yudo and nodded. It's fine if he knows. Next time I play shogi with the principal, I'll beat him 10 times in a row. Yukino sighed, looking as if she couldn't handle him anymore. If you actually do that, he'll challenge you to shogi every single day. Let's see if you regret it then. Huh? How did you even come to that conclusion? The principal may seem easygoing, but from what I saw last time you played him, he has a ridiculously strong competitive streak. Just say he sucks but loves to play. I'm remembering that line. I surrender. I surrender. Meanwhile, on the principal's side, a teacher walking beside him asked, that student is Amamiya from the karate club, right? Yes. He is exceptional. Not just a little exceptionally exceptional. The principal emphasized. The 2 teachers exchanged glances, both surprised. Clearly, they hadn't expected the principal to value Amamiya Haru so highly. But the principal didn't explain. He only smiled and said, that boy has outstanding character. My granddaughter always talks about her favorite phrase at home. Oh, right. Ally of justice. I believe he shares that sentiment. One teacher blinked. Are you talking about Chaunabiu? The principal's gaze deepened. Chaunabiu, huh? Sometimes, that word doesn't just mean childishness or embarrassment. He had seen the news. And he had received inside information from Officer Yudo. The saying goes, a person who wields a deadly weapon is bound to develop a killer's heart. But that boy chose to be a hero instead. The principal had already made up his mind. A high schooler with no moral issues, yet powerful enough to fight crime. He would protect Amamiya Haru using every connection he had. Even if it meant going against the Metropolitan Police Department. After school, the photography club set out for the park with their equipment. Originally, Yukino had planned to cancel today's shoot because of the possibility that the police would contact Haru. But when Haru casually said, "If they're going to look for me, it'll be later," she immediately understood. The police wouldn't disrupt school hours over something like this. If they planned a house visit, it would definitely be after dinner. At the park, after checking the equipment, Haru pulled out a small bottle and held it up to Yukino. "Want me to spray it for you, or will you do it yourself?" Yukino eyed the white bottle in confusion. "What is this?" The nozzle suggested it was a spray-type container. 20% DEET, 80% medical alcohol. I looked up some info and mixed it myself. It rained earlier, and this park has a lot of trees. Mosquito prevention is a must. Haru shook the bottle. Yukino's gaze softened. Her boyfriend was thoughtful enough to handle even the little details. A warm smile bloomed on her face. "I'll do it myself." She sprayed the mist over her thigh-high stockings, the faint scent of alcohol mixed with something pleasant drifting through the air. Then, she glanced at the other girls and said, "They'll need it too." "Your call." Haru had expected that response. Yukino handed the bottle to Utaha. Utaha raised an eyebrow but listened as Yukino repeated Haru's explanation. "Thanks." Utaha smiled. For girls who cared about their looks, mosquitoes were the enemy. Better safe than sorry. After she used it, the bottle was passed around like a relay baton. Filming begins. Today's scene was an important turning point, the first conversation between the two female leads and the beginning of their unwavering bond. Yukino had planned the schedule well, prioritizing outdoor shoots first to avoid unnecessary travel later. "Kita-san, when senpai sits down, act a little hesitant. You've accepted your friend's soul exists, but because of guilt and regret, you can't open your heart just yet." Yukino was giving Utaha and Megumi their scene direction. Meanwhile, Haru stood to the side, blinking. "Wait, did my original script have this much depth?" Yukino confidently lifted her fair chin. "I added it on purpose. I wanted to portray their friendship more delicately." Utaha thought for a moment. "That makes sense. Delicate is a word most people associate with female relationships." Yukino looked over. Their gazes met. In that instant, the two girls silently acknowledged each other's insight. Haru scratched his head. He had déjà vu. This morning, Furukawa and his friend had been discussing his actions as if they understood him better than he did. Now, these two geniuses had taken over his script and were analyzing it better than he ever could. "I'm just a scriptwriting tool at this point. What the hell do I even know about storytelling?" Haru muttered to himself. Chapter 67, Kazekage is evolving. Yukino's filming was going smoothly. Utaha was able to keep up with her pace, and Kato Megumi maintained her usual honest and friendly demeanor. Everything was progressing in the right direction. "We should be able to finish all the outdoor scenes today in one go." During the break, Yukino wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, a satisfied expression on her face. Utaha flipped through the script beside her. "I was thinking the same. The weather's getting hotter. The sooner we wrap up the outdoor scenes, the easier things will be later." Yukino nodded in agreement. "As expected, you've been thinking ahead. You did really well today. Have you been practicing at home?" "Yes, I occasionally rehearse in front of a mirror and have also been reading highly rated books on acting." Utaha replied. "Taking actual steps to improve yourself is always a good start." The school's top first-year student and top second-year student got along surprisingly well. As long as the topic didn't involve Haru, they could match each other's rhythm effortlessly, quickly understanding each other's thoughts. Both Yukino and Utaha were pleased with this dynamic. In a way, they both suffered from an aversion to dealing with people who just didn't get it. Especially when faced with classmates who couldn't grasp their point no matter how many times it was explained. Like Haru, who had just returned with drinks only to get sidetracked. Under the gaze of the two beautiful girls, Haru was engrossed in a conversation with Hashimoto and the others about Kamen Rider. The discussion grew more animated, to the point where he seemed to have completely forgotten about delivering the drinks. "Does Haru really like tokusatsu?" Kato Megumi appeared beside them without a sound. Yukino and Utaha both fell silent for a second. Honestly, even after knowing Megumi for so long, they still hadn't gotten used to her appearing out of nowhere like this. At least today's shoot was in a public park. If they had been filming in a secluded valley or forest and she suddenly showed up beside them, the atmosphere would have instantly shifted to that of a horror movie. Haru does like these kinds of shows. Yukino lowered her handkerchief and answered. Megumi watched Haru from a distance. "Some of the guys in my class have said that the coolest thing about Kamen Rider besides the stylish suits is its core theme of fighting for justice." Utaha didn't think much of it. But Yukino narrowed her eyes slightly at Megumi, sensing some hidden meaning behind her words. Before she could dwell on it further, Haru finally returned with the drinks, interrupting her train of thought. Sorry, I almost forgot I had a part-time job as a water delivery guy. The girls accepted the drinks, thanking him. Yukino spoke first. I thought you had already forgotten. No way. I just didn't expect Hashimoto to be into Kamen Rider too, so I got caught up in the conversation. Haru sounded impressed. In his own class, barely any girls were into tokusatsu, but apparently, there were fans in other classes. Yukino wasn't particularly interested in the topic and simply took a small sip of water to moisten her throat. Your scene is up next. Got it. I'm ready. Yukino had full confidence in him, but she still maintained her usual meticulous approach. Right now, the relationship between the two heroines is strained. As your character passes by, you casually chat with Kato, and then Utaha joins in. You'll act as the bridge that helps ease the tension in their friendship. Haru was about to say he already understood, but Yukino turned to Utaha. As a ghost watching over her best friend, you need to act happier than Kato when Haru appears. You see him as someone who can help mend things between you two. Then, she turned back to Haru, still maintaining her precise explanation. At first, you're unaware of Utaha's true identity, but your curiosity leads you to ask questions, unknowingly stepping into their awkward situation. Got it, Matsushita? Utaha nodded. Understood. Haru pointed at himself. You suddenly called me by my character's name. I almost didn't react in time. As long as you got the message, that's what matters. But what if I get too into character and start thinking I'm Matsushita all the time? There it was. Both Yukino and Utaha had the same thought at the same time. Their aversion to stupidity was triggered. Yukino stared at him expressionlessly. You really are perfect for this role. It's practically a self-insert. Honestly, he does give off an idiot's vibe. Utaha added with a sigh. Megumi, on the other hand, remained gentle as always. Amamiya-san is great at lightening the mood. Especially when playing the fool, he's absolutely flawless. Haru. Though he had suddenly found himself under fire, looking at how dedicated everyone was to the project and how rare it was for them to be so united, he decided to let it slide. After another round of shooting, Yukino had a sudden spark of inspiration and used lighting effects to add a hidden Easter egg to the scene. By now, it was nearly dinner time. Yukino gave the group a short break before wrapping up the final outdoor shots. Now that the budget is secured, I don't have to look for sponsors anymore, right? Haru joked as he rested on the grass with Yukino. Sponsoring yourself doesn't count, she replied, recalling his past suggestion with amusement. Hey, sponsorship is sponsorship. But if the principal hadn't approved the budget, what were you planning to do? I have a habit of saving money, she said confidently. Of course. You had your little treasure chest ready all along. I should start saving some secret funds for myself too. Idiot. Yukino blushed and scolded him softly. Using the term secret savings so casually, was he hinting that she should start saving up for their future children? Thinking about the future made her heart flutter. Her usual serious demeanor softened slightly. She glanced at her boyfriend, who was already sweating from the heat, and gently picked up a handkerchief to wipe his face and forehead. Haru closed his eyes, enjoying her touch for a moment, but the heat was relentless. He stood up and casually invited her along. A handkerchief won't do much. I'm going to splash some cold water on my face. Want to come? Yukino shook her head. She was sweating too, but it wasn't unbearable. Haru walked over to the familiar outdoor faucet and was immediately stunned. The broken faucet had fallen to the ground, and standing there, drenched with water droplets on her face and damp hair clinging to her skin, was Utaha. Haru stifled a laugh. You okay? Utaha wiped her face in annoyance. Why hasn't anyone come to fix this yet? Probably procrastination? Haru bent down, turned on another faucet, and let the cold water splash over his face. Instantly, he felt much better. You had that look on your face. Don't tell me you already knew this faucet was broken? She asked suspiciously. I had no idea. Haru put on an innocent expression. He couldn't admit it now. She already looked embarrassed enough. A delicate white hand suddenly appeared beside him, holding a tissue. Here, dry off. Thanks. Haru took the tissue and wiped his face. As he turned, he finally noticed Utaha's shirt was also wet. She already had an impressive figure, and with the summer heat making things even stickier, she had unbuttoned a few buttons. As she bent down to wash her hands, a glimpse of purple lace came into view. Haru immediately averted his gaze. The first glance was instinct. The second glance, however, would be a choice. Utaha, of course, noticed everything. She calmly finished washing her hands, buttoned her shirt, and flashed a casual smile. It's normal for teenage boys to have certain thoughts. This was just an accident and a coincidence, so no need to feel awkward. Haru froze for a moment. Wow. She's evolved. The last time something like this happened during that rainy day she had been teasing and aggressive, but still maintained a careful balance. But this time was different. She was composed, natural, and even managed to ease the awkwardness effortlessly. She really seemed like a mature and friendly senpai. This has to be at least a major evolution. Haru thought to himself. As for the ultimate evolution, she probably needed a little more training. Are you staying here to rest? I'm heading back first. Yutaha said with a smile. Go ahead, I'm going to check out this faucet a bit more. Haru replied absent-mindedly. She paused for a second, as if she wanted to say something, then sighed. Do all guys have such weird attention spans? Without waiting for his response, she turned and left. The moment she turned away, the relaxed smile on her face disappeared, replaced by a quiet sigh. Just now was a perfect chance to be alone with him, a rare moment where she could indulge a little in her feelings. But unfortunately, she couldn't joke around with him like she used to. I should focus on becoming better first. Quickly regaining her composure, she reverted back to her usual confident self. Returning to the filming location, the first thing she saw was Yukino sitting on the grass. Their eyes met almost instantly. Yutaha spoke first. I'm ready to continue filming. Yukino's gaze lingered on her chest for a couple of seconds before nodding. We'll start once he gets back. Yukino made no effort to hide her observation, and Yutaha, of course, noticed. But she knew it wasn't because Yukino was envious of her figure. Most likely, she was just wondering why her shirt was wet. Yukino stood up and made the final preparations. Just then, Kato Megumi walked over. Looks like senpai fell for it. Yukino tilted her head slightly. Megumi adjusted the camera lens while explaining, one of the faucets here is broken. I almost got caught by it last time. Yukino nodded in understanding. With Haru back, they wrapped up the last scene smoothly. On the way home, Yukino spoke seriously. Senpai is getting better and better. Haru knew exactly what she meant and replied, you being so outstanding must have motivated her. Just me? Yukino gave him a sharp glance. Haru crossed his arms dramatically. If you want to compliment me, feel free to go all out. Yukino turned her head away immediately. No, it's just me. You're too dumb. You rejected me that fast? Ignoring his complaints, Yukino gazed into the distance. If she didn't have those kinds of feelings for him, we probably could have been friends. The thought crossed her mind but was quickly discarded. She knew very well why Yutaha was working so hard to improve. The more effort she put in, the more she wanted to change, the clearer it became that she hadn't given up. And she wouldn't give up. When it came to rivals in love, Yukino's stance had never changed. She had to be decisive. Later that evening, Yukino and Haru stopped by her house first. She grabbed stockings. Skin-colored, white, black, she had them all. Haru looked delighted. She rolled her eyes at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Arriving at Haru's house, she changed into slippers and sighed. I'm starting to think I'm indulging you too much. Why do you say that? Haru played dumb. Yukino rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. If this continues, you might start revealing some strange preferences. I'm not a pervert. But from my perspective, you're already heading down that path, Haru. What's wrong with me liking you in stockings? It'd only be weird if I wore them. Oh? She smiled beautifully. That's actually not a bad idea. She had a beautiful smile. Amused, Haru waved his hand. No way, I'd rather die than cross-dress. Yukino gave him a scrutinizing look. I just said it was a good suggestion, and you're already letting your imagination run wild? Haru remained unfazed. He knew her well enough at most, she'd use the topic to tease him for a bit. Cross-dressing? Even if he were willing, Yukino would probably step on him with disdain and give him a look that screamed, garbage. How long are you planning to stare? Yukino had already noticed his gaze lingering on her legs. Haru answered with a straight face, I remember you showing off your drawing skills when we were kids. So? Yukino raised an eyebrow. You're just going to keep staring? I was just thinking. If you taught me how to draw, you'd be the perfect model. You want to draw my legs? If you're willing, I can draw other parts too. I suddenly feel like having a nice chat with Aunt Hamamiya. I surrender. Ever since they started dating, Yukino had gained a powerful trump card against him. Since both of them had been sweating quite a bit that day, they each took a shower after dinner. Rather than changing into pajamas, Yukino opted for a clean and simple sportswear set. Because she suspected they might have a visitor. Her lightweight nightgowns and loose, low-cut pajamas were reserved for Haru's eyes only. Even when her sister had stayed over that night, she had worn modest, fully covered sleepwear. At precisely 6:50 p.m., the doorbell rang. Haru and Yukino exchanged glances. It's probably Officer Yuto. Haru got up to answer the door. Yukino followed. When the door opened, a man in a police uniform stood outside. Noticing Yukino beside Haru, he offered a polite smile. Apologies for dropping by unannounced. I wanted to ask you about shogi. As he spoke, he handed over a neatly packed bag of fruit. Haru accepted it with a nod of thanks, setting out a pair of indoor slippers. He smiled. No need to be so formal, Officer Yuto. This is my girlfriend, Yukinoshita Yukino. Nice to meet you. Yukino greeted politely. Officer Yuto's gaze flickered slightly before he nodded with a smile. I see. In that case, let's get straight to the point. Haru had introduced Yukino right away, making it clear he wasn't going to play along with the shogi excuse. The three of them moved to the living room. Yukino motioned for Haru to stay put and took it upon herself to pour tea and prepare some snacks. Watching her, Officer Yuto chuckled. Are you two already preparing for marriage? Yukino's cheeks were slightly flushed, but her tone remained composed. You're here to discuss something important with Haru. Of course, I'll take care of these small things. Thank you. Officer Yuto accepted the tea, then looked at Haru. It seems you're already aware of the situation. Haru nodded. He decided to lighten the mood with a joke. So should I call you Amamiya-kun now? Or Justice Partner Hooded Hero? Let's stick with the first one. That second title is a bit embarrassing. Haha, I thought so too. The two of them laughed as they talked, while Yukino quietly sat down beside Haru. She didn't say anything, but her sharp gaze never left the officer. Haru had already explained everything about the Hooded Hero incident to her, including the officer's connections with their families. For him to be this friendly and sincere, it must mean he needs something from Haru. Yukino sat still, but her mind was working quickly. She had already stepped into the role of a wise and supportive partner. Of course, there was also that infuriating Mr. Koga. She intended to take this opportunity to gather some information from the officer. Chapter 68, I am invincible. Since Haru had already indicated that they could speak openly, Officer Yuto had no reservations. He laid everything out, how he had discovered the truth and the steps he had taken to keep it hidden. Haru naturally expressed his gratitude. Although it was clear that Officer Yuto had his own motives expanding his network, his actions had undeniably been a great help. The fact that he had come alone instead of bringing colleagues along showed that he had kept even his fellow officers in the dark. And soon, Yuto's next words confirmed Haru's suspicions. At the moment, only 3 people within the Metropolitan Police Department knew the truth: him and the 2 officers who had originally visited Haru. To ensure their silence, he had also promised those 2 promotions and salary raises. Impressive. Both Haru and Yukino had the same thought at the same time. Combining camaraderie with personal gain, this was a sure way to solidify alliances. At that moment, Yukino finally spoke up. Officer Yuto, what kind of punishment will that man, Koga, receive? Yuto assumed she was simply curious and replied with a smile, even though he has plenty of connections and knows some powerful people, this time he won't be getting off easily. Is that all? Yukino's tone remained calm and indifferent. Yuto hesitated for a moment, then instinctively glanced at Haru. Haru had a good idea of what she was thinking and reassured her, don't worry. He'll face severe consequences. Yuto finally caught on and nodded. Even if he pulls some strings, he was caught leading an armed brawl. Combined with his past record, we have more than enough to put him away without you even needing to step in. However, Yukino said seriously, the Yukinoshita family will assist in gathering evidence of his previous crimes. Once we have something, we'll deliver it to you immediately. Haru knew she was doing this for his sake. He took her hand and offered, should I help as well? Yukino shook her head. I've already asked my mother to handle it. With her efficiency, I expect results soon. Yuto was delighted. Then I'll count on you. For a police officer, receiving ready-made evidence was like a gift from heaven. And since his goal was a promotion this year, it was no surprise that he was eager to cooperate with both the Amamiya and Yukinoshita families. After finishing his tea, Officer Yuto took his leave. At the doorway, Haru lowered his voice and said, if you ever get intel on dangerous fugitives, and you don't have a surefire way to capture them, come find me. Yuto assumed Haru was referring to his family's influence and was pleasantly surprised. Are the Amamiya family willing to assist in investigations? No. What I mean is, I can help capture them. Are you joking? There's no way I'd let the only son of the Amamiya family take such a risk. You should think back to Koga and his dozen armed thugs. Hearing this, Yuto's expression grew serious. Speaking of which, were you injured at all? Haru rolled up his sleeve, revealing unblemished skin. What do you think? Yuto's shock was evident. Are you telling me you took down more than 10 armed men? Barehanded? Haru understood his disbelief. It wasn't that dramatic. I'm not some superhero. I can't just stand in the middle of a group and defeat them all without a scratch. Yudo's experience told him that such a feat was nearly impossible. But he was also a smart man. Since Haru had given this explanation, he chose to accept it at face value. He knew better than to ask too many questions. With Yukino's earlier offer of assistance and Haru's current display of strength, it was clear he had just secured powerful allies from two influential families. So when it came to tying up loose ends on this case, he would make sure to handle everything flawlessly. The next day, the legend of the hooded hero was still a hot topic online. The police had also released more information, confirming that the group who had been beaten down were former gang members. This only fueled the public's admiration. In an era where the news was often filled with absurd and bizarre incidents, this unexpected appearance of a true vigilante thrilled the masses. At school, Haru heard his classmates buzzing about it non-stop. But his focus was elsewhere. Because during the third period, two of his classmates had come to him for help with their studies. After he patiently answered their questions, a notification rang in his mind. Your skill, teaching, has reached its max level. It has now evolved into hypnosis. Haru nearly thought he had misheard. Hypnosis? Wasn't that one of the most cliché abilities in certain questionable genres? In an instant, countless classic works flooded his mind. From manga to anime, from novels to those kinds of special films, he had seen it all. Hypnosis Level 1, 1113 out of 100,000. Haru pondered how to use this skill. Real-world hypnosis required the subject's full cooperation, otherwise, it wouldn't work. But given how broken Steel Body already was, he doubted this ability would be limited by such conditions. Would he need external tools, like the ones used in fiction? More importantly, was this skill active or passive? Because if it was passive, like Steel Body, that would be a serious problem. Just then, his friend Furukawa walked over. Amamiya, do you play PUBG? If you do, let's add each other. We can squad up sometime. Forgive me, Furukawa. This is for science. Haru put on a casual smile. I haven't played in a while, but you guys are in luck. I used to be a pro. I once got 29 kills in a match and won without breaking a sweat. Furukawa and his friend laughed. Yeah, right. If you could do that, we'd buy you drinks for an entire semester. It didn't work. This time, Haru locked eyes with them, focused his mental energy, and said seriously, I wasn't lying. I pulled off 29 kills multiple times. I even got invited to join a pro team, but I turned them down to focus on my studies. To complete the act, he let out a regretful sigh. The moment he finished speaking, he noticed his friend's eyes froze for a brief second. But in less than a second, Furukawa's face lit up. You almost became a pro player? Why didn't you tell us earlier? His friend groaned. Damn, the gap between us is too unfair. We haven't even won a single match, and you were already pro-ready? Amamiya, you should have accepted. If you had, we could have gotten VIP seats at your tournaments. The two grabbed his arms, practically vibrating with excitement. Their commotion attracted attention, and soon, a group gathered around. When Furukawa excitedly repeated Haru's pro-gamer story, the other classmates burst into laughter. Come on, that's obviously a joke. Yeah. Last time he said he buried treasure under the karate club. I could say I'm a professional wrestling champion. Would you believe that too? No one took it seriously. But Furukawa and his friend kept insisting as if they had personally witnessed Haru's gaming career. Even adding fake details on their own. So that's how it works. Haru was thoroughly impressed by his new skill. With Steel Body and hypnosis combined, he seemed to be able to do whatever he wanted. Even though several hours had passed and at one point, he had left their sight for quite a while, the skill's effect was still lingering. So the skill only activates when I completely focus on lying, or, more accurately, when I genuinely want to convince someone of something. That realization pleased him. At the very least, this wasn't a passive skill. Satisfied, Haru finally told Furukawa and his friend that he had just been joking. The moment he did, they snapped out of it. Neither of them felt anything strange or out of place. Damn it. We actually believed you? We got excited for nothing so unfair. Exactly. I was already planning to drag you online tonight no matter what and have you carry us to victory. And now you're telling me it was all a joke? As Haru observed their reactions, he became even more impressed with his new skill. Even though they had no idea they'd been affected, he still made a special trip to the school store to buy them drinks and snacks as an apology gift. This, of course, left both of them bewildered. Okay, what's going on? Why are you suddenly being so nice to us? Because you lent me that game last time. Consider this my way of saying thanks. After figuring out the specifics of hypnosis, Haru decided to test another thing. That afternoon, he sought out some struggling classmates and voluntarily helped them with their studies. To his relief, as long as he wasn't actively focusing on lying or persuasion, he could still teach others normally without triggering the skill. So, on their way to the clubroom after school, Haru turned to Yukino with a mysterious expression and declared, "I'm invincible now, Yukino." She gave him a skeptical look. "Again?" "Yes. I'm invincible." Yukino sighed, raising a hand to her forehead, her expression cold and unimpressed like a tired kindergarten teacher dealing with an overly energetic child. "Alright, then. How about you use your invincible powers to call Auntie Amamiya and ask her to take you to the hospital for a brain scan?" Unfazed by her sarcasm, Haru lowered his voice. "I'm planning to visit the police station tonight." The mention of police station instantly wiped the teasing off Yukino's face. Her expression turned serious. "What are you planning to do?" Haru smiled. "I just hope that Mr. Koga might suddenly have a change of heart and decide to confess all his crimes." Yukino stared at him for a long moment before deadpanning, "Maybe I should take you to the hospital. Don't worry about the future, I'll be right there with you." Chapter 69, Tanabata Festival Invitation. At 7 in the evening, Haru arrived at the police station alone. Yukino had initially planned to come with him, but midway through, a call from Haruno pulled her away. Since Haru had contacted them in advance, the officer assigned to meet him was Officer Yudo. As the two of them walked through the precinct, they inevitably attracted curious glances from the other officers. Outside the interrogation room, Officer Yudo asked considerately, "Do you need me to clear the surveillance room?" There were cameras inside, of course. He wasn't sure if Haru wanted to keep things off the record, but he felt it was better to ask up front. "No need," Haru replied with a smile. "I just want to have a little chat." "Well, without your mask, he won't recognize you." "I know." Seeing Haru's confidence, Officer Yudo didn't press further. Instead, he handed him a mask. "Even though this place is secure, and he's already in deep trouble, I'd still recommend wearing this." Once again, Haru was impressed by the officer's meticulous thoughtfulness. Slipping on the mask, he stepped into the room as the heavy door swung open. Inside, a familiar figure came into view. Compared to the fierce, arrogant man who had led an ambush that night, Koga now looked utterly miserable, deep, dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, an unshaven face. Clearly, the courteous police questioning had taken its toll. Dressed casually, Haru took a seat across from him. Koga scowled, his tone hostile. "Who the hell are you? A psychiatrist? Or is this some new tactic those bastards cooked up?" "No, I'm just here to talk," Haru replied, altering his voice slightly. He wasn't a professional voice actor, but after years in this world, surrounded by classmates who could effortlessly switch between different tones, he had picked up a trick or two. Of course, he drew the line at the kind of exaggerated, high-pitched anime boy voices that barely legal teenagers tended to force out. Since Koga had heard his real voice that night, Haru couldn't be sure whether he had committed it to memory. Better to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Koga snorted. "Ha. Those cops must be desperate if they sent a kid like you." He slammed his cuffed hands against the metal table with a loud thud, his gaze shifting toward the camera. "I've told you people 100 times already, aside from leading that little brawl, I had nothing to do with any of the other crimes. And I didn't even lay a hand on anyone that night. What the hell gives you the right to keep me locked up like this? You don't seem to be in the best mental state," Haru remarked, studying the man's unkempt appearance. He could guess what had happened. Officer Yudo must have intensified his methods behind the scenes. After all, Yukino had made her stance perfectly clear that day. If Yudo wanted to maintain friendly relations with the Yukinoshita family, he had to show his sincerity. Maybe he had even gone as far as blocking Koga's usual connections from pulling strings on his behalf. "No matter how much you yell, it won't change anything," Haru said lightly. "Why don't we have a conversation instead?" Koga eyed him coldly. "And why the hell should I talk to you? You won't even take off your mask." Haru met his gaze directly. Slowly, deliberately, he said, "Because you hate being locked up by the cops. And at the same time, you resent me, a total stranger, being able to walk in and out of here so easily." For a brief moment, Koga's pupils dilated. His expression twisted into something vicious. "Yeah? So what if you're right?" Haru remained unfazed, his voice warm and sincere. "You've been stuck in this little room for days now. Doesn't it feel suffocating? Wouldn't it be nice to talk to someone who will really listen? There's no need to hold anything back. Just tell me all your secrets." The officers watching from the surveillance room exchanged baffled glances. Senior, is your friend actually just here to chat?" Several of them couldn't help but laugh. Even Officer Yudo felt a flicker of doubt, though his expression remained serious. Just keep watching. Inside the interrogation room, Koga murmured, almost to himself, secrets. Tell you? Haru maintained eye contact, his tone gentle. Yes. Keeping secrets is exhausting, isn't it? It wears you down. But if you share them, if you have someone to listen, the burden becomes lighter. He paused for a second, letting the words settle. Then, leaning in slightly, he spoke with quiet conviction. Most importantly, you can relax now. You can trust me. There's no need to hide anything. I can't trust you. Koga's voice had dropped to a whisper so faint that even Haru barely heard it. But he did see the notification pop up in his system. You are currently inducing hypnosis. Hypnosis, EXP plus 459, that's a lot of experience. Haru felt a flicker of admiration. Is he about to spill everything? Is he a psychiatrist? The officers in the surveillance room were now seriously considering the possibility. I don't think even a professional could pull this off. Another murmured. Yeah, no matter how good they are, they wouldn't be able to crack a guy like this in just a few minutes. Haru's tone, his timing, even the way he looked at Koga, it all felt eerily like something out of a psychological drama. Officer Yuta remained silent, his face unreadable. Because he, too, had no idea what Haru was about to do. Back in the interrogation room, Koga suddenly let out a sharp, deranged laugh. You're right. Some things fester inside too long, and they drive you crazy. Then, his voice quickened. Those cops would never guess so many of the girls in my clubs. I forced them into it. Trapped them, tricked them, made them sell their bodies. And the ones who resisted? I broke them. I even kept recordings. They're all hidden at my place. I love seeing their terrified faces. Dead silence. In the surveillance room, the officers were frozen in shock. Haru nodded. His voice remained calm. Anything else? Koga grinned. I killed someone, back when I was still in the gang. The cops only caught my underlings, they never found proof that I did it. No way they'd ever figure out that the murder weapon? It's been sitting in my sister's safe this whole time. More silence. Then bam. Officer Yuto clenched his fist, barely suppressing his excitement. Haru, you just handed us a gold mine. Thanks for cooperating. Haru said, standing up. I should head home. Sure. Just make sure you come back soon. Koga said, even waving goodbye. I don't know why, but talking to you makes me feel at ease. Haru left the room to find a group of stunned police officers waiting for him. How the hell did you do that? Are all psychiatrists this powerful now? You're a goddamn superhero. Haru smiled politely, deflecting their questions. Once they rushed off to gather evidence, Officer Yuto turned to him, barely containing his enthusiasm. I don't know how you did it, but thank you. I was just chatting. Haru replied, waving a hand dismissively. Yuto blinked, then chuckled. Right. Just a chat. He understood the unspoken message. When the police made their official announcement, they'd make sure to keep Haru's involvement off the record. Just then, a young officer approached. Officer Yuto, Koga's lawyer is here again. Should we come up with another excuse to keep him out? No need. Let him see Koga. As the officer left, Officer Yuto turned to Haru with a smile. Want to stick around and watch? I love watching drama unfold. Haru accepted without hesitation. Under their watchful eyes, a sharply dressed lawyer stepped into the interrogation room. He flipped through the neatly arranged documents in his hands as he spoke. Koga-san, based on the information I've gathered, you'll likely be detained for a while due to the armed brawl incident. Then, in a reassuring tone, he added, but don't worry. The punishment for this kind of case isn't too severe, and enough, you don't need to say anything more. Still under the lingering effects of hypnosis, Koga waved his hand impatiently, cutting the lawyer off mid-sentence. The lawyer looked up, startled, only to see Koga smiling as he said, I've already confessed all my crimes to my new friend. I even told him where to find the evidence. I feel so much lighter now. The lawyer, what? Over the next few days, the police gradually released details about the hooded hero and his fight against crime. When the public learned that the man arrested was actually a murderer, the story went viral again. Soon, live streams across the internet were flooded with countless people cosplaying as the hooded hero. Some quick-thinking streamers even teamed up with friends to put on dramatic performances, reenacting the hooded hero's fight for justice. It was like watching a low-budget live-action Ultraman fight in a live stream. Today was the Tanabata Festiva. At lunchtime, Haru and Yukino sat together in the cafeteria as usual. Yukino still felt the lingering sense of regret for not being able to accompany him to the police station that night. Shortly after that night, the police publicly announced the full details of the case and declared it officially solved. She immediately guessed that Haru must have played a role in it. You're telling me that Koga confessed after just one conversation with you? That's right. Since when were you a master of persuasion? Actually, I've studied hypnosis. Oh really? I don't believe you. Yukino clearly took his words as a joke. Though she was curious, she knew better than to press him for details about a case involving murder. Instead, she quickly changed the topic. My sister called me back home the other day. She said there's a family gathering at the end of the month, and we both have to attend. Oh, and she also gave me a bunch of baseball stadium vouchers. Vouchers? For a baseball stadium? Haru was confused. If Haruno was trying to help Yukino get closer to him, shouldn't she have given her movie tickets instead? Apparently, her classmate's older brother just opened a new baseball stadium, so she got the vouchers from him. That explanation is oddly convincing. Hearing Haru's dry remark, Yukino couldn't help but smile. I had the exact same reaction when she told me. I was hoping for some juicy gossip, but I guess there's nothing exciting here. Haru said, sounding disappointed. After finishing her meal, Yukino looked at him with gentle eyes. So, when are we going to the baseball stadium? You know how to play baseball? Haru shot her a skeptical look. That's a stupid question. Hey, no need for personal attacks. Yukino ignored his complaints, flashing a proud smile at her boyfriend. First of all, baseball is the most popular sport here. Second, haven't you always said I'm a walking encyclopedia? She straightened her posture, puffing out her flat chest with unshakable confidence. I see. Still, a Tanabata festival date at a baseball stadium feels weird. No need to decide now. We have time. Fair point. Thanks to his training, Haru ate far more than Yukino. As he continued his meal, Yukino sat quietly beside him, watching. If not for the constant chatter of their classmates around them, she would have found the moment perfectly peaceful. Of course, on a day as significant as Tanabata, silence was impossible. Even students uninterested in romance were buzzing about the festival events in their favorite games. Others were busy making plans. Kumiko, do you have a date tonight? Sigh, I got rejected. What? Oh well, no worries. As your friend, I won't let you spend Tanabata alone. Yukino overheard the conversation between two passing girls, her expression shifting slightly as if lost in thought. Haru noticed. What's on your mind? She glanced at the two girls before speaking softly. I just thought of Kato. Haru blinked, not following her train of thought. Resting her chin on her hand, Yukino murmured, her presence has always felt strange to me. But if I had to explain it scientifically, it's not impossible. So, you want to study Kato? Haru asked. She shook her head. I mean, doesn't her unremarkable presence suggest she's always been alone? Even in the photography club, she's often by herself. Just like Yukino had been before she met Haru. Haru was taken aback. He had never considered that before. After a brief pause, he chuckled. This hidden side of you, Yukino, it's really cute. A faint blush spread across her cheeks, but she didn't refute him. You look even cuter like this. Just finish your food. No comeback? Do you not like the compliment? I want to hit you. Now I understand. Samita. Are you showing off your terrible Korean to me? After school, Haru headed toward the karate club for sparring. Along the way, he ran into Yutaha. Her tall, curvaceous figure stood by the roadside, her gaze fixed in his direction, clearly waiting for someone. Haru recalled her confession that night, as well as the effort and changes she had made since then. He sighed inwardly but kept his tone light. Let me guess, you're waiting for me? At least you're self-aware about your narcissism. She replied with a small smile, playing along with his joke. So, what's up? My mother wants to invite you to dinner. She clasped her hands behind her back, her charming smile both elegant and playful. Haru immediately understood. Because of what happened that night? They still think they misunderstood you, so they feel guilty. And since I'm in the photography club, seeing me come home every day reminds them of the embarrassment of confronting you that night. Yutaha explained calmly, her tone measured. Haru wasn't particularly concerned. There's really no need for them to treat me to dinner. If they ever found out I was bluffing that night, we'd both be in trouble. So, he's rejecting me just in a roundabout way. Yutaha had already expected this response. Before she even conveyed her mother's invitation, she had anticipated his reaction. He was using the excuse of getting caught to turn her down. She chuckled softly. You can invite Yukino too. Haru froze, momentarily thinking he had misheard her. Yutaha gave him an odd look. If you're worried I'll tell Yukino about my confession and cause her misunderstand, then you can rest assured. Holding his surprised gaze, she said in a quiet voice, liking you is my own business. Haru fell silent, momentarily unsure how to respond. She turned away, glancing at the students' sneaking glances at them. Standing tall, her slender waist and long, shapely legs exuded confidence. Amamiya-kun, I'm working hard too. Her voice was barely above a whisper. A weight settled on Haru's heart. Back when he first noticed her growing feelings for him, he had felt the weight of her emotions. And now, that feeling returned. Looking at the girl struggling to hide her nervousness, Haru exhaled. I'll tell Yukino, but if she doesn't want to go, I'll stay with her. Yutaha nodded. After all, today is Tanabata. Her voice grew quieter and quieter until it was barely audible. That evening, Haru sparred with his senior in karate club, releasing his pin-up emotions through combat. Without hesitation, Haru headed straight for the karate club. His presence, his actions, and the words he had once spoken had stirred something within her, pushing her toward change. Compared to the proud girl who once struggled to see reality clearly, she had come a long way. And perhaps because of that, a complicated feeling settled in Haru's heart. He needed a fight to clear his mind. Did you take something today? You're way stronger than usual. For a second there, I thought I was fighting a damn Saiyan. Dressed in full protective gear, Senior Oyama was sent flying once again. Sitting up in a daze, he shot Haru a helpless glare. My bad. Haru said, sincerely apologetic. No need to apologize. I just wasn't mentally prepared. Let's go again. But tone it down a little, alright? If you keep sending me flying with one punch, I'll lose all my dignity as a senior. Got it. Though. How does it feel to fly? Huh? Actually. Kinda fun. Later, when Haru arrived at the photography club, he found everyone hard at work. Grabbing some paper and a pen, he quickly scribbled down Yutaha's invitation and passed it to Yukino. She barely hesitated for a second before a proud, knowing smile curled on her lips. I'm coming with you, she declared. Then, with a meaningful glance, she looked straight at Haru. Chapter 70, Yukino thinks you're pitiful, you are training. Steel body, EXP plus 89, you are taking off. Jump, EXP plus 88. After returning home, Haru found himself with an hour to spare before dinner at the Kazekage household. With nothing better to do, he decided to pass the time by jumping rope and grinding experience points. As his second skill successfully leveled up, a question nagged at him. Every time he jumped, the system displayed a message about taking off. Was it just a figure of speech, or could he actually take flight? A ridiculous image popped into his mind, him standing midair, step by step, defying gravity itself. You're jump roping now? A puzzled voice came from the gym entrance. Haru turned to see Yukino standing there, her beautiful face framed with curiosity. Switching things up now and then keeps training from getting monotonous, he replied, pausing his workout. Before she could respond, he threw out an invitation. Wanna join me? Me? Yukino blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting to be invited to train with him. But then, she remembered her own terrible stamina. No. Terrible wasn't the right word. At the very least, after years of Haru helping her, her physical endurance was much better than before. Yet every time she imagined herself as a gallant knight or him as a war general charging into battle, she would always fall behind far too quickly. The speed at which she was defeated was so embarrassingly fast that just thinking about it made her both frustrated and regretful. She shouldn't have such a fatal flaw. Most importantly, unless she was completely exhausted, her boyfriend wouldn't be satisfied. As Yukino's thoughts spiraled into a chaotic mess, Haru assumed she was hesitating, so he spoke up. Worried that jumping rope isn't as effective as running? Actually, jump rope has a lot of benefits. Before he could finish, Yukino smoothly cut in. Improves physical fitness, strengthens cardiovascular function, burns excess fat for body shaping. These are all benefits of jumping rope.